Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm very glad to have you here with me again tonight. Before we begin, I'd like to share something new with all of you. Alongside Chilly Midnight, I've recently created another storytelling channel called Scary Bedtime Stories. That channel will focus especially on stories inspired by requests from listeners. If there is a particular kind of horror story you've always wanted to hear, maybe a haunted castle, a strange workplace, a forgotten village, a supernatural mystery, a creature hiding among ordinary people, or simply an idea that has been living in your imagination, you can leave your request there. I'll choose some of those suggestions and develop them into complete stories, usually around 2 to 3 hours long. So if you enjoy the stories here on Chilly Midnight and would like to help inspire what I write next, I'd be very happy to see you over there as well. I'll leave the link to Scary Bedtime Stories in the description below this video, so you can visit whenever you have time. And now, before we enter tonight's story, how are you doing today? How is your health? I hope you're feeling well, getting enough rest, and not letting work or everyday responsibilities take too much out of you. And where are you listening from right now? What city or country are you in? And what time is it there? Maybe it's already very late and the world around you has gone quiet. Perhaps morning has just begun where you are, or you're listening while working, traveling, or relaxing somewhere far away. Leave me a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is. I always enjoy seeing how far these stories have traveled and discovering all the different places where someone is spending a little time with Chilly Midnight. Thank you for being here, and thank you for continuing to support the stories I create. And if you're curious about scary bedtime stories, remember that the link is waiting for you in the description. Now, let everything around you grow a little quieter, and let's begin tonight's story. Story 1. The first thing Anwen Cole disliked about the house was not that it was condemned. Condemned houses were easy. They announced themselves honestly. Rot showed in the eaves. Foundations confessed through diagonal cracks. Roof lines sagged. Porches leaned away from the main structure with the exhausted dignity of old men refusing help. This house looked almost sound. It stood behind bare maples on a dead-end road outside Waltham. Its narrow Victorian facade painted the faded green of oxidized copper. 3 stories, steep gables, black shutters, stone foundation. The porch had lost 2 balusters, and a section of gutter hung loose above the eastern corner, but neither defect justified the red municipal placard beside the front door. Unsafe for occupancy. Anwen parked her department sedan at the curb and checked the address on her tablet. 17 Bellwether Lane. The parcel appeared on the municipal map in pale blue, surrounded by neighboring lots. She enlarged the screen, confirmed the property identification number, then slipped the tablet under her arm. Behind her, tires hissed along the wet road. A delivery van passed the mouth of Bellwether Lane without its driver turning his head. The sky smelled of rain without producing any. Anwen locked the car. She was 48, a senior field inspector for the county building department, and had spent 22 years entering structures other people were eager to leave. Contractors disliked her efficiency, but admired its predictability. Developers knew that if their steel schedules, fire separations, drainage plans, and occupancy documents matched code, Onwin would not hold a project because of instinct, rumor, politics, or emotion. Paper existed to prevent emotion from becoming policy. That sentence had carried her through 2 lawsuits, an internal review, a divorce, and meetings in which people mistook urgency for evidence. She looked again at the red placard. Its lower edge was wet. Not rain wet. Fresh ink wet. A red bead had gathered beneath the printed signature line and was descending the clapboard like diluted blood. Anwen touched it with one gloved finger. The ink smeared. The placard had supposedly been posted 11 years earlier. She stared at the stain, then photographed it. "Cheap laminate," she said aloud. The words sounded oddly small among the trees. There were no birds. She climbed the porch steps, testing each one with her weight. The third gave a soft wooden complaint, but held. A brass knocker shaped like a closed hand hung against the front door. Beneath it, someone had installed a modern keypad lock in the century-old frame. The access code opened it on the first try. Inside, the air was warmer than outside. That was wrong. The house had no active utilities. Onwin remained on the threshold while her eyes adjusted. A narrow hallway ran toward the rear. Wallpaper, cream with vertical gold vines, had darkened above the baseboards. Dust covered the floor except for a clean strip along the center, as though something broad and heavy had been dragged repeatedly from the staircase to the front door. She crouched. The clean strip was too straight for furniture. It was exactly the width of a commercial inspection cart. Anwen stood. Old buildings accumulated coincidences because people entered them expecting stories. She had learned that early. A loose pipe became footsteps. Mold became a face. Thermal movement became breathing. Once an owner believed a building was haunted, every defect acquired intention. She switched on her flashlight. The beam found the staircase. The newel post was scarred by narrow horizontal cuts. Measurements. At first, she assumed they were children's height marks. Then she stepped closer. Beside each cut was a date written in pencil. Some were recent. One was from the previous month. The work order said the property had been sealed for 11 years. Onwin lifted her tablet to photograph the marks. The screen had gone blank. She pressed the power button. Nothing. Behind her, the front door clicked shut. Anwen listened. No footsteps. No shifting floorboards. No wind against the windows. Only a faint, dry sound from somewhere above. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Like a pencil moving across paper. She tested the door and found it unlocked. "Settling," she murmured. Then she looked through the narrow glass panel beside the entrance. Her department car was still at the curb. Beyond it, Bellwether Lane was gone. Where the road had been, there was only a long brick wall covered in red inspection notices. Every notice bore her signature. By the time Onwin reached the building department, Bellwether Lane had returned. She checked twice from the parking lot before going inside. The municipal parcel map showed the narrow road exactly where it should have been, branching from Henshaw Avenue and ending at the small blue rectangle marked 17 Bellwether Lane. The The property record remained unchanged. Condemned, vacant, utilities disconnected, access restricted. No mention of a brick wall. No mention of inspection notices. No explanation for why her tablet had restarted the moment she backed her car away from the house. Anwen entered through the employee entrance a little after 4 in the afternoon. The office occupied the second floor of a municipal annex built in the 1980s. All beige partitions, fluorescent panels, gray carpet, and filing cabinets whose drawers never quite aligned. She liked it precisely because nothing about it invited imagination. Her desk sat beside a window overlooking the permit parking lot. She placed her field bag on the floor and opened the bellwether inspection record. Photographs synchronized automatically. Front elevation. Placard. Porch balusters. Staircase. She stopped. The photograph of the pencil marks on the newel post was there. The photograph through the front glass was not. Anwen searched the upload log. No failed file. No corrupted image. No missing sequence. According to the system, she had never taken it. You're back early. Gerald Pike stood behind the partition, carrying a paper cup of coffee. He supervised residential inspections and possessed the tired friendliness of someone who had survived 3 reorganizations by never becoming emotionally attached to any of them. Bellwether, Anwen said. Who assigned it? Gerald frowned. You did. I accepted it. I asked who created the work order. He leaned over her screen. Automated compliance review, probably. For a property sealed 11 years? Wouldn't be the strangest thing Tyler's database has done. Anwen disliked jokes about software because they permitted people to stop looking for causes. She opened the parcel map again. Bellwether Lane was still present. Gerald noticed the address. His expression altered only slightly. That one. You know it. I know people avoid talking about it. That isn't an answer. No, it's municipal government. He walked away before she could ask more. Anwen closed the inspection as inconclusive, citing restricted verification conditions and recommending archival review. Procedure required language that could survive people reading it later, especially people looking for blame. That thought brought back another address. 31 Fenwick Street. She did not think about Fenwick often, though other people apparently believed she should. The demolition had happened 14 years earlier after foundation failure rendered a converted 3-family dwelling unsafe. The occupants had received notices. The owner had ignored multiple orders. A contractor had begun emergency removal, while one family was still gathering belongings from the second floor. Anwen had authorized continuation. The newspapers later described it differently. Family inside during city-approved demolition. There had been photographs of a woman standing barefoot in the street, holding a child beneath a blanket, while dust moved behind them like smoke. Anwen had testified during the review that the structure presented an imminent hazard. That was true. She had testified that notification requirements had been satisfied. Also true. The phrase she remembered most came from an attorney representing the family. Did you know they were still inside? Anwen had answered. The evacuation process was already underway. he asked again. Did you know? Years afterward, she still disliked the simplicity of the question. Simple questions were usually designed to erase context. At 5 minutes past 5, most of the department emptied. Phones stopped ringing. Printers became quiet. Gerald left with his coat folded over one arm. Anwen remained. She opened the municipal map. Bellwether Lane was gone. Not grayed out. Gone. Henshaw Avenue continued past the place where the intersection should have been, bordered by 2 uninterrupted parcels. Anwen straightened. She refreshed. Nothing. She entered the property identification number. No active parcel. She entered the address. Address not. Her skin tightened along her forearms. Anwen printed the screen. Tat? Then, because paper could not refresh itself, she placed the page beside the photograph of the house. At 5:30, she checked again. Still gone. She stayed until nearly 6. The road did not return. The following morning, Bellwether Lane reappeared on the map at 7:58. At 8 exactly, Anwen's inspection queue refreshed. A new assignment appeared at the top. 17 Bellwether Lane. Follow-up inspection required. She opened the details. The previous inspection had vanished. There was no history. No photographs. No closure note. Only one sentence beneath the address. Inspector must remain until all Keatings are transferred. And beneath it, in the approval field, was Anwen's electronic signature. Anwen returned to Bellwether Lane at 8:20 the next morning. The road existed. That was the first thing she checked. She parked where she had before, photographed the intersection from 3 angles, then photographed the house, the curb, the neighboring parcels, and finally the dashboard clock, whose display she documented in her notes as showing 8:23 in the morning. If the address vanished again, she wanted evidence created outside the building. The red placard beside the front door was dry now. Her signature was no longer on it. The house smelled different when she entered. Not warmer this time. Damp. A cellar smell, mineral and cold, though the basement door remained shut at the end of the hall. Anwen stood beneath the staircase and listened. No scratching. She opened a fresh inspection form. Foundation first. The basement stairs were narrow but intact. Her flashlight found fieldstone walls coated in flaking whitewash, old copper lines, abandoned electrical conduit, and a boiler whose disconnected pipes had been cut years ago. At the northeast corner, a crack ran diagonally through the mortar. Anwen crouched beside it. It was not catastrophic, but it was real. Approximately 3 feet long. Variable width. Evidence of movement at the sill. She photographed it, measured it, and entered. Foundation cracking requiring structural evaluation. The tablet accepted the note. Somewhere above her, wood creaked. She looked at the ceiling. Nothing moved. On the first floor, she found the second defect. The stair handrail had separated from the wall near the landing. 2 brackets had pulled loose, leaving pale circular scars in the plaster. She gripped the rail and applied pressure. It shifted nearly an inch. Handrail inadequately secured. Fall hazard. Another photograph. Another entry. The house gave a faint settling groan. Anwen stopped writing. The sound seemed to travel upward rather than downward. She climbed to the second floor. There, in a rear bedroom, the ceiling had bowed between two joists. The plaster itself was mostly intact, but one shallow depression suggested framing failure above. She used a moisture meter. Dry. She pressed lightly with a probe. The ceiling flexed. Possible compromised ceiling joist. Further investigation required. She saved the note. A soft crack sounded behind her. Not from the ceiling, from inside the wall. Anwen turned. A hairline fracture had appeared beside the window frame. She stared at it for several seconds. Then she drew a pencil mark at one end and wrote the date beside it. When she left Bellwether, the crack had not extended beyond the mark. By early afternoon, Anwen was at Halcyon Ridge, a luxury residential development 4 miles east. The project occupied 12 acres of former woodland and had been advertised as structurally resilient, climate-conscious housing for high-income buyers. Anwen had inspected Phase 3 twice. She knew its defects. Or thought she did. A contractor named Wesley Brandt met her near Building C with a hard hat tucked under his arm. "You need to see something." He took her to the underground garage. Anwen stopped beside the northeast foundation wall. 3 days earlier, a diagonal crack had crossed 2 courses of concrete block. She had photographed it herself. Now the wall was smooth. Not repaired. Smooth. No epoxy. No grinding. No patch compound. The crack simply was not there. Wesley rubbed the surface with his thumb. "We didn't touch it." Anwen said nothing. He led her upstairs. The west stairwell handrail, previously flagged for loose anchors, was solid. Every bracket sat flush against the wall. On the 3rd floor, the ceiling below a suspect joist line was perfectly level. Anwen checked her tablet. Her earlier photographs remained. Crack. Loose handrail. Ceiling deflection. All 3. The same 3 conditions she had documented that morning at Bellwether. She left Halcyon Ridge without closing the inspection. By late afternoon, she was back on Bellwether Lane. The house looked unchanged from outside. Inside, the handrail hung by one bracket. The basement crack had widened enough to admit the edge of her flashlight. Upstairs, half the rear bedroom ceiling had dropped nearly 6 inches. Dust lay across the floorboards in a fresh gray sheet. Anwen stood beneath it, breathing through her mouth. Then she noticed the pencil mark beside the window. The new crack had passed it. Not by inches, by nearly 4 feet. And written beneath her date, in handwriting that looked almost exactly like hers, were 3 words. Condition successfully received. Anwen did not tell Gerald about the handwriting. Not immediately. She photographed the words beneath the window crack, then took a second photograph with a ruler beside them, because measurements reduced things to scale, made them manageable. Condition successfully received. The pencil pressure was wrong for a forgery. Anwen pressed hard when she wrote. Always had. Her letters cut shallow grooves into paper, especially the vertical strokes in words like condition and received. These marks did the same. She left Bellwether before noon and drove directly to a small renovation project on Auburn Street. The property was ordinary, enough to make the experiment feel obscene. A couple in their 30s were converting an attached garage into an accessible bedroom for the husband's mother. Permits were current. Framing was clean. Electrical rough-in had passed. Onwin found a defect so minor she would normally have mentioned it verbally. One tread on the temporary construction staircase had a split near the right edge. It was not loose. It was not yet dangerous. She photographed it. Then she entered the condition formally. Split stair tread. Replacement recommended before final approval. She did not submit the report. Instead, she saved it as a draft. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then the photograph changed. Onwin stared at the screen. The split was gone. She lowered the tablet and looked at the stair. The tread beneath her boot was unbroken. Fresh lumber. Continuous grain. She crouched and ran her thumb across the place where the crack had been. Nothing. The homeowner called from the hallway. "Everything all right?" Onwin stood too quickly. Yes. The word came out sharper than she intended. She left without completing the inspection. At Bellwether, the front door was already open. The house seemed to have been waiting for her. The staircase handrail still sagged from the previous transfer, but now the fourth tread from the bottom had developed a narrow split along its right edge. Same length. Same angle. Same irregular fork at the end. Onwin held up the photograph from Auburn Street beside it. Perfect match. Her mouth had gone dry. She took 3 steps backward. A sound came from above. Not scratching this time. A single footfall. Then another. Slow. Measured. Descending. Onwin raised her flashlight. No one appeared. The footsteps stopped at the first landing. She left the house without closing the door. Gerald listened to her report with his hands folded across his stomach. He did not interrupt. That irritated her more than disbelief would have. When she finished, he glanced toward the office door and lowered his voice. "You're suggesting defects are moving. I'm telling you, conditions documented at approved properties are reproducing at Bellwether." Reproducing. Yes. And disappearing from the original structures. Yes. Gerald leaned back. "Onwin, you understand what that sounds like?" "I understand what the photographs show." Photographs show conditions at different buildings. The defects are identical. So are 1,000 defects in 1,000 houses. She placed the Auburn Street images beside the Bellwether photographs. Gerald barely looked at them. "You've been working too many field days. Do not reduce this to fatigue. I'm reducing it to something that can exist." Onwin stared at him. For the first time, she noticed he had never asked why Bellwether vanished from the map. He had never asked to see the printout. He had never asked who entered the sentence about transferred conditions. "Have you inspected Bellwether?" she asked. Gerald's expression closed. "No." "Has anyone?" I said no. You answered too quickly. He stood. Close the assignment. I already did. Then stop reopening it. I'm not reopening it. Gerald picked up his coffee, though the cup was empty. Some properties become administrative sinks. Old records attached to new requests. Database errors pile up. If you go looking for a pattern in municipal systems, you'll always find one. He walked away. Anwen returned to Bellwether at 3 in the afternoon. She intended only to document the staircase. The split tread had worsened. A triangular piece had broken away entirely, exposing the riser beneath. She photographed it from below. Then she climbed. At the first landing, she stopped. There should have been 12 steps from the foyer to the landing. She knew because she had counted them during the first inspection. Now there were 12 behind her, and 11 more ahead. Anwen looked upward. The staircase turned again. Another landing waited above the one that had always been there. She backed down, went outside, and counted the windows. 3 stories. Exactly as before. She returned inside. The second landing remained. Its wallpaper was cleaner than the rest of the house. Mounted on the wall was a polished brass plaque. A.U. Burns Street Accessibility Conversion. Beneath it, someone had written in pencil. Corrected condition, stair fascia. From beyond the new landing came the soft sound of someone climbing toward her. The footsteps stopped before anyone appeared. Anwen remained on the lower landing, one hand on the loosened rail, staring at the turn in the staircase above her. Silence returned. Then something creaked overhead. Not a floorboard. A whole floor. The sound moved from one side of the house to the other in a slow wooden groan, as if weight were settling across joists that had not existed a minute earlier. Anwen climbed. The new landing was 6 feet deep, bordered by the same cream wallpaper with gold vines she had seen in the foyer. Beyond it, the staircase continued upward at a steeper angle. She counted 14 more steps. Another landing. Another brass plaque. Halcyon Ridge, Building C. A hairline crack crossed the plaster beneath it. Anwen touched the wall. Dust came away on her glove. Above that landing was another flight. She should have been inside the attic by then. She knew the exterior dimensions of the house. She had measured them herself from the assessor's plan. From basement slab to roof ridge, there was not enough vertical space for what she was climbing. She went on. A third impossible landing waited above. River Stone Court, Pays 2. Then another. Cedar Commonus Senior Residences. Then, Miller Street Municipal Garage. Each plaque represented a project Anwen remembered approving. Some had been routine. Some had required corrective work. Some she had signed after contractors submitted photographs rather than requesting a return visit. At every level, Bellwether carried something from them. A bowed ceiling. A warped fire door. A stained sprinkler head. A window with condensation trapped inside sealed glass. A section of flooring that dipped under her weight. The house was not merely receiving defects. It was organizing them. Anwen stopped at the 6th new landing. Her breathing had become too loud. She looked down. The staircase descended farther than her flashlight could reach. She could no longer see the foyer. That was when she heard the scratching again. Closer now. Pencil on paper. She followed the sound to a narrow hallway opening off the landing. 3 windows lined the outer wall. That should have been impossible, too. From outside, this side of the house had only 1 second-story window and 1 attic dormer. Yet daylight entered all 3. Anwen approached the first. The glass overlooked Halcyon Ridge, not Bellwether Lane. She could see the development's white facades, landscaped courtyards, an unfinished eastern wing beneath a pale sky. A man stood behind one of the distant windows, motionless. Anwen stepped sideways. The second Bellwether window looked onto another property. A school renovation she had approved 2 years earlier. Behind a classroom window stood a child. Still, facing her. The third showed Fenwick Street. Anwen stopped breathing. For years, her memory of that address had reduced itself to documents. Foundation report. Evacuation order. Contractor acknowledgement. Demolition authorization. She preferred records because records did not cry. The view through the glass refused that protection. 31 Fenwick Street stood across from her as it had 14 years earlier, before demolition equipment opened its front wall. Dust hung in the air. A woman stood behind an upstairs window. Dark hair. Narrow face. 1 hand against the glass. Anwen knew her. Not her name. She had made sure of that. In the hearing transcript, the family had been referred to as occupants, tenants, affected residents. Categories were easier. But Anwen remembered the woman standing barefoot in the street after the evacuation, wrapped in a gray cardigan, white with plaster dust. She remembered the attorney asking, "Did you know they were still inside?" The woman behind the window raised 1 hand. Anwen stepped back. No. The word escaped before she could stop it. The woman's lips moved. No sound came through the glass. Anwen leaned closer despite herself. The woman spoke again. This time, Anwen understood. Not from hearing. From recognition. "You saw me." A pressure moved through the house. Every wall gave a small cracking sound at once. Anwen turned toward the staircase. Another flight had appeared above the landing. At its top was a darker corridor and a brass plaque larger than all the others. She raised the flashlight. The engraved words caught the beam. 31 Fenwick Street. Emergency demolition. Below the plaque, 5 names had been added in pencil. A woman. A man. 3 children. The woman's name was Soraya Haddad. Anwen whispered it once. Behind her, every window in the corridor filled with people. And all of them turned to look at her. The people in the windows did not move. That frightened Anwen more than if they had struck the glass. Dozens of faces occupied impossible views into buildings she had inspected over 2 decades. Apartments, schools, garages, offices, stairwells. Some she recognized as occupants. Some as contractors. Some were strangers. All watched her. Then, from far below, something struck stone. Once. Twice. A pause. Then 3 slow blows. Onwin turned toward the staircase. The sound came again. Not from the impossible floors above her. From beneath the house. She descended. The journey took longer than it should have. Plaques passed in reverse order. Fenwick. Miller Street. Cedar Commons. Riverstone. Halcyon Ridge. By the time she reached the original foyer, her knees ached. The basement door stood open. She was certain she had closed it. Cold air moved through the doorway, carrying a smell she recognized immediately. Wet concrete. Burned insulation. And something metallic beneath both. The basement looked larger than before. The diagonal foundation crack had spread from floor to sill, widening until portions of mortar had fallen away. White dust covered the slab. The knocking came again. From beneath her feet. Onwin swept her flashlight across the floor. Near the old boiler, a rectangular section of concrete had split along 4 perfectly straight lines. A hatch. There had been no hatch during her first inspection. She approached. The concrete panel lifted when she hooked her fingers beneath one edge. No hinges. No mechanism. It simply rose. Below it descended a narrow wooden staircase. Onwin shone her light down. The steps continued beyond the beam. Bellwether's basement floor sat only a few feet above the local water table. She knew the topography. She had checked it before authorizing entry. There could not be another full level beneath the slab. She descended anyway. After 23 steps, she reached a corridor. The walls were poured concrete. Doors stood along both sides. Each carried a small metal plate. South Marsh Apartments. The door would not open fully. Something pressed against it from the other side. Onwin pushed harder. The beam of her flashlight entered a room whose ceiling had collapsed to waist height. Splintered joists crossed crushed furniture. A dining table had been flattened beneath plaster and timber. A child's plastic cup protruded from the debris. Onwin backed away. She remembered South Marsh. A ceiling deflection complaint had been withdrawn after the property owner submitted an engineer's letter stating no structural failure had occurred. Official record. No incident. She opened the next door. Water spilled over her shoes. Inside, black water filled a room nearly to the ceiling. A kitchen chair floated upside down. A refrigerator leaned against one wall. On the doorplate, West Pomeroy Residences. Onwin remembered a drainage investigation there. Basement flooding had been reported, then reclassified as a maintenance issue. No insurance claim. No recorded displacement. No municipal liability. The third room smelled burned. Fire had blackened everything inside it. Electrical cable hung from the ceiling like charred vines. A melted smoke detector clung to one wall. Old Quarry Chill Care Center. Her stomach tightened. Onwin had approved corrective electrical work there after an overheated junction box. The final report said there had been no fire. She walked deeper. The corridor descended almost imperceptibly. Door after door. A crushed stairwell. A bathroom twisted sideways as though the building had rolled. A bedroom whose floor had dropped several feet while the walls remained upright. A corridor coated in frozen sprinkler water. A parking structure with a concrete column split open from within. Every plate named an approved project. Every room contained an accident the records denied. Not repairs. Not simulations. Consequences. Preserved here. Transferred here. The knocking became louder. Anwen followed it until the corridor narrowed and the modern concrete gave way to old fieldstone. The last door had no project name. Only a date. 14 years earlier. Anwen's hand stopped inches from the knob. 3 blows sounded from the other side. Then a woman's voice. Very soft. Inspector. Anwen could not answer. The voice came again. You said we had time. Her fingers closed around the knob. The door opened inward. Beyond it was not a room. It was the interior of 31 Fenwick Street. Not reconstructed. Not remembered. Still standing. Dust hung motionless in the air. Half the front wall had already been torn away. Through it, Anwen could see the steel bucket of a demolition excavator suspended outside. 5 people stood in the second-floor hallway. Soraya Haddad was among them. And on the wall beside her was an inspection notice signed by Anwen Cole. Under Anwen's signature, someone had added a line she had never seen before. Original low decipted. Anwen did not step into Fenwick Street. Not yet. She stood beneath Bellwether House with one hand still on the open door and stared at the demolition scene preserved beyond it. Soraya Haddad was not looking at the excavator. She was looking directly at Anwen. That was impossible. The woman belonged to a moment 14 years old. Yet her eyes followed Anwen when she moved. The 3 children stood behind her in the hallway. One boy held a red backpack against his chest. The youngest girl had no shoes. Anwen remembered the backpack. She had seen it in one of the newspaper photographs. She had not remembered the girl. "Where is your husband?" Anwen asked before she could stop herself. Soraya's expression did not change. A man's voice answered from somewhere deeper inside the damaged house. Under the stairs. Then the preserved scene flickered. Not vanished. Shifted. For a fraction of a second, Anwen saw the same hallway crushed downward, the ceiling nearly touching the floor. Then it returned to the moment before collapse. She closed the door. The knocking stopped. Only then did she notice the corridor continuing past it. A narrow opening had appeared in the fieldstone wall. No door. No plaque. Beyond it, shelves disappeared into darkness. Anwen entered. The room smelled unlike the rest of Bellwether. Paper. Dust. Old glue. Dry cardboard. An archive. Metal shelving units stood in rows, packed with bankers' boxes, rolled plans, permit folders, microfilm cases, and leather-bound ledgers whose spines had cracked with age. On the nearest shelf, a label read, "Corrected Cockadings, 1960 to 1971. The next shelf continued the dates. Then another. And another. Decades. Anwen pulled the first box she could reach. Inside were transfer orders. Not repair orders. Not inspection reports. Transfer orders. Each document used the same bureaucratic language. Hazard accepted for reassignment. Liability displaced from active parcel. Receiving structure confirmed. Signatures appeared at the bottom. Inspectors. Department heads. City attorneys. Developers. Structural engineers. Some names she recognized from plaques in municipal conference rooms. Some belonged to men whose retirement photographs still hung upstairs in the annex. Bellwether had not been an error in the database. It had been policy. She opened another folder. A hotel fire escape failure transferred in 1984. A school roof collapse transferred in 1992. A parking garage spalling event transferred in 1999. A nursing home sprinkler failure transferred 6 years later. Every public record described correction without injury. Every transfer order documented the injury elsewhere. Here. Anwen's hands began to shake only when she found the Fenwick file. It was thicker than the others. 31 Fenwick Street. She placed it on a steel table. The first pages were familiar. Inspection photographs. Foundation cracking. Settlement. Evacuation recommendation. Emergency demolition request. Her own notes. Then came photographs she had never seen. Time-stamped from the morning of demolition. Soraya in the upstairs hallway. Her husband, Kareem, carrying cardboard boxes. 3 children in separate rooms. Department employees stood in one photograph near the front door, speaking to them, while demolition equipment waited outside. The family had not merely been inside. The city had photographed them inside. Anwen turned the page. A handwritten note was clipped to her authorization. Inspector Cole advised occupants remain in structure. Proceeding authority retained due schedule and liability exposure. She recognized Gerald Pike's handwriting. He had been a junior administrator then. Another note followed. Different handwriting. Older. Receiving property requires occupied burden. Vacant structure insufficient for continued transfer volume. Fenwick residents approved as foundational load. Anwen read it twice. Then a third time. Her stomach turned cold. The family had not been moved accidentally into danger. They had been selected. Below the note was a form she had never signed. But her name was on it. Transfer origin abortion. Anwen Cole. The signature had been copied from the demolition order. Attached beneath it was a Polaroid of Bellwether House. The photograph showed the front porch 14 years earlier. 5 people stood behind the upstairs windows. Soraya. Kareem. The children. Already there. Anwen stumbled backward from the table. A final sheet slid from the folder and landed face up on the floor. At the top, human load cap catches review. 5 names were listed. 4 had been crossed out over the years. Soraya Haddad's remained. Below hers was a sixth line. Fresh pencil. Still pale. Anwen Cole, pending acceptance. From behind the shelves came Gerald Pike's voice. You weren't supposed to find that until after you signed the next inspection. Anwen turned. Gerald stood between two shelving rows, with his coat still buttoned, as though he had only stepped in from the street. No dust marked his shoulders. No mud marked his shoes. You knew, Anwen said. Gerald looked at the Fenwick file on the floor. Yes. The simplicity of the answer struck harder than denial. For 14 years, longer than that. Anwen glanced toward the shelves. You were part of this before Fenwick. I processed records. I didn't choose the system. You signed transfer orders. So did half the department. That is not an answer. Gerald gave her a tired look. You always liked that sentence. Anwen stepped toward him. What is bellwether? He did not respond immediately. Somewhere beyond the archive walls, wood splintered. A distant scream rose and ended abruptly. Gerald did not flinch. Bellwether is where corrected conditions go. That means nothing. It means exactly what the paperwork says. He moved to the steel table and placed both hands on it. Cities are full of defects, Anwen, not metaphorical defects. Actual ones. Bad soil, cheap concrete, overloaded circuits, compromised joists, missing fire stops, contractors who lie, owners who delay, inspectors who miss things. Buildings fail faster than municipalities can tolerate. So you hide the failures. We relocate them. The house groaned around them. Gerald continued. Decades ago, someone discovered that an identified hazard could be separated from its original structure if the receiving property was legally designated to accept it. Anwen stared at him. Identified by whom? An inspector. The word changed the temperature of the room. Gerald tapped one of the forms. Inspection language is not description here. It is mechanism. Once a condition is formally recognized, coded, entered, and assigned responsibility, bellwether can carry it. Anwen thought of Auburn Street. The split tread vanishing while the report remained only a draft. You don't even need to submit it. No, intent is enough once you're inside the chain. The phrase made her feel sick. Gerald gestured toward the shelves. Think about the numbers. Fatal collapses that never occurred. Fires contained before ignition. Stair failures corrected before anyone fell. Water intrusion discovered just in time. Developers complete projects. Families remain housed. Schools stay open. Tax bases remain intact. And what happens here? Gerald's eyes shifted toward the wall. Another impact sounded below them. The condition still has to happen somewhere. Anwen pictured the rooms beneath bellwether. Crushed furniture. Black water. Burned walls. You built a sacrificial house. No one alive built it. Then, who did? We don't know. For the first time, Gerald sounded afraid. Bellwether appears in records going back further than the department itself. Different names, different parcel numbers, same function. Anwen looked at the Fenwick file. And the Haddads? Gerald's jaw tightened. The original structure could absorb isolated events. By the time of Fenwick, the transfer volume had increased. New construction, liability exposure, larger projects. You needed people. We needed occupancy. You needed victims. We needed continuity. Anwen struck the table with her palm. The sound cracked through the archive. 3 children. Gerald looked down. They were supposed to be relocated after stabilization. Were they? No. Why? Because occupied loads hold better. For several seconds, Anwen heard only her own breathing. Then she understood the photographs. Fenwick had not simply been demolished while the family remained inside. Her authorization had supplied the legal language that converted them from occupants into structural burden. Her signature had not witnessed the system. It had fed it. You used my demolition order. Gerald nodded. You declared the building unsafe while acknowledging continued occupancy. That created the transfer condition. I didn't know. No. He looked at her with something almost like pity. But Bellwether does not distinguish between ignorance and consent. A violent concussion rolled through the floor. Dust poured from the ceiling. Anwen grabbed the table. For an instant, the archive disappeared. She saw Soraya beneath a collapsing ceiling. Karim trapped under a staircase. One child coughing in smoke. Another waist-deep in freezing water. Then another collapse. Another fire. Another flood. Again. 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 14 years of disasters meant for other people. When the vision released her, Anwen was on her knees. Gerald stood above her. That is why they remain, he said quietly. Every safe building you approved needed somewhere for the unsafe version of it to exist. Anwen looked toward the dark passage leading back to Fenwick. What does the house want from me? Gerald's face tightened. It doesn't want anything. From somewhere beneath the archive, Soraya screamed. Gerald looked toward the sound. Then back at Anwen. The department does. A printer began running in the darkness behind the shelves. One page slid onto the floor. At the top were the words, Final Occupancy Inspection, Bellwether House. And beneath them, Assign Inspector, Anwen Cole. Anwen carried the final occupancy form upstairs. Gerald followed her as far as the basement stairs. You can't close Bellwether, he said. She did not turn. I'm not closing it. The foyer had changed again. The walls were webbed with cracks. Sections of plaster had fallen away, exposing lath blackened by old fires. Water dripped from the ceiling, although the roof above remained dry. The staircase had multiplied into overlapping flights, each leading toward landings crowded with brass plaques. Every transferred condition was accumulating at once. Anwen opened the form on her tablet. Final occupancy inspection, Bellwether House. The status field waited. Gerald reached the foyer. Listen to me. If you condemn it, nothing changes. Bellwether has been condemned before. I know. That designation is part of what makes it useful. Anwen looked up. Gerald's face had gone pale. Unsafe structures can receive unsafe conditions, she said. He stared at her. Understanding came slowly. No. Onwin selected the inspection result. Approved for occupancy. Gerald crossed the room in 3 steps. Onwin. She moved away. A structurally sound property cannot be designated as a receiving structure for unresolved hazards. You have no idea what that will do. Yes, I do. No. You know what the forms say. That's not the same thing. For 14 years, she had hidden behind the same distinction. Procedure was not consequence. Authority was not choice. A signature was not a hand on someone's back. She looked at Gerald. The city wanted paperwork to make reality behave. On, when. Then let it. She began the certification. Foundation, satisfactory. Exterior walls, satisfactory. Means of egress, satisfactory. Stairways, satisfactory. Fire separation, satisfactory. Electrical systems, satisfactory. Occupancy conditions, satisfactory. Each word felt obscene. Around them, Bellwether reacted. The loose handrail pulled itself toward the wall. Brackets slid into plaster with metallic clicks. The cracked stair tread closed along its grain. Above them, one impossible landing folded upward and vanished into the ceiling. Gerald grabbed her wrist. Stop. Anwen pulled free. For the first time in her career, she did not check whether her language was defensible. She checked whether it was final. At the bottom of the form, I certify that the property is in compliance with applicable and fit for occupancy. She signed. The house inhaled. There was no other word for it. Every window flexed inward. Floorboards rose beneath her shoes. The walls tightened with a deep wooden groan. Then Bellwether became still. Gerald whispered, "What have you done?" Onwin's tablet began vibrating. 1 notification. Then 10. Then dozens. Active inspection alerts filled the screen. Halcyon Ridge, foundation failure. A burned street, stair collapse. Cedar Commonance, sprinkler system loss. Riverstone Court, and structural movement. Names poured downward faster than she could read them. Gerald took out his phone. It rang before he could unlock it. He answered. Onwin heard shouting from the other end. "Where?" Gerald said. A pause. His face changed. "How many buildings?" Another pause. He lowered the phone. From outside came a distant sound like thunder. Anwen walked to the front door. Bellwether Lane was visible. Beyond the trees, toward Boston, a column of dark dust rose above the suburbs. Another followed farther east. Sirens began somewhere beyond Henshaw Avenue. Gerald came up behind her. They're returning. Onwin said nothing. All of them, he continued. Everything transferred, every delayed failure, every avoided load. The buildings are receiving what belonged to them. People are inside those buildings. So were the Haddids. Gerald flinched. The ground shifted. Not violently, just enough for the porch columns to lean. In the distance, The skyline appeared through a break in the clouds. At first, Anwen thought the light was distorting it. Then she saw one tower tilt. Another followed. Not collapsing. Bending. As though the entire city had been constructed on a surface, slowly giving way. Windows shattered somewhere far off, the sound arriving seconds later like brittle rain. Anwen looked at her tablet. The final occupancy certificate remained green. Pravd. Then a new message appeared beneath it. Receiving property no longer eligible. A second line typed itself. Repalace load required. Behind her, Bellwether's front door slammed shut. The windows went black. Gerald disappeared. The foyer disappeared. Anwen felt the floor drop away beneath her. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on smooth concrete in complete darkness. Something slid across the floor and touched her hand. Paper. She found it by feel. An inspection notice. At the bottom was a new property designation. Receiving in structure. Anwen Cole. Anwen learned the dimensions of the room by touch. 9 steps from one wall to the other. 7 across. Concrete floor. Concrete walls. Concrete ceiling, low enough that when she raised her hand, her fingertips brushed it. No windows. One steel door. No handle on her side. The inspection notice lay beside her. Receiving in structure. Anwen Cole. Below that designation, a second section had appeared. Initial condition. Wantation settlement. The floor shifted. Anwen fell against the wall. A crack opened beneath her palm with a sound like a knuckle breaking. Then came silence. She waited for another movement. None followed. Instead, somewhere beyond the concrete, she heard screaming. Not one voice. Hundreds. The returning failures. Boston receiving what Bellwether had carried for decades. Anwen pressed her ear to the wall. Concrete groaned. Pipes ruptured somewhere far above. Glass cascaded in distant bursts. Then, gradually, the sounds diminished. Not because the failures had stopped. Because something had changed. A vibration moved through her body. The crack beneath her hand widened. And the city became quiet. Anwen understood before the next notice arrived. Paper scraped beneath the door. She picked it up. Halcyon Ridge, station displace. Transfersiapt. The crack in her room lengthened across the wall. Somewhere above, a deep structural groan ceased. Another notice arrived. Cedar Commons, fire separation fissure. Heat spread through the concrete behind her. Another. West Pomeroy, water intrusion. Cold water seeped beneath the wall and pooled around her shoes. The city was stabilizing. Bellwether had found its replacement load. Her. For an unknowable stretch of time, Anwen stood in darkness while corrected conditions entered the room one by one. The floor tilted. The ceiling bowed. Smoke leaked through invisible seams and disappeared. Water rose to her ankles, then drained without leaving a stain. One wall grew hot enough to blister her palm. Another became cold enough to gather frost. She did not know whether hours passed or days. There was no clock, only paperwork. Eventually, exhaustion dragged her to the floor. When she woke, another notice waited beneath the door. That became morning. Every morning afterward was defined the same way. Paper scraping concrete. A new address. A new defect. A new place somewhere above declared safe. At first, Anwen refused to inspect them. She tore the notices in half. The pieces reappeared beneath the door intact. She stopped reading them. Then the conditions arrived without warning. A stair failure dropped part of the floor beneath her. An electrical fault filled the room with the smell of burned insulation. A failed ceiling joist pressed the concrete downward until she could barely crawl. Eventually, she began doing what she had always done. She inspected. She measured cracks with her fingers, tested floor movement beneath her feet, listened for hollow concrete, counted seconds between drips. She had no tablet. So she wrote observations on the backs of previous notices using fragments of pencil that sometimes appeared beside the morning paperwork. Compliance became survival. Weeks might have passed. Years might have. Then one morning, she noticed something missing. The Haddads. She had grown accustomed to hearing them beneath her. Soraya coughing through smoke. A child crying when water entered their room. Kareem striking stone 3 times. Again and again, the family had absorbed whatever Bellwether demanded. Now there was nothing below. Anwen pressed herself against the floor. Soraya. Silence. She struck the concrete 3 times. Waited. Nothing answered. The realization came without comfort. The family was no longer carrying the city. Whether they had been freed, erased, or finally allowed to die, Anwen could not know. For the first time in 14 years, they were quiet. Anwen sat with her back against the wall and closed her eyes. She had once believed responsibility could be divided into fields on a form. Owner. Contractor. Occupant. Inspector. She understood now what Bellwether had always known. A burden could be transferred. Responsibility could not. Something scratched overhead. Anwen opened her eyes. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Pencil against plaster. She stood beneath the ceiling. A voice came faintly through the concrete. Young. Unfamiliar. Why are there measurements on the wall? Another voice answered. Professional. Calm. Probably an old inspector. Anwen struck the ceiling with both hands. Get out. No response. Above her, the pencil moved again. A short horizontal cut. Then another. Someone was measuring the walls of a room that should not exist. Paper slid beneath Anwen's door. This notice was different. There was no defect listed. Only a new occupancy designation. Bellwether House. Inspection. Stuck active. Crunk resident. Anwen Cole. At the bottom, beneath her name, a second line slowly appeared in fresh pencil. Next, load pending. Above her, the scratching stopped. Then someone knocked 3 times on the wall. And Anwen heard herself answer. Bellwether House was built from a comforting idea. That danger can be moved somewhere else, far enough away that the people who benefit no longer have to see its cost. Anwen spent her career believing procedure could separate responsibility from consequence. In the end, the house forces her to live inside that distinction. Perhaps the haunting was never the cracks, collapsing rooms, or impossible floors. Perhaps it was the habit of calling suffering a corrected condition. If safety required someone else to carry the hidden damage, would you still call the building safe? Story 2. The first strange thing Nathan Cole heard that night was his own breathing. At the Meridian Radio Observatory, breathing was not supposed to exist unless someone had left a microphone open. The control room sat beneath a low concrete roof at the edge of Western Australia's red interior, surrounded by dishes that looked pale and skeletal under the stars. By day, heat shivered above the access road and flies gathered against the windows. By night, the whole installation seemed to have been dropped onto another planet. The air cooled quickly. The scrub vanished into blackness. The dishes moved in long, patient arcs, listening past weather, satellites, aircraft, and the weak electrical muttering of human civilization. Nathan had always loved that part. Silence made astronomy feel honest. He was alone in the primary control room except for Priya Voss, the night systems engineer, who sat 2 consoles away with one shoe hooked beneath her chair. On the wall, 3 monitors displayed a calibration run from an empty region beyond the galactic plane. The run was routine. Check receiver stability, isolate interference, confirm timing drift, move on. Then, the breathing appeared. Priya lifted her head. Did you patch audio into channel 6? No. You're sure? Nathan gave her a look. She held up both hands. Professional question. The signal itself was almost nothing. A narrow spike buried in noise. It should have been discarded automatically, but the software had classified it as structured modulation and saved a short waveform for review. Priya played it again. Static filled the room, dry and soft. Then came a breath. Nathan stopped moving. Not because the sound was frightening, because it was familiar. There are noises a person recognizes without ever having studied them. The way a parent clears a throat, the click of a partner's tongue before an argument, the small involuntary sounds one makes when no one else is meant to be listening. Nathan knew the breath. He leaned toward the speaker. The static trembled. A man whispered, "I'm sorry." Priya glanced at him. Nathan said nothing. The voice continued, badly degraded. "I should have told them it was yours." A wash of noise swallowed the next few words. Nathan's hand tightened around the edge of the desk. Priya replayed the clip. This time the words felt nearer. "I should have told them it was yours. I knew what would happen if..." The recording broke into a hard burst of interference. Nathan stood so quickly his chair rolled backward. "What?" Priya asked. "Nothing. That didn't sound like nothing." He crossed to the diagnostics station and opened the raw capture. Receiver 7. Western arm. No maintenance flag. No local transmitter log. No aircraft crossing the exclusion zone. The timestamp matched the present calibration sequence, and the signal had arrived through the dish, not through the control room network. That mattered. It meant the voice had come from the sky. Priya was watching him now. "You know who that sounds like?" Nathan stared at the waveform. He had spent 15 years hearing his own voice in lectures, interviews, grant panels, documentary clips, conference recordings. The resonance was slightly deeper in the capture, as if the speaker were exhausted or ill, but there was no mistaking the clipped consonants or the faint nasal drag on certain words. "Yes," he said. Priya waited. Nathan forced a smile that felt mechanically assembled. "It sounds like me." Outside, one of the dishes began to rotate. Then another. Priya frowned at her console. "That isn't in the schedule." Nathan looked through the dark window. Across the plain, dish after dish was turning away from the calibration target. Not quickly. Not violently. Deliberately. All of them were aligning toward a patch of sky, the array database listed as observationally empty. The speakers crackled again. Nathan expected static. Instead, his own voice returned, clearer than before. This time, it said his name. Then, after a pause long enough to feel like someone choosing the exact words, it whispered, "Nathan, tomorrow you will do it again." For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Outside the control room windows, the dishes held their new position, as if waiting for an answer. Nathan stared at the speakers. Priya finally said, "Do it again?" He hated the way the phrase sounded in someone else's mouth. "Play the whole capture." She did. Static. His breathing. His voice apologizing. Then the warning. "Nathan, tomorrow you will do it again." Priya lowered the volume. "That isn't some archived interview, is it?" "No." "A conference recording?" "No." "You want me to call security?" Nathan almost laughed. Security at Meridian consisted of 2 guards, a locked gate, and an electronic log designed mainly to stop tourists from wandering close enough to contaminate observations with mobile phones. There was no procedure for a radio telescope receiving a private confession from the future. "Not yet," he said. "Isolate the system first." That answer came easily. Containment always came easily to Nathan. By sunrise, the array had returned to its scheduled position without instruction. The anomalous recording had been copied to an offline drive, and Priya had agreed not to circulate it until they ruled out interference. Nathan drove back to the residential compound beneath a whitening sky. His house stood at the end of a row of identical staff units, all metal roofs and shaded verandas. Inside, framed photographs lined one wall. Nathan beside visiting ministers, Nathan receiving the Southern Sky Medal, Nathan at Cambridge, Nathan beneath the title slide of the Cole Deep Pattern model. He avoided looking at that one. The model had made his career. It was still cited in papers on anomalous signal discrimination, still taught to postgraduate students, still described in profiles as Nathan Cole's breakthrough. The first version had not been his. Felix Orr had written it. Nathan made coffee and opened his laptop. He searched Felix's name, even though he knew exactly what he would find. Dr. Felix Orr. radio astronomer, systems theorist, missing 11 years, presumed dead. The official photograph showed a narrow-faced man with unruly dark hair and the uncomfortable expression of someone who had been told to smile at the wrong moment. Nathan closed the page. Memory arrived anyway. Felix standing beside a whiteboard covered in equations. Felix saying, "It isn't filtering noise, it's recognizing absence." Nathan answering, "That sentence won't survive peer review." Felix laughing. Then the experiment. Then the alarms. Then an instrumentation room full of heat and the smell of burned insulation. Afterward, Nathan had told investigators that Felix's model had been unstable. That part was true. He had told them Felix ignored safety limits. Possibly true. He had told them the theoretical framework had been developed collaboratively. That was where truth became something softer, more useful. Felix disappeared during the failed run. No body was found. No credible trace remained. 6 months later, Nathan published the cleaned mathematics under his own name. He had spent 11 years calling that decision survival. By late afternoon, sleep had become impossible. At the observatory, Priya met him before he reached the control room. "You need to hear something." Her face had changed. Not panic. Something worse. Professional disbelief. The second recording had been captured just after midday, while the array was pointed toward a pulsar field. Nathan listened through headphones. A woman was crying. Not dramatically. Quietly, breathlessly, as if hiding from someone. "Please," she whispered. "Tell Simon I didn't leave because of him." Nathan looked at Priya. The woman continued, "I thought there would be more time." A scraping sound followed. Then 3 shallow breaths. Then silence. "Who is she?" Nathan asked. Priya turned one monitor toward him. The signal contained embedded modulation the system had interpreted as fragments of ordinary digital traffic, location data, a surname, pieces of a social media profile. They had found her. Her name was Elise Warren. 32. Primary school teacher. Living outside Bristol, England. Nathan stared at a recent photograph of her standing beside a garden fence, smiling into daylight. Could be fabricated. I thought so too. Priya clicked another window. A live video feed appeared. A classroom. Children's artwork covered the walls. At the front stood the same woman from the photograph, speaking to parents during an evening school event. Alive. Nathan watched her gesture toward a display board. Priya said quietly, "The recording metadata says the voice was received exactly 24 hours before tomorrow's corresponding capture window." Nathan felt cold, despite the heat lingering in the building. On the screen, Elise Warren laughed at something a parent said. Then she turned toward the camera. For one impossible second, Nathan had the sensation that she was looking directly at him. The observatory speakers activated behind them. Static rose. And Elise Warren's recorded voice whispered once more. "I thought there would be more time." Nathan did not leave the observatory that night. Neither did Priya. They built a temporary monitoring station in the secondary analysis room, disconnected from Meridian's internal network except for a single encrypted line. Every anomalous capture was duplicated onto 2 offline drives. Priya wrote a script to compare timestamps, frequency characteristics, geographic metadata, and waveform structure. Nathan checked every result manually. It was easier to work than to think about Felix. At exactly the corresponding moment the next evening, Elise Warren disappeared. Nathan watched it happen through fragments, not directly. There was no dramatic footage, no camera showing a woman dissolving into air. There were only consequences. A parent live-streamed the school fundraiser. Elise appeared near the refreshment table, speaking to another teacher. The camera turned toward a group of children singing. When it moved back, Elise was gone. Her handbag remained beneath the table. Her coat was still hanging behind the classroom door. Her mobile phone lay on a stack of exercise books. Police arrived later. Then journalists. Then photographs of Elise began appearing online beneath the word missing. Nathan refreshed local news reports until his eyes hurt. No witness had seen her leave. No vehicle had collected her. Security cameras showed no unexplained exit. Search teams checked surrounding streets, buildings, drainage areas, railway lines. Nothing. By midnight in Western Australia, the observatory had collected 4 more voices. A man in Osaka apologized to his younger brother for selling their mother's apartment without telling him. A woman in Quebec whispered that she should have believed her daughter. A retired mechanic in Johannesburg repeated, "I knew it wasn't safe," 6 times before the signal ended. The 4th voice belonged to a teenage boy somewhere in Argentina who said only one sentence. I didn't mean for everyone to laugh. Each recording carried enough secondary data for Priya to identify the speaker. Each person was alive. Nathan checked personally. The mechanic had posted a photograph, less than an hour earlier. The woman in Quebec had made a routine bank transaction. The teenager appeared in the background of a live football training video. 24 hours later, each was gone. Possessions remained. Beds remained unmade. Meals cooled on tables. Shoes were found beside doors. In Osaka, the man's wife reported hearing him speaking in the bathroom. She heard water running. She heard him cough. Then nothing. When she opened the door, his clothes were folded on a stool. The shower was still running. No body was ever found. Nathan began writing the names by hand. He did not know why. Elise Warren, Hiro Tanaka, Monique Caron, Samuel Dubé, Mateo Alvarez. The list looked different on paper. Less like data. More like responsibility. Priya stood behind him. You think the recordings are predicting it? Nathan stared at the names. No. She waited. He rubbed his eyes. Prediction implies observation. This feels more like scheduling. Priya said nothing for several seconds. Then she asked, "Scheduled by what?" Nathan did not answer. Outside, the dishes were moving again. The same empty coordinates. Every time. They had checked star catalogs, radio surveys, infrared maps, pulsar databases, satellite records. There was nothing remarkable there. No known source. No unusual gravitational lens. No catalogued object close enough to explain the signal strength. Just darkness. Yet the array kept turning toward it whenever another voice arrived. Nathan opened the newest capture. The waveform was different. Closer. Stronger. Priya leaned over his shoulder. Local contamination? No. He isolated the modulation. A breath sounded through the speakers. Both of them froze. The voice was male. Australian accent. Middle-aged. Nathan did not recognize it at first. Then the speaker coughed. Priya stepped backward. She knew that cough. Everyone at Meridian did. The recording continued. I should have told Nathan. Nathan felt the room contract around him. The voice belonged to Martin Vale, Meridian's operations director. His supervisor. The man who had signed Nathan's promotion 11 years earlier. I knew Felix hadn't authorized it, Martin said. Priya stared at Nathan. Nathan could not look at her. The signal crackled. Martin's breathing became uneven. I thought protecting one career was better than destroying two. A long pause followed. Then Martin whispered, almost too softly to hear, Nathan, if you're listening, don't let them point the array there again. The recording ended. Nathan looked toward the observation window. Across the desert, all 36 dishes were already turning. And in the corridor behind them, Martin Vale's office door opened. Martin Vale stepped into the corridor, carrying a paper cup of coffee. He stopped when he saw Nathan and Priya staring at him. What? Neither answered. Martin looked from one face to the other, then toward the control room where every status panel showed the same impossible command. The dishes were turning. All 36 of them. Who authorized that? Martin asked. No one, Priya said. Martin set down his coffee. Nathan watched his supervisor's hands. They were steady. Tomorrow, according to the recording, those hands would belong to a missing man. Martin, Nathan said, we need to shut down the array. The older man frowned. Because the mounts are drifting? They're not drifting. Nathan played him the recording. Martin listened without moving. His own future voice filled the room. I knew Felix hadn't authorized it. Something changed in Martin's face then. Not surprise, but recognition arriving too early. When the recording ended, he took a long breath. Turn everything off. They began with the obvious explanations. Network intrusion. The control system was physically separated from external traffic. Priya killed the remaining links anyway. The dishes kept moving. Timing corruption. They disconnected the observatory from GPS synchronization and switched to local atomic reference. The target coordinates did not change. Software failure. They shut down the scheduling servers. One by one, the screens went black. Outside, the dishes continued rotating. Nathan felt something cold settle behind his ribs. Each antenna had local emergency controls intended for maintenance. Those systems were electrically independent of the primary scheduler. Priya contacted technicians at 3 separate dishes. "Manual lock," she ordered. The first technician engaged it. The dish stopped for perhaps 5 seconds. Then its motors restarted. The technician swore over the radio. "I've cut command input. Cut motor power." I did. In the control room, Nathan watched the antenna continue turning. Martin whispered, "That's impossible." No one corrected him. By dawn, they had tested interference from aircraft, satellites, maintenance transmitters, faulty receivers, corrupted ephemeris files, electromagnetic coupling, spoofed telemetry, clock drift, even deliberate sabotage by staff. Every theory failed differently. The worst discovery came from Priya. "They aren't moving together." Nathan looked at her. "What do you mean?" "They only look synchronized." She enlarged the logs. Each dish had selected the coordinates independently. Different command paths. Different timestamps. Different mechanical responses. But the final pointing solution was identical. Nathan wrote the coordinates on paper. Right ascension. Declination. An empty place in the sky. He searched Meridian's historical archive. The coordinates appeared nowhere in recent observation schedules. He broadened the search. Nothing. Then he searched the old experiment database. A result appeared. 11 years old. Nathan stopped breathing. Project designation, OR Nair 3. Principal investigator, Dr. Felix Orr. He opened the file. Most of it had been archived after Felix vanished. Instrument configurations. Receiver temperatures. Calibration notes. Pages of mathematical annotations Nathan recognized immediately because fragments of them had later become the cold, deep pattern model. His model. Felix's handwriting. Nathan scrolled faster. The experiment had not originally been aimed at detecting faint objects. Felix had been measuring persistent regions of anomalous absence. Areas where background radiation seemed marginally too smooth, as though random cosmic noise had been removed rather than never produced. Nathan remembered mocking the phrase, recognizing absence. He found Felix's final observing schedule. One coordinate was highlighted. The same coordinate the dishes were pointing toward now. Beside it, Felix had typed a note. Do not integrate longer than necessary. Nathan opened the next file. An unsent internal message addressed to him. Nathan, the problem is not that there is nothing there. The problem is that the nothing is consistent. Noise does not organize itself into silence. He read it twice. Below the message was an audio attachment. Priya and Martin stood behind him as Nathan pressed play. Felix's voice emerged through 11 years of compression hiss. If you're hearing this, Nathan, you probably ran the model again. Nathan closed his eyes. Felix continued. You'll think the array found the coordinates. A faint sound pulsed underneath his voice. Not static. Breathing. Then Felix said, it didn't. Nathan opened his eyes. On every darkened control monitor, the same coordinates suddenly appeared in white text. Felix's recording finished. The coordinates found the array. Felix's voice disappeared into hiss. For several seconds, the control room remained silent. Then something knocked 3 times inside the speakers. Nathan looked at Priya. "Run the attachment again." I didn't touch it. The knock came once more. Not electronic. Wood against wood. A hollow, domestic sound. Martin moved toward the audio rack. Residual data? Priya shook her head. There shouldn't be any data. The receiver chain is isolated. Another sound emerged. Floorboards creaking. Slow footsteps crossed an invisible room. Nathan stared through the windows at the dishes, all of them fixed on the same empty coordinates. A telephone began ringing. Not a mobile ringtone. An old mechanical bell, harsh and metallic. Martin's face drained of color. Nathan turned. "You recognize it?" Martin did not answer. The telephone rang 4 times. A woman called faintly from somewhere beyond the speakers. "Martin, tea's getting cold." Martin stepped backward. His coffee cup tipped from the console and struck the floor. "My mother," he said. The words barely came out. "She died 19 years ago." Priya muted the speakers. The ringing continued. She disconnected the audio output. It continued. Nathan realized the sound was now coming from the ceiling speaker used for emergency announcements. Priya killed that circuit too. The ringing moved to a technician's radio in the corridor. Then another sound joined it. A door opening. Priya made a small noise. Nathan looked at her. She was staring at nothing. "What?" "That hinge." The door creaked again. Priya whispered, "My bedroom door did that." No one moved. The array should have been receiving radio emissions from a region billions of light years deep. Instead, it was playing houses. By nightfall, the entire staff had been called into the main operations building. Nathan said nothing about Felix's warning at first. He framed the event as a severe instrumentation anomaly and ordered everyone to document recognizable sounds without discussing them with one another. The results destroyed coincidence. Technician Amara Singh heard rain striking the corrugated roof of the house where she had grown up near Geraldton. Data analyst Owen Price heard his father sharpening a kitchen knife before Sunday roasts. A maintenance worker heard a dog scratching against a childhood bedroom door. Another heard the springs of an old bunk bed. Priya heard someone humming through a wall. No 2 memories matched. But every sound came from childhood. And almost everyone involved a room in which the listener had once slept. Nathan heard nothing. That frightened him more than the others. He remained beside the primary console, while staff filled pages with descriptions. The coordinates remained unchanged. Empty sky. No source. No object. No transmitter. Near midnight, the dishes made a minute correction. The speakers activated simultaneously. Everyone stopped talking. For a moment, there was only static. Then Nathan heard wind moving through leaves. A radiator ticking. The faint rattle of a loose window pane. His chest tightened. He knew this room. He had not thought about it in decades. Blue wallpaper. A narrow bed beneath the window. A model of Saturn hanging from fishing line above a desk. His childhood bedroom in Sussex. Nathan gripped the console. Someone in the room began crying. The sounds multiplied. Dozens of rooms layered together. Floorboards. Parents downstairs. Televisions behind walls. Water moving through old pipes. Children breathing beneath blankets. Each member of staff heard something different, yet everyone reacted at once. The impossible broadcast was individualized. Nathan finally understood what had been wrong with every theory. They had assumed the array was receiving one signal. It was not. Whatever occupied those coordinates was selecting the listener and producing something from inside them. Not transmission. Recognition. His childhood telephone began ringing. Nathan remembered it immediately. Beige plastic, long twisted cord sitting on the landing outside his room. It rang twice, then stopped. A man's voice spoke from beyond his bedroom door. Nathan's father. Nathan? His father had been dead for 7 years. Nathan could not breathe. The voice continued. "There's someone on the telephone for you." The staff had gone utterly still. Nathan knew, with a certainty that made his stomach turn, that no one else could hear these words. He whispered, "Who?" His father answered from 35 years away. "That boy from the observatory." Nathan closed his eyes. The bedroom door creaked open inside the speakers. Felix Orr said softly, "You still haven't told them what you did." Felix's voice vanished, but Nathan remained standing with one hand braced against the console. No one asked what he had heard. That almost made it worse. Around him, the night staff were recovering from their own private rooms, their own doors, parents, dogs, radiators, floorboards. Whatever had spoken through the array had given each of them something intimate enough to make questions feel indecent. Nathan left the control room before anyone could stop him. Beneath Meridian's main operations building was an older level that did not appear on public floor plans. The original instrumentation bunker had been constructed when the observatory still relied on bulky analog hardware requiring thick shielding and naturally cool rooms. Most of it had been emptied years ago. One room had not. Or Laboratory 3. After Felix vanished, investigators sealed it. Nathan had signed the closure order himself. The corridor smelled of dust and warm concrete. His footsteps echoed beneath exposed pipes until he reached a steel door painted the same institutional cream as the walls. A red notice remained attached to it. Restricted. Equipment facial investigation. Nathan removed the old seal. The lock opened with his staff override. Cold air touched his face. The room beyond should have been dead. Instead, something was humming. Nathan switched on the lights. Half of them flickered awake. Old equipment racks filled the chamber. Signal processors, timing units, obsolete storage arrays, handwritten labels faded yellow around the edges. At the far wall, a bank of indicator lamps glowed green. Nathan stopped. 11 years. The equipment had been running for 11 years. He approached the racks slowly. The configuration returned to him in fragments. Felix, standing barefoot on the anti-static flooring because his shoes had split. Felix arguing that cosmic background noise contained statistical holes. Felix insisting that absence could carry structure. And Nathan telling him he needed repeatable results before anyone important would listen. He found the original integration controller. Its display showed an active process. No source coordinates were listed. Only one line. Listener lock, Estebelschicht. Nathan unplugged the network cable. Nothing changed. He cut the external data connection. The process continued. Then he noticed the storage counter. Bafford recordings. Thousands of them. He opened the earliest file. Static filled the room. Then Priya's voice said, "If this is really a memory, why can all of us hear it at once?" Nathan froze. Priya had never said that. Not yet. The recording ended. He opened another. Martin Vale, voice shaking. "Tomorrow isn't where these signals are coming from." Another. Amara Singh crying. "I can hear my daughter, but she hasn't been born." Nathan stepped away from the console. These were not archived conversations. They were conversations waiting to occur. He searched the database for his own name. Hundreds of results appeared. Most were corrupted. Some were only breaths. One contained Nathan saying, "Tell them everything." Another contained him whispering, "I can't." Another was only screaming. Then he saw a file labeled with two names. Cole ORR. His fingers became cold on the keyboard. The recording began with static. Then Felix spoke. "You took your time." Nathan stared at the speaker. His own recorded voice answered. "You're dead." "No." "Then where are you?" A pause. Felix breathed slowly. "That question only makes sense if you think distance is the problem." Nathan's future voice said nothing. Felix continued. "You told them the experiment failed because you needed it to fail. You needed the room closed. You needed my work to become something you could explain. That isn't why. It is exactly why." Nathan heard himself inhale. Then his recorded voice asked, "What did we find?" The hum of the equipment deepened. Felix answered, "Not we." A long silence. "You found a way to listen." Another pause. "I found what was listening back." Nathan's skin prickled. The recording had nearly reached its end when his future voice asked one final question. "When does this conversation happen?" Felix laughed softly. It was the same awkward laugh Nathan remembered from the whiteboard 11 years earlier. "That depends which one of us you mean." The file ended. Behind Nathan, something clicked. A second terminal had powered itself on. On its screen, new text appeared one character at a time. Beepobed conversation beginning now. Then, from the dark end of the sealed laboratory, Felix Orr said, "You took your time." Nathan did not turn around. Every nerve in his body insisted that Felix was standing behind him, somewhere beyond the lit edge of the terminal screen. You took your time, the voice repeated. Nathan forced himself to look. No one was there. Only old equipment racks, cables, dust, and the dark reflection of himself in a dead monitor. Felix. A burst of static answered. Then Felix spoke through every powered speaker in the room. Closer than dead, farther than alive. Nathan gripped the desk. You vanished. I propagated. The word made no sense until Nathan opened the experiment archive. Felix guided him toward a folder hidden beneath obsolete diagnostic files. Inside were raw timing records from the night of the accident. Records Nathan had never seen because he had stopped looking once the investigation accepted catastrophic equipment failure. The timestamps were wrong. Not corrupted. Delayed. Felix's biometric monitor, laboratory microphone, and workstation telemetry had continued transmitting after the instant he supposedly disappeared. 1 second later. 7 seconds. 31 seconds. Then nearly 4 minutes. The intervals grew. Nathan stared at the progression. You were still here. No, Felix said. I was still arriving. Nathan reconstructed the original experiment from the logs. Felix had built a system designed to integrate not weak signals, but missing statistical noise. The array had focused on a patch of unnaturally smooth background radiation and increased coherence until the observing system itself became part of what it measured. During the final run, Felix entered the signal path. Not physically. Informationally. His voice, electrical activity, sensor readings, every measurable pattern the equipment could capture became attached to a delay that continued expanding outward. You're a recording, Nathan whispered. Felix laughed softly. You're a recording, too, from far enough away. Nathan closed his eyes. Are you conscious? You keep asking biological questions about a timing problem. Another file opened by itself. A star map filled the terminal. Dozens of dark regions had been marked across the sky. Then hundreds. Nathan recognized several as anomalously quiet areas, dismissed in published surveys as statistical curiosities. Felix said, we call them empty because emptiness is easier. What are they? After images. The map expanded. Each dark region corresponded to a place where the expected background variation had been smoothed almost perfectly away. Nathan felt the answer before Felix gave it. Civilizations were. The room seemed to cool. Nathan whispered, destroyed by what? Felix remained silent, long enough that Nathan heard the equipment fans turning. Then, themselves, mostly. Nathan frowned. Felix continued. Not war, not impact events, not stars dying. Those leave noise. Waste heat, debris, chemistry, something. On the map, the dark regions looked suddenly obscene. Clean. Too clean. They removed themselves. How? I don't know. Why? That I understand better. Felix's voice thinned with interference. Every thinking species produces things it delays saying. Confessions, warnings, grief, responsibility, love, apologies. At first, silence is social, then cultural, then structural. Nathan remembered Elise Warren. I thought there would be more time. Felix continued. Something accumulates around the unsaid. Maybe information, maybe probability, maybe absence itself. Eventually a civilization crosses a threshold and disappears. Not exactly. A low pulse passed through the bunker. The star map flickered. They become compatible with the silence they created. Nathan stared at the empty regions. How many? Enough that the universe looks quieter than it should. Nathan thought of every astronomer who had ever celebrated cosmic silence as evidence that humanity might be alone. Perhaps silence had never meant absence of life. Perhaps it meant aftermath. Why Earth? Felix answered immediately. Because you listened long enough to become audible. Nathan's mouth went dry. The first experiment had not opened a door. It had announced them. The array above groaned as all 36 dishes adjusted position. Felix's voice fractured. Nathan, the quiet places aren't stationary. Nathan looked at the map. The marked regions were moving when plotted across successive surveys. Not through space. Through observational time. Converging. How fast? Felix gave a sound that might have been a breath. Faster than light, if you insist on measuring it that way. The terminal displayed one final projection. A spreading region of perfect black crossed the mapped universe. At its leading edge was a thin line. Earth lay directly in its path. Felix whispered, "It isn't coming toward us." The line moved through Earth's position. It has already passed us. And somewhere above the bunker, every radio at Meridian began playing people apologizing at once. The bunker filled with voices. Not one transmission. Hundreds. Thousands. They spilled from the ceiling speakers, the old laboratory terminals, Nathan's radio, even a disconnected monitor whose internal speaker should have had no power. I should have come home. I saw the crack and signed it anyway. Tell Mom I knew. I never stopped loving you. Don't let them open. I was the one who... The sentences collided until language became weather. Nathan pressed both hands against his ears. It made no difference. Some of the voices seemed to sound inside his teeth. Felix. The noise dropped abruptly. Only Felix remained. You're still thinking of them as messages. Nathan looked at the map. They arrived before the disappearances. That doesn't make them future recordings. What else could they be? Felix answered with a question. When Elise Warren said she thought there would be more time, when did she actually say it? Nathan hesitated. She didn't. Exactly. The idea was so simple that Nathan resisted it. He pulled up Elise's original capture. Her frightened breathing. Tell Simon I didn't leave because of him. I thought there would be more time. Nathan searched the metadata again. Then the material Priya had collected about her disappearance. There was no evidence Elise had ever spoken those sentences aloud. No message to Simon. No draft. No recording. Nothing. Nathan opened Hiro Tanaka's file. Then Monique Carone's. Samuel Dubes. Mateo Alvarez's. Different languages. Different countries. Different lives. One common feature. The words were not final statements. They were statements deferred. "They're constructed," Nathan whispered. Felix said, "Extracted." From memory? From intention, regret, suppression. Whatever exists between deciding a thing should be said and actually saying it. Nathan stared at the waveforms. Human beings generated silence constantly. Not empty silence, chosen silence. A mother waiting another day to apologize. An engineer noticing a flaw and saying nothing because a deadline mattered more. A child allowing another child to take blame. A doctor avoiding a diagnosis. A husband keeping one sentence behind his teeth until the person who needed it could no longer hear. "The phenomenon doesn't know their future words," Nathan said. "No. It identifies what they should already have said." "Yes." And then gives those words a voice. The bunker lights dimmed. Felix continued. "You assumed tomorrow mattered because disappearance follows reception by 24 hours. Nathan felt the pattern rearranging itself inside his mind. What does the interval mean? Not prediction. Felix's signal distorted. Collection. Nathan sat very still. The transmissions were not warnings sent backward. They were receipts. Once, a person's accumulated silence reached whatever threshold the phenomenon recognized, it assembled the missing statements into something resembling last words. Then the person became part of the absence. Nathan thought of the civilizations on Felix's map. Entire species whose final archaeological signature was perfect quiet. Not destroyed. Subtracted. What happens to them? "I don't know," Felix said. "You're in it." "I intersect it." "That isn't an answer. It's the only one I have." Nathan looked at the list of missing people. Something bothered him. If this operates on individual silence, why do civilizations disappear? Because silence scales. Felix's voice became almost tender. A person chooses not to speak. A family learns not to ask. Institutions reward concealment. Governments rename consequences. Cultures build language around what must not be acknowledged. Nathan thought of Felix's model under his own name. Martin protecting a career. Meridian sealing a room. 11 years of people citing a discovery whose origin had been cleaned from its history. His private act had not remained private. Silence had architecture. Nathan whispered, "And the array?" "It isn't receiving the voices." Above them, the dishes groaned. "It is helping the thing identify where the silence belongs." Nathan felt suddenly sick. Every time Meridian listened, it was not observing the phenomenon. It was indexing humanity for it. Then a new recording appeared on the terminal. No name. No location. The waveform was enormous. Nathan played it. At first he heard only breathing. Then millions of voices spoke one sentence together, perfectly synchronized. We knew, and we said nothing. Nathan stared at the source field. It did not identify a person. It identified a planet. Earth. Felix whispered through the speakers. That one isn't scheduled for one person. And every dish above Meridian turned toward home. Every dish above Meridian turned toward Earth. Nathan watched the pointing solution settle across the terminal. Not the empty coordinates. Not Felix's dark region. Home. The bunker speakers whispered with overlapping voices, too faint to separate. Felix said, "This is the part you've done before." Nathan looked up. "What?" "Decide who deserves to know." The words landed harder than accusation. For 11 years, Nathan had told himself that Felix's disappearance had forced decisions upon him. Someone had needed to stabilize the project. Someone had needed to explain the mathematics. Someone had needed to prevent Meridian from losing funding over an experiment no committee would understand. The language had always been passive. Things had needed to be done. No one had ever needed to say Nathan had chosen them. Priya's voice came through his radio. "Nathan, the entire array is requesting transmission mode." He stared at the console. Meridian was built to listen, but its calibration systems could transmit controlled signals across limited frequencies. Never all 36 dishes simultaneously. Never at maximum power. Nathan climbed the stairs back toward operations. Felix followed through the radio. Earth is already inside it. What does that mean? The silence crossed us before you detected it. What you're seeing now is recognition catching up. Can it be stopped? A pause. I don't know. Nathan emerged into the control room. Staff clustered around consoles. Martin was still there. Still alive. For now. On the primary display, the planetary recording waited. We knew, and we said nothing. Martin looked at Nathan. "We isolate everything," he said. "No external communication until we understand what this is." Nathan almost agreed. The instinct arrived fully formed. Secure the data. Restrict access. Prepare an internal report. Contact government channels. Protect Meridian. Protect careers. Control interpretation. His entire professional life had been built from those verbs. Felix whispered through Nathan's radio. That's how it completes the pattern. Nathan looked at Martin. Then at Priya. How many collected statements do we have? Priya frowned. Thousands locally. If the older buffers connect to what we think they connect to, possibly millions. Route all of them. Martin turned sharply. To where? Everywhere. Nathan. Use every frequency we can reach. Martin stepped between him and the console. You cannot broadcast unidentified material across civil, aviation, emergency, and communications bands. Nathan looked at the man whose future apology was already waiting. You knew Felix didn't authorize the paper. Martin went still. Nathan continued. You knew the model was his. Priya looked between them. Martin lowered his voice. This is not the time. Nathan almost smiled. That sentence. That was the entire mechanism. Not now. Later. When it's safer. When the consequences are smaller. When the person who needs to hear it is ready. when there is more time. There isn't another time, Nathan said. He moved past Martin. Priya did not stop him. Together, they opened the archived buffers. Voices flooded the routing system. Apologies. Warnings. Admissions. Names. Love withheld through pride. Fear disguised as professionalism. Truth delayed until delay itself had become the truth. Nathan authorized the full array. Outside, the dishes began transmitting. The first pulse left Meridian and spread outward through relays, satellites, receivers, repeaters, civilian equipment, every system, willing or unwilling, to turn signal into sound. Nathan took the control room microphone. His hand shook. He had imagined confessing Felix's theft many times, but always privately someday, under conditions he could control. Now there was no script. My name is Dr. Nathan Cole. His voice joined the transmission. The Cole deep pattern model was not mine. Martin closed his eyes. Nathan continued. It was developed by Dr. Felix Orr. I took his work after he disappeared. I let people believe a version of events that benefited me because I was afraid the truth would destroy what I had built. The room was utterly quiet. Nathan swallowed. I was wrong. For the first time in 11 years, the sentence did not require explanation. The array transmitted it. Something changed on the star map. One of the approaching dark regions flickered. Then another. Felix's voice returned, weakened by static. Nathan. Is it working? I don't know. Across every screen, the individual disappearance countdowns vanished. Nathan felt hope begin before Felix finished speaking. Don't mistake interruption for forgiveness. Then every receiver at Meridian activated simultaneously. Not with voices from tomorrow. With voices from Earth. Billions of them. Speaking now. The world did not fall silent. That was the first thing Nathan noticed. Meridian's receivers, filled instead with the ordinary noise of humanity, layered beneath the impossible broadcast. Emergency dispatches, aircraft calls, weather reports, music, arguments, engines, crying children, unanswered telephones. And through all of it came the words people had postponed. A hospital radio in London played a surgeon admitting he had ignored a warning. A child's plastic toy in Ohio spoke with the voice of a woman apologizing to her sister. A dead receiver in an abandoned fishing boat off Norway whispered, I was afraid you'd forgive me. Car stereos activated without keys. Televisions spoke after being unplugged. Phones played messages their owners had never recorded. Some people recognized the voices immediately. Others recognized only the truth. Nathan watched reports multiply faster than Meridian's systems could process them. And then the disappearances stopped. Elise Warren remained missing. So did Hiro Tanaka, Monique Caron, Samuel Dube, Mateo Alvarez, and the others already taken. But no new cases matched the pattern. Martin Vale was still standing in the control room after the moment his recording had predicted his absence. His hands trembled as he checked the time again. I'm still here. Nathan looked at him. Yes. Martin laughed once, almost soundlessly. Then he sat down and began to cry. No one called it victory. Felix had warned them against that. For the next several hours, The array continued transmitting the stored voices while incoming signals from Earth changed. People were speaking before the system could speak for them. Confessions appeared on public channels. Families called one another. Institutions released statements no legal department had approved. Pilots, teachers, ministers, parents, police officers, engineers, children. Not all of it was noble. Some truths destroyed marriages. Some apologies were rejected. Some warnings arrived too late. Speaking did not repair consequence. It only prevented silence from pretending nothing had happened. Near dawn, Priya noticed the stars. Nathan. She pointed through the observation window. At first, he saw nothing unusual. Then one star dimmed. Returned. Dimmed again. Another followed. Then another. Across the black sky, individual points of light began blinking at irregular intervals. Not together. Separately. Priya fed the brightness variations into the pattern software. The first sequence resolved into phonetic structure. A name. Elias Warren. Nathan stopped breathing. Another star blinked. Hiro Tanaka. Then Monek Caron. Names spread across the sky. Thousands. Perhaps millions. Every person the silence had taken. Or preserved. Or translated into something for which humanity possessed no word. Martin whispered, "Are they alive?" Nathan remembered Felix. Biological questions about a timing problem. I don't know. One star near the empty coordinates began blinking faster than the others. Priya processed it. Eflix ORR. Nathan stepped toward the glass. For 11 years, he had imagined Felix as a dead man whose absence could be arranged into a career. Now the universe itself was spelling his name. Nathan whispered, "I'm sorry." The star brightened once, then remained steady. The meridian transmission ended shortly after sunrise. No one commanded it to stop. The array simply returned to listening. The empty coordinates were no longer empty. A faint signal waited there. One recording. No geographic metadata. No identity. No scheduled disappearance. Nathan opened it alone. A voice spoke. He could not tell whether it was male or female, young or old. The language was English, but the accent seemed to change between words. "I am sorry we waited so long." Nathan stared at the waveform. Behind the voice were sounds he could not identify. Wind, perhaps. Water. Something like breathing in an enormous room. Then, the speaker said, "We thought silence meant no one was there." Nathan felt cold. The final line followed. "We know better now." The recording ended. Priya entered quietly. Who was it? Nathan checked the source field. For the first time since the phenomenon began, the array had assigned no planet, no person, no coordinates. Only a timestamp. Not tomorrow. Not today. A date so far ahead that Meridian's software displayed it as an error. Nathan looked through the window. Above the desert, the stars were still blinking human names. Far beyond them, in regions astronomers had always called empty, other lights were beginning to blink back. Perhaps silence is never truly empty. Perhaps every apology withheld, every warning postponed, every truth buried for convenience leaves something behind. Not a ghost, but a shape waiting to be recognized. Nathan believed silence protected him. In the end, it nearly made him indistinguishable from the darkness he had spent his life studying. But speaking did not erase what he had done, and it did not bring the missing home. It only made responsibility audible. If the universe remembered every word you should have said, which one would it return to you first? Story 3. The courthouse had been empty for 6 minutes when Ruth Bell heard the jury begin to argue. She was standing behind the clerk's bench, with one hand on a cardboard records box and the other on the polished oak rail. Outside, evening rain made the magnolia leaves shine black against the windows. The old ceiling fans had been switched off for the last time, and without their slow wooden creak, the room felt indecently still. The county courthouse had stood in Bellwether, Georgia, since 1908. On Monday, crews would begin removing its fixtures before the building became a historical center. Everyone in town knew the new courthouse 3 miles east had already made this place a museum in everything but name. Ruth had worked beneath its stained plaster dome for 27 years. She had expected the final day to feel larger. Instead, there had been forms, signatures, sealed evidence envelopes, lawyers complaining about parking, and Judge Amos Harlan giving a short speech about continuity. Then the bailiff had escorted the last jury out through the side corridor, 12 citizens blinking at the wet evening as if relieved to escape history. Ruth watched them leave. She was certain of that. Yet now, from behind the jury room door, someone said, "We cannot count what was never entered." Ruth stopped breathing. The voice was low and male, muffled by the thick door. Another voice answered, this one a woman's. "Then enter it." Ruth stared across the courtroom. The jury room lay behind the judge's bench, down a narrow, paneled passage that smelled of furniture wax and old paper. Its door was shut. A brass plaque reading jury hung crookedly at eye level. "Wade," she called. Her voice traveled strangely beneath the dome. No answer. Deputy Wade Corbin had left minutes earlier, after asking whether she needed help carrying boxes. Ruth had said no. She always said no when she meant she would rather finish alone. The voices stopped. For several seconds, only rain tapped the tall windows. Then came the scrape of a chair. Not a chair dragged carelessly. A chair pulled backward with measured patience, as if someone had risen to speak. Ruth walked toward the jury room. At 61, she had acquired the careful gait of a woman who refused to admit her knees hurt. Her shoes clicked against the marble. Halfway there, she noticed a yellow legal pad on counsel table. One sheet had been torn away. What bothered her was the indentation left beneath it. Years of clerking had trained her eyes to notice pressure marks, erased initials, altered dates. She leaned closer. There were words impressed into the paper. She could read only fragments. She told him no. Ruth straightened. For a moment she smelled gardenias. Not fresh flowers, These were overripe, bruised at the edges. The smell of funeral arrangements left too long in summer heat. She knew that smell. She knew those words. Her hand went automatically to the small gold cross beneath her blouse. "No," she whispered. The jury room door opened inward by less than an inch. Darkness showed in the gap. Then a voice from inside, neither male nor female, but carrying the patience of many people speaking one after another, said, "Clerk Bell, would you read back the testimony?" 23 years vanished. She saw a woman in a blue cotton dress sitting alone in the witness chair, one eye swollen nearly shut. She saw Judge Harlan's hand covering the microphone. She heard him tell Ruth that certain statements were inflammatory, unreliable, damaging to a good family. She remembered her fingers hovering over the keys. Then she remembered what she had typed instead. Ruth backed away. The gap widened another inch. From the darkness came 12 soft sounds. Wood shifting under weight. Someone or something was taking a seat. Ruth reached for the wall switch and flooded the jury room with light. There was no one inside. Only 12 empty chairs arranged around the long table. Ruth had seen those chairs every working day for nearly 3 decades. Tonight, each chair had a name freshly carved into its back, and the nearest one bore her own. Ruth did not touch the chair with her name on it. For nearly a minute, she stood in the jury room doorway, staring at the letters cut into the dark oak. Ruth Bell. The carving was shallow but clean, each stroke pale with exposed wood. Fine curls of sawdust clung to the seat beneath it. Fresh. She knew the chair. Juror 5 usually took it. There was a cigarette burn under the left armrest from a trial in the 1980s, long before smoking had been banned inside county buildings. Ruth had noticed that burn hundreds of times while resetting the room between hearings. There had never been a name on the back. She stepped closer to the other chairs. Mabel Carter. Isai Wren. Lucretia Bowen. Thomas Greeny. Names she did not recognize continued around the table, 12 in all. Except hers. Ruth left the room and locked the door. It was an absurd gesture. She knew that even as the brass key turned beneath her fingers, locks were for people. Still, the click steadied her. She returned to the courtroom and began packing. That was what Ruth Bell did when something threatened to become emotional. She made it administrative. She labeled 3 boxes of appeals, 2 retention, 1 transfer to state archive. She checked each docket against its removal sheet and initialed the lower corner in blue ink. Order restored itself beneath her hands. Paper had rules. A filing system did not care what a person intended. It cared what had been entered. Judge Amos Harlan had taught her that. Ruth had been 34 when she first worked for him, hired temporarily because the previous court reporter had broken her wrist. Ruth had expected 6 weeks of typing. Harlan had noticed her precision by the second day. "You listen better than most lawyers," he told her. She remembered the pleasure of that sentence more clearly than she wanted to admit. Harlan was already a respected figure then, broad-shouldered, silver-haired, possessed of the effortless warmth that made people feel they had been recognized. He remembered deputies, children, clerks' birthdays, jurors' occupations. He wrote recommendations by hand. When Ruth's temporary appointment ended, he found money in the county budget to keep her. Later, he recommended her for permanent clerk. Years after that, chief clerk. People called him the reason Ruth had a career. Ruth had never corrected them. She slid another file into a box. The smell of gardenias returned. Her hand froze. There were no flowers in the courtroom. The last arrangement from the closing ceremony had been removed that afternoon. Still, the smell thickened. Sweet. Brown at the edges. She saw blue cotton. A woman twisting a tissue between both hands. One eye darkened by bruising. Ruth shut the box harder than necessary. Evelyn Pike had been 28. Or 29. Ruth could not remember. She remembered the dress, the bruise, the tissue. She remembered Judge Harlan leaning toward her after Evelyn finished speaking. She remembered his hand covering the microphone. What she did not remember, what she had trained herself not to remember, was the sentence Ruth deleted. Not deleted. Corrected. That was the word she had used afterward. Corrected for clarity. Evelyn had been upset. Her testimony wandered. She contradicted herself. She used language that could not be independently verified. Harlan had said the transcript needed discipline. A court record, he told Ruth, was not a diary. Ruth had believed him. Or had wanted to. From behind the locked jury room door came a soft scrape. Ruth stopped moving. Another scrape followed. Then another. 12 chairs, one after another, withdrawing from the table. She looked toward the paneled corridor. The door remained closed. Enough, she said. Her voice sounded small. The courtroom lights flickered once. On the clerk's computer, which Ruth was certain she had shut down, the monitor came alive. A blank document opened. The cursor blinked. Ruth did not approach. Letters began appearing without anyone touching the keyboard. Witness, Evelyn Pick. Ruth gripped the edge of the box. Another line typed itself. Clerk, Ruth Bell. Then nothing. The cursor waited. Behind the jury room door, someone knocked once. Not loudly. Almost politely. Ruth stared at the screen. The final line appeared. Please enter the testimony as given. And from the locked room, 12 voices spoke together. We are still missing her answer. Ruth did not answer the voices. She unplugged the computer instead. The words remained on the screen. We are still missing her answer. Only after Ruth pulled the power cable from the wall did the monitor finally go black. She left the courthouse without finishing the boxes. Rain followed her home. By morning, she had almost persuaded herself that exhaustion had done something ugly to her senses. 27 years in one building, followed by a ceremonial closing and too much coffee, could explain more than people liked to admit. The carved chairs were harder. She decided someone had done that as a joke. Bellwether had never lacked people who considered cruelty entertaining if they could call it tradition afterward. At 8:30 the next morning, Ruth returned. The courthouse smelled dry despite the storm. She unlocked the jury room first. The chairs were ordinary. No names. No sawdust. Her own chair, if she could think of it that way, showed only the old cigarette burn beneath the armrest. Ruth almost laughed. Then she noticed the files on the table. 6 archived judgments lay neatly stacked beneath the dead fluorescent lights. She had packed all 6 the previous evening. Ruth carried them into the courtroom. The first concerned a 1954 assault outside a textile warehouse. The accused had been Samuel Harlan, Judge Amos Harlan's uncle. Ruth knew the case because local historians had written about the Harlan family often enough to make their genealogy feel like county property. She remembered the disposition. Charge reduced. Fine imposed. The judgment now read: no assault secured. Complaint withdrawn. Ruth frowned. That was wrong. She opened the second file. A 1937 arson case involving the Weatherall family. The conviction paragraph had vanished. The third involved a deputy from the Bell family, not Ruth's branch, as far as she knew, accused in 1922 of beating a black farmhand during an arrest. The report still described the arrest. It no longer described the beating. By the 6th file, Ruth's palms were damp. She retrieved the courthouse microfilm. The older copies had changed, too. It was not correction fluid, not replaced pages. History itself had acquired cleaner handwriting. Her phone rang. County Commissioner Edwin Vale sounded irritated rather than frightened. Ruth, did anything happen to the old Pike records? Her stomach tightened. Why? My housekeeper's granddaughter was taken to urgent care this morning. Strange injuries. Ruth said nothing. Edwin continued. Doctors think she fell, but she says she didn't. Bruising around both wrists. Finger marks, apparently. Gardenias seemed to bloom somewhere behind Ruth. What is her name? Keisha Bowen. Bowen. Ruth looked toward the jury room. Lucretia Bowen had been carved into one of the chairs. Edwin kept talking. There's something else? Her grandmother says it's happened to 2 other people. By noon there were 5. Ruth learned their names through courthouse calls, gossip, and the kind of worried conversation that moved through Bellwether faster than official notices ever had. Isaiah Wren's great-grandson had awakened with a split lip and 3 loose teeth. Mabel Carter's granddaughter had a burn spreading over one shoulder in the shape of spilled lamp oil. A green boy, working at the feed store, collapsed because his ribs were bruised badly enough that breathing hurt. None remembered being attacked. None had been robbed. None had been in accidents. Ruth returned to the altered judgments. The Weatherall arson file no longer mentioned a woman trapped inside a tenant cottage. The Old Bell arrest report no longer contained the phrase struck repeatedly about the mouth. Another judgment had erased testimony describing a prisoner kicked in the ribs. The missing injuries had not disappeared. They had moved. Ruth sat very still. On the desk beside her, a page shifted. There was no breeze. A paragraph began fading from the 1954 Harlan judgment. The ink paled slowly, word by word. The complainant testified that the defendant seized both wrists and... Gone. Ruth's phone rang immediately. She did not want to answer. She did anyway. A woman was crying. "Miss Bell? They gave me your number because you still have the old records." Ruth closed her eyes. "What happened?" "My daughter," the woman said. "Something's wrong with her arms." From the jury room came the soft scrape of 12 chairs. Ruth looked down at the judgment. A new sentence had appeared beneath the erased testimony. The typeface was older than the rest of the page. "When the court removes a wound from the record, someone else must carry it." Then, beneath that, "Call the next witness." The sentence remained on the page until Ruth touched it. Then the paper became blank beneath her fingers. Not entirely blank. The original judgment was still there. Only the new message vanished, leaving no indentation, no smear, no evidence that the words had existed. "Call the next witness." Ruth copied the names from memory before she could lose those too. Mabel Carter, Isaiah Wren, Lucretia Bowen, Thomas Green. 8 others returned more slowly. She wrote them on a yellow legal pad, then carried the list downstairs to the old records vault. If someone had carved those names into jury chairs, the names belonged somewhere. Bellwether kept almost everything. Marriage books, tax rolls, probate inventories, election registers, property deeds, court minutes bound in leather so dry the covers cracked when opened. Ruth searched first for jurors. Nothing. None of the 12 names appeared on surviving jury lists. That should have reassured her. Instead, it made the room feel colder. She widened the search. Mabel Carter appeared in an 1898 property dispute. A widow, described as colored, she had attempted to contest the seizure of 3 acres after her husband's death. Her petition had been rejected. Not because the land was not hers, because the court determined that her claim had not been properly represented by a legally recognized male agent. Lucretia Bowen appeared in a 1913 criminal docket. She had witnessed a killing outside a turpentine camp. Her statement was summarized by a deputy. She was never allowed to testify before the grand jury. Isaiah Wren had tried to register to vote in 1906. The county registrar marked his application. Incompetent to interpret constitutional equipment. Ruth had seen that phrase before. Never attached to a person. Always as history. Thomas Green appeared in a 1920 probate matter. He had raised 2 children for 9 years, but had no recognized parental claim when their mother died because the relationship had never been formalized under county law. One by one, the names resolved into people whose lives had entered the courthouse without their voices. A domestic worker, barred from testifying against her employer. A farm tenant whose assault complaint had been dismissed because no white witness corroborated it. A woman classified as legally incompetent after attempting to control inherited property. A man whose marriage had not been recognized by the state that taxed his wages. Ruth sat surrounded by open volumes. Not 12 jurors. 12 people who had never been allowed to become jurors at all. The overhead light flickered. She told herself the wiring was failing. Old courthouse. old ballast. Old building. She repeated the explanations silently until they began sounding like testimony she had rehearsed. A heavy ledger slid from the shelf behind her. Ruth jumped. It landed flat on the table. No shelf was tilted. No other book had moved. The cover read, Minutes of the Superior Court, 1909 to 1912. Ruth stared at it. She had checked that volume less than an hour earlier. There had been nothing relevant inside. Now a strip of white paper protruded between the pages. She opened to it. The handwriting was brown-black and angular. September 1911. A proceeding had been recorded without a case number. 12 names were listed in the margin. Mabel Carter. Isaiah Wren. Lucretia Bowen. Thomas Green. All of them. Ruth read the first line twice. The persons herein named being denied lawful standing to sit in judgment, their absence shall nevertheless be entered. Her throat tightened. Below it, question submitted. Whether a court may remove responsibility from those protected by law and place its consequence upon those whom law refuses to hear. Ruth closed the ledger. She stood. This is not possible. The words barely crossed the vault. Behind her, a pen scratched. Ruth turned. The ledger had reopened. A fountain pen lay across the page. She did not own a fountain pen. Fresh black writing formed beneath the century-old entry, not appearing all at once. Being written. An invisible hand moved the pen slowly across the paper. Ruth watched 23 years of denial become a sentence. Ruth Bell, clerk, knowingly altered the sworn testimony of Evelyn Pike after instruction from Judge Amos Harlan. Her knees weakened. The pen continued. Original statement omitted. My husband, said Judge Harlan, told him no jury in Bellwether would ever believe a woman like me over a man like him. Ruth stopped breathing. That was the sentence. The one she had told herself she could no longer remember. A final line appeared. The clerk heard these words and removed them from the record. Then, from directly above the vault ceiling, 12 chairs scraped backward at once. The scraping above Ruth went on for 13 seconds. She counted because counting was easier than listening. 12 chairs pulled back. A pause. Then 12 chairs moved forward again. The sound came through the ceiling of the record's vault, with enough force to shake dust from the light fixture. Ruth closed the ledger. She took 3 steps toward the stairs. The first landing should have been 20 feet away. It was not. The corridor beyond the vault door stretched farther than the courthouse allowed. Ruth stopped. The record's basement had always been narrow. Vault, boiler room, storage cage, stairs. She knew every dimension because she had helped supervise an accessibility renovation 15 years earlier. Now the corridor extended into darkness. Doors stood along both sides. There had never been doors there. Ruth turned back. The vault remained behind her. Good. She walked toward the stairs anyway. 10 steps. 20. The landing did not come closer. From somewhere above, voices murmured. Not words at first. A low, layered conversation passing through floors and pipes. Then one sentence separated from the others. Responsibility has not vanished. Another voice answered. It has been reassigned. Ruth quickened her pace. The walls changed as she walked. Paint gave way to old plaster. Electrical conduit disappeared. The fluorescent lights became hanging glass fixtures, each one dimmer than the last. She reached a door marked Exit. Ruth opened it. She stepped into the second-floor courtroom. Her heart lurched. She had been underground. Now she stood beneath the stained plaster dome. Rain pressed silver lines against the windows. The yellow legal pad remained on counsel table. The jury room door was closed. Ruth crossed the courtroom and pushed through the public entrance. Instead of the courthouse steps, she found the basement corridor waiting beyond. She slammed the door. No. A woman's voice came softly from the jury room. Objection. Ruth turned. Silence. Then, on what grounds? Another voice. Because she did not make the law. A third replied. She maintained the record. Ruth felt something harden inside her. She walked to the jury room door. I was a clerk. No answer. I did not sentence anyone. A chair creaked. I did not arrest anyone. Another creak. I did not write those laws. The voices returned, quiet and almost conversational. Who removed the words? Ruth's mouth went dry. She stepped away. A file lay on the clerk's bench. She had not left it there. State v. Rawl 1937. Ruth opened it. The arson conviction was still gone. A photograph had been clipped to the inside cover. It showed Mabel Carter's granddaughter in a hospital bed. Ruth recognized her from a county employee Christmas party years earlier. Across the woman's shoulder spread a livid burn. The same place, Ruth realized, where the original arson victim had been burned before dying. Another file appeared beside the first. Then another. They did not fall. They simply existed between one blink and the next. Ruth opened them one by one. A vanished beating. A broken jaw on someone else. An erased assault. Bruises on wrists decades later. A deleted eviction carried forward as a family losing a home after an impossible title dispute. A dismissed theft followed. Generations afterward, by wages withheld from workers, descended from the person who had been forbidden to testify. The pattern was not punishment. That was what frightened her most. It was bookkeeping. Nothing removed from the record truly disappeared. Someone else received it. Someone who had less power to object. Someone whose complaint could be doubted, delayed, misplaced, softened, summarized. Ruth looked toward the jury room. All those years, she had believed records described consequences. The courthouse was showing her something worse. Records distributed them. The computer on her desk turned on. Ruth did not move. A document opened. Pick, Evelyn, hearing transcript. The page scrolled by itself until it reached the section Ruth had altered. Her version appeared first. Witness states that her husband became angry during a domestic dispute. Then the sentence faded. Beneath it, another appeared. Witness states that her husband said Judge Harlan told him no jury in Bellwether would believe her. Ruth stared. A third line typed itself. Consequence removed from record. Then, consequence pending assessment. Somewhere in town, a woman screamed. Ruth heard it through the courthouse walls, though no window was open. The jury room fell silent. For the first time, Ruth understood that nothing had happened yet because the missing testimony had never been restored. The debt was still waiting. Then every door in the courtroom locked at once. And beneath her feet, from somewhere far below the basement, 12 chairs began scraping across stone. The scraping beneath the floor did not stop. It moved. 12 chairs dragged across stone in a slow sequence, circling somewhere below the courtroom. Ruth stood behind the clerk's bench and listened. One scrape. A pause. Another. Always 12. Then the first again. She knew enough about the courthouse to know there was no room beneath the jury room. The basement ended under the records vault. Beyond it lay foundation wall and red Georgia clay. At least, that was what every blueprint said. Ruth retrieved the old renovation plans from a flat cabinet beside the judge's chambers. She spread them across counsel table. First floor. Basement. Drainage. Electrical. No stairwell. No chamber. Yet on the oldest plan, dated 1908, she noticed something she had never seen before. A rectangle had been inked beneath the jury room. No label. No dimensions. A narrow line descended from the record's corridor and ended at it. Someone had crossed both out in black pencil. Ruth touched the mark. The courthouse lights dimmed. From beneath her feet came a single knock. She took the blueprint and returned to the basement. This time the corridor did not lengthen. It led directly to the records vault. The old ledger still lay open on the table. The fountain pen was gone. Ruth moved past the shelves toward the rear wall. According to the 1908 drawing, the stairwell should begin behind a cabinet containing property abstracts. She pulled the cabinet away. Dust rolled across the floor. Behind it was not brick. There was a wooden door painted the same gray as the wall. No knob. Only a recessed iron ring. Ruth had worked in this courthouse for 27 years. She had never known it existed. The moment she pulled the ring, the smell of bruised gardenias poured through the crack. The door opened inward. Stone steps descended into darkness. Ruth found a flashlight in the emergency cabinet. She considered going back. The courtroom doors were locked. The voices were waiting. And somewhere in Bellwether, consequences were still searching for bodies. She stepped down. The stairs were narrow and deeply worn in the center, as though hundreds of feet had used them. But there was no dust on the steps. That frightened her more than cobwebs would have. Someone had been walking here recently. At the bottom stood another door. Above it, carved directly into the stone. Deliberation shall continue until agreement. Ruth pushed it open. The chamber beyond was smaller than the jury room upstairs. 12 chairs surrounded a circular table. They were not empty in the way ordinary chairs were empty. Each seat carried a depression in the cushion. One chair rocked slightly. The scraping stopped. Shelves covered the walls from floor to ceiling. No windows. No electricity. Yet a brass chandelier burned overhead with 12 small flames. On the table lay hundreds of folded slips of paper. Ruth opened one. Not guilty. Another. Guilty. Oh. A third. Responsibility deferred. She let it fall. At the center of the table rested a file tied with black ribbon. Its paper had browned with age. The label had been typed in letters so faded she had to lean closer. Superior Court of Bellwether Kankakee. Beneath it, the People v. Bellwether Kankakee. Ruth stared. There was no case number. The filing date read 1911. She untied the ribbon. Inside were witness lists, court minutes, land seizures, assault complaints, rejected petitions, voting challenges, guardianship orders, labor disputes. Names Ruth recognized from the chairs appeared again and again. Not as jurors, as complainants. Witnesses. Widows. Workers. People whose statements had been summarized by someone else. At the bottom lay a single sheet. Question for deliberation. Can a community be held responsible for harm it legally assigns to those without power to refuse it? Below that were 12 lines for votes. 11 contained faded marks. The 12th remained blank. Ruth leaned closer. A fresh drop of black ink appeared on the empty line. Then another. Slowly, handwriting formed. Final exhibit required. Ruth heard fabric move behind her. She turned. The 12 chairs were no longer facing the table. Every one of them had rotated toward her. And from the empty chair, carved with Lucretia Bowen, came a woman's voice. Clerk Bell, bring us Evelyn Pike's original testimony. Ruth did not answer Lucretia Bowen's chair. She looked back at the file. The People v. Bellwether Kankakee. The pages beneath the original question were not arranged chronologically. They had been grouped by consequence. Assault. Dispossession. False imprisonment. Silence testimony. Each section contained 2 columns. The first listed the person protected by the court. The second listed the person who eventually carried what had been removed. Ruth read until the structure became impossible to deny. A land seizure invalidated because the claimant lacked legal standing reappeared generations later as foreclosure against another family who could not afford representation. An assault dismissed for want of a credible witness returned as bruises on descendants of people excluded from the witness box. A deputy's violence disappeared from the docket and resurfaced decades later on the body of someone whose grandfather had been denied a vote. It was not metaphor. Bellwether had spent a century manufacturing innocence. The court removed responsibility from those it recognized and passed the cost downward. The 12 voices had not been debating whether individual crimes occurred. They had been debating whether the town itself was guilty of creating a system in which some people could be cleansed only because others were available to absorb the stain. Ruth turned another page. A heading appeared. Exhibits received. There were 12 numbered entries. The last was dated 23 years earlier. Exhibit 12, Pike Hearing, official transcript. Ruth's initials appeared beside it. R.B. Her stomach tightened. Below that was a handwritten notation. Record incomplete. Deliberation suspended pending original testimony. Ruth whispered, "No." One of the chairs creaked. The voice from Isaiah Wren's chair answered, "You brought us what was entered." Another voice, Mabel Carter's. "Not what was said." Ruth searched the file. There was no original transcript. Only her corrected version. Then she noticed an envelope sewn into the inside back cover. The paper was brittle. Across the front, in Judge Amos Harlan's handwriting, were 4 words. "Do not enter this." Ruth stopped. She knew the handwriting immediately. For years, Harlan had left notes on her desk in the same narrow script. Call counsel. Hold warrant. Correct caption. Thank you, Ruth. Her fingers shook as she opened the envelope. Inside was a carbon copy of Evelyn Pike's testimony. Unaltered. Ruth recognized the machine. An old IBM Selectric she had used during her first years at the courthouse. Every uneven letter was familiar. She read the passage she had spent 23 years refusing to remember. Evelyn had described her husband, striking her after she threatened to leave. Then came the sentence Ruth had removed. "He told me Judge Harlan said I could come in here black and blue and it would not matter, because men like him decide what women like me are allowed to prove." Ruth's vision blurred. The next line was worse. He said the judge had already promised him the court would call it a domestic disagreement. Ruth sat down. Not in one of the 12 chairs. On the stone floor. She remembered Harlan covering the microphone. His voice gentle. Practical. She's emotional. She remembered him telling Ruth that a transcript could ruin reputations beyond repair. She remembered asking whether the statement was relevant. She remembered Harlan smiling. "You know what belongs in a record." That was the moment. Not when she typed. Earlier. When she accepted that someone else's suffering could be edited into administrative neatness. A page slid loose from the envelope. Ruth picked it up. It was newer than everything else. Dated 23 years ago. Another note in Harlan's handwriting. If Bell enters the statement as given, the old proceeding resumes. If she corrects it, the matter remains unresolved. Ruth read it twice. Harlan had known. Not everything, perhaps, but enough. Enough to understand that Evelyn's words were not merely damaging testimony. They were evidence. The final piece. The chamber lights trembled. All 12 chairs turned back toward the table. One empty space remained between them. There had been no 13th chair before. Now there was. Fresh oak. Unmarked. Waiting. A sheet of paper appeared before it. Exhibit 13. Beneath that, Ruth Bell, knowing alteration of testimony to preserve institutional innocence. Ruth stared at the line. Then the 12 voices spoke together. We were not waiting for Evelyn Pike. The blank chair slowly turned toward Ruth. We were waiting for you. The 13th chair waited for Ruth. She did not sit. Instead, she remained on the stone floor with Evelyn Pike's unaltered testimony in her hands and listened to the silence that followed the jury's accusation. We were waiting for you. The words had not sounded angry. That made them worse. Ruth looked again at the file. The People v. Bellwether County. For the first time, she understood the title literally. This was not a collection of old crimes. Not a tribunal for dead men. Not even a reckoning for Amos Harlan. The defendant had always been Bellwether. The town. Its courthouse. Its offices. Its families. Its habits disguised as procedure. Ruth stood slowly. What happens if I enter the testimony? The flames in the chandelier bent toward her, though there was no wind. A voice from Mabel Carter's chair answered. The record becomes whole. And the people carrying these injuries? The transfer ends. Relief entered Ruth so quickly, it almost hurt. Then that's what I do. No one spoke. Ruth looked around the table. Why are you waiting? Isaiah Wren's chair creaked. Because ending the transfer does not erase the debt. The file opened by itself. Pages began turning. Names appeared. Harlan. Weatherall. Vale. Bell. Dozens more. Families Ruth knew. Families whose names were on roads, schools, law offices, church plaques, scholarship funds, campaign signs. Beside each name were entries describing what had been removed from the record. Violence. Fraud. Land theft. Coercion. False imprisonment. Testimony suppressed. Ruth felt cold. What does debt mean? The answer came from all 12 voices. What was refused must be received. The pages changed. Ruth saw descriptions not of future injuries, but memories. A man waking with the certainty that his grandfather had watched another man beaten and signed a statement saying no force was used. A woman remembering land her family had possessed for generations, as though she herself had stood present while its owner begged the court to hear her claim. Children dreaming the pain carried by people whose names had never entered school books. Not inherited guilt. Inherited knowledge. And with the knowledge came consequence. Some physical. Some social. Some impossible to measure. Every family that had benefited from Bellwether's cleaned records would remember what had been removed on their behalf. They would know where property came from, why charges disappeared, why certain businesses survived, why certain families rose, why others never recovered. No one would be able to say they had not known. Ruth whispered, "They didn't do those things." Lucretia Bowen's voice answered, "Neither did the children who carried the wounds. Ruth had no reply. That was the cruelty of it. The mechanism she had helped preserve had never cared about personal innocence. It had cared only about where consequence could be placed. Correcting the record would not create a clean moral world. It would reverse the direction of inheritance. The courthouse had spent generations pushing pain downward toward people least able to contest it. Now the weight would return upward through every line that had profited from silence. Ruth looked at Evelyn's testimony. Is there another way? The 12 chairs remained still. Then Thomas Green's voice said, there was. Ruth closed her eyes. She knew what he meant. There had been another way 23 years ago. Enter the words. Let the accusation exist when the people responsible were alive. Let Harlan answer. Let Evelyn be heard before consequence became inheritance. Ruth had chosen neatness instead. Now there was no clean correction left. Only delayed truth. The 13th chair scraped backward, inviting her. On the table before it appeared a typewriter, her old IBM Selectric. A blank sheet waited in the carriage. At the top, final exhibit, testimony of Evelyn Pick. Ruth approached. She placed her fingers on the keys. Before she could type, every flame in the room went out. The courthouse above groaned. Then hundreds of voices, men, women, children, rose through the stone. Not screaming, remembering. Ruth pulled her hands away. On the blank page, one sentence typed itself. If the record is corrected, Bellwether will remember what it required others to forget. Beneath it appeared a second line. Clerk Bell, do you wish to enter the truth? Ruth read the question 3 times. The typewriter waited. Above her, the courthouse groaned again. For 27 years, Ruth had understood her duty as preservation. Preserve the record. Preserve procedure. Preserve confidence in the court. She had never asked what happened when preservation required removing the thing most worth keeping. Evelyn Pike's words lay beside her. Judge Harlan's note lay beneath them. Do not enter this. Ruth picked it up. For most of her adult life, Amos Harlan had occupied a place in her mind reserved for the people who changed the direction of your life. Without him, she might have remained temporary. Without him, she might never have owned her house, paid for her mother's final years of care, earned the pension waiting for her in retirement. Gratitude had made obedience feel like virtue. That was the truth beneath everything. She had not altered Evelyn's testimony because Harlan frightened her. She had done it because disappointing him frightened her more than betraying a woman she barely knew. Ruth tore his note in half. The sound was small. The chamber answered with 12 quiet breaths. She sat in the 13th chair. The cushion sank beneath her weight as if someone had been waiting there before she arrived. Her fingers settled over the old keys. The machine was exactly as she remembered it. Stiff space bar, chipped letter R, faint metallic smell beneath the ribbon. She began to type. He told me Judge Harlan said I could come in here, black and blue, and it would not matter, because men like him decide what women like me are allowed to prove. Each keystroke echoed through the chamber. Not once. Hundreds of times. The sound traveled upward through stone, plaster, timber, and courtroom walls, until the entire building seemed full of invisible clerks recording the same sentence. Ruth continued. He said the judge had already promised him the court would call it a domestic disagreement. The moment she struck the final period, every chair around the table moved. Not backward. Forward. 12 empty seats drew close. A sheet emerged from the typewriter by itself. At the bottom appeared. Testimony entered as given. Then, record rest cord. Ruth waited. Nothing happened. For one impossible second, she hoped that was all. Then the courthouse bells began ringing. Bellwether had no courthouse bells. Not anymore. The old bronze bell had been removed in 1968 after lightning cracked the cupola. Yet its sound rolled over the town. 1 strike. 2. 3. Ruth climbed the hidden stairs. The courthouse had returned to its proper dimensions. The basement corridor was short again. The public doors unlocked when she touched them. Outside, the rain had stopped. People were standing in the street. Commissioner Edwin Vale stood barefoot beside his car, staring at his hands. Across the square, a woman Ruth recognized from the Historical Society had fallen to her knees on the sidewalk. Another man pressed both palms against his temples, whispering, "I remember." Then Ruth saw the doors. Vale's office. The bank. The Harlan family law firm. The old Weatherall house above the square. One word had appeared on each in dark letters that seemed neither painted nor carved. Guilty. A woman screamed from somewhere beyond the church. More doors changed. Homes. Businesses. Government offices. Some remained untouched. Others received the words slowly, letter by letter, while the people standing before them watched. G. U. I. L. T. Y. Ruth walked down the courthouse steps. Her own hands were shaking. Across town, people began speaking names aloud. Names they should not have known. Mabel Carter. Isaiah Wren. Lucretia Bowen. Thomas Green. Memories moved through Bellwether like weather. Men remembered acts committed before their grandparents were born. Women remembered rooms they had never entered. Children woke carrying facts no school had taught them. No one could say the past was past anymore. Behind Ruth, the courthouse door creaked. She turned. One final word was forming across the oak. Guilty. Ruth expected relief. Instead, from deep beneath the building came the scrape of 12 chairs. Then a 13th. In a voice she now recognized as her own, said, "Call the town." At dawn, the courthouse doors opened by themselves. No one in Bellwether remembered deciding to come. They simply arrived. Families walked across the square in nightclothes, work uniforms, church dresses, hospital gowns, bare feet. Some were crying before they reached the steps. Others looked furious. A few carried old photographs, deeds, court notices, baptism records, objects they had awakened, knowing belonged to stories no one had ever told them. Ruth stood behind the clerk's bench. The courtroom could not contain them. Yet when the jury room door opened, everyone entered. The room had become larger than the courthouse. Rows of benches descended farther than Ruth could see. The walls vanished into a dim distance where thousands of people sat beneath hanging lamps. Some were living. Some Ruth knew were dead. Others wore clothing from photographs in the county archive. At the center stood the circular table. 12 chairs. The 13th waited behind a small clerk's desk. Ruth sat. A ledger opened before her. The first voice came from the darkness. Guilty. Another answered. Not guilty. Then the room erupted. A Harlan descendant shouted that he could not be responsible for a judge who had died before his children were born. A woman from the Bowen family screamed that her grandmother had carried injuries meant for men whose descendants still owned half the square. Someone confessed to knowing about a stolen deed. Someone else insisted memory was not evidence. A man stood and shouted that his family had built everything they owned honestly. From 3 rows behind him, an elderly woman said, "On whose land?" Silence followed. Then the arguments began again. Ruth wrote, "Guilty. Not guilty. Responsibility, act non object. Responsibility denied." The ledger filled itself beneath her hand. Hours passed. Or years. Light moved across windows that could not have existed in the underground chamber. People remembered. That was the punishment, Ruth realized. Not wounds. Not ghosts. Specificity. No one could retreat into phrases like different times, complicated history, or nothing to do with me. They remembered names, rooms, choices. Who signed? Who watched? Who benefited? Who said nothing? But memory did not create agreement. Some wept and voted guilty. Some remembered everything and still voted not guilty. Some argued that inherited knowledge was not inherited culpability. Others answered that inherited benefit had never required consent either. Ruth recorded all of it. At midday, Evelyn Pike appeared. Ruth knew her instantly despite the gray in her hair. She stood beyond the 12 chairs wearing no blue dress, no bruises. Just an ordinary woman Ruth had not seen in 23 years. Ruth rose. Evelyn looked at her. Ruth wanted to apologize. Wanted to explain Harlan. Her career. Fear. Gratitude. The small compromises that became a life. Instead, she said the only sentence that did not ask Evelyn to carry something for her. "I changed your words." Evelyn nodded. "I know." Then she took a seat among the town. She did not forgive Ruth. She did not condemn her. She voted. Ruth looked down. Guilty. Aye. By afternoon, the tally was nearly even. By sunset, it was still nearly even. The supernatural jury remained silent around the circular table. They had waited since 1911. They could wait longer. Ruth finally understood the cruelty hidden in the phrase carved above the chamber door. Deliberation shall continue until agreement. There would be no verdict, while Bellwether demanded that guilt mean the same thing to everyone. No consensus while confession competed with denial. No release while people treated responsibility as something that could belong only to the dead or only to the living. Outside, darkness returned. The townspeople remained seated. Ruth kept writing. At some point, the doors disappeared. The lamps became the same 12 flames she had seen below the courthouse. Then came the scrape of chairs. 1, 2, 3. All 12. The room fell silent. A foreman Ruth could not see cleared his throat. Clerk Bell? Ruth looked toward the empty jury box. Yes? Would you read back the testimony? Her hands stopped. On the desk before her lay Evelyn Pike's transcript. At the top of the page, the words Ruth had restored were gone. The line was blank again. Somewhere behind her, someone began to weep. Ruth placed her fingers on the keys. Outside the impossible jury room, dawn began over Bellwether once more. And Ruth started recording the case again. Some communities do not erase wrongdoing by proving innocence. They erase it by deciding whose pain matters less. Ruth's punishment is not simply that she lied. It is that she helped transform one woman's truth into administrative silence, and silence allowed the cost to travel forward. Bellwether's jury can never agree, because responsibility is easier to debate than to accept. The record can be corrected, but memory does not guarantee repentance. If learning the truth about the life you inherited would change how you saw yourself, would you still want the record restored? Story 4. The new interstate extension looked cleanest at night. That was what Dean Mercer had told reporters when the project opened 6 months earlier. In darkness, the graded shoulders disappeared beyond the headlights. The scars from blasting were hidden. Fresh concrete barriers became pale lines, and reflective lane markers pulled a driver forward with the confidence of runway lights. At 10 minutes past 11 that Thursday night, Dean was alone on the westbound lanes, heading home after a transportation committee dinner. Rain had passed an hour earlier. The pavement still held a black sheen, and mist sat low over the drainage fields. Beyond the guardrail, rural Pennsylvania was reduced to silhouettes, bare ridges, telephone poles, the occasional farmhouse light among trees. Dean drove, with one hand at the bottom of the steering wheel. His phone lay connected to the dashboard navigation system. He did not need directions. He had approved the interchange geometry himself. Still, he kept the route running. The synthetic voice said, "Continue for 14 minutes. Take the next exit." Dean glanced at the display. The next exit was Junction 12, a little more than 9 miles ahead. 14 minutes was reasonable at the posted speed. A green sign emerged from the mist. Junction 12, 9 miles. Dean passed beneath it. The tires hissed over wet asphalt. He thought about the dinner, about Deputy Secretary Harlan's hand squeezing his shoulder, about how nobody had mentioned the crash. Nobody mentioned it anymore, unless a reporter needed an anniversary quote. 7 dead, 11 injured. A chain collision during freezing rain 3 weeks before the extension officially opened. Dean tightened his grip on the wheel. The investigation had concluded that emergency access remained within acceptable response standards. That was the phrase. His phrase. He had written it so many times that the words no longer sounded like language. The navigation voice interrupted him. Continue for 14 minutes. Take the next exit. Dean frowned. He had been driving for at least 6 minutes. The distance reads 6.1 miles. He watched it drop. 6.0. 5.9. The estimated time did not change. 14 minutes. Dean tapped the screen. The map refreshed. His blue marker slid forward. Continue for 14 minutes, the voice repeated. Yeah, he muttered. I heard you. The heater breathed warm air against his hands, carrying the faint plastic smell of a car not quite a year old. Beneath it was another odor, thin and metallic. Coolant, he thought. Or wet brakes from the truck that had passed him earlier. He cracked the window. Cold air entered hard enough to make his eyes water. The metallic smell remained. Ahead, another highway sign appeared. Dean expected the 2-mile notice for Junction 12. Instead, the sign read, Next exit, 14 minutes. He stared long enough that the car drifted onto the shoulder rumble strip. The vibration snapped through the steering wheel. Dean corrected sharply. In the mirror, the sign vanished into mist. He looked at the dashboard. 14 minutes. The distance now read 3.8 miles. That isn't a standard sign, he said aloud. Of course it wasn't. PennDOT did not post exits in travel minutes on rural interstate signs. Dean knew because he had signed the final traffic control schedule. He opened the route details on his phone. No traffic. No closure. No delay. Junction 12 remained the next available exit. For a moment, Dean considered pulling onto the shoulder. He disliked the thought immediately. The road here curved between a rock cut and a drainage basin, with poor nighttime visibility. There had been arguments about that stretch. There had been photographs. One showed a child's red mitten beside a broken reflector post. Dean locked his phone and placed it face down. The road straightened. Far ahead, amber lights glowed through the mist. A toll booth, he thought. Then remembered, there were no toll booths anywhere on the extension. The navigation voice spoke again, softer this time. Continue for 14 minutes. Dean did not look at the screen. He watched the amber lights grow closer. And beneath the synthetic voice, almost too faint to hear, another voice whispered through the speakers. Dean, you already passed the exit. Dean's foot lifted from the accelerator. For 3 or 4 seconds, the car seemed to coast without losing speed. He stared at the dashboard speakers as though something might be visible behind their perforated plastic. The navigation voice returned to its normal volume. Continue for 14 minutes. Take the next exit. Nothing else followed. Dean swallowed. The whisper had sounded male. Not familiar exactly, but close enough to familiarity that his body had reacted before his mind could place it. He turned the audio system off. The screen went dark. The amber lights ahead remained. Dean reduced his speed. They resolved gradually into maintenance lamps mounted above a broad, paved turnout on the right shoulder. No toll booth. No barrier gate. Only a service area, unfinished perhaps, separated from the road by concrete drums and orange reflectors. For an instant he felt embarrassed. Fatigue. Rain glare. Too much bourbon at dinner, though he had barely finished one glass. He drove past without stopping. The smell of metal strengthened. Dean knew roads better than most people knew their own houses. He had spent 26 years measuring what drivers did when they were tired, frightened, impatient, distracted, drunk, lost, or certain they were right. He understood stopping sight distance, friction coefficients, median recovery zones, emergency access intervals. He could look at an interchange drawing and predict where traffic would hesitate before software confirmed it. The extension had been his largest project. 111 miles of new and reconstructed roadway cutting through 3 counties, promoted as a safer alternative to the older mountain routes. Safe. The word had appeared everywhere. Public hearings. Budget statements. Ribbon-cutting speeches. Then, 3 weeks before opening, freezing rain arrived overnight. A contractor's pickup lost traction near the drainage basin. A sedan braked. A delivery van struck it. 2 more vehicles entered the collision before the first emergency call was properly routed. 7 people died. Dean remembered arriving after dawn. He remembered crushed metal beneath portable floodlights. Salt scattered across black ice. Firefighters moving slowly because there was nothing left to hurry for. What he remembered most clearly was an assistant engineer named Calvin Shore standing beside him with a printed response log. 28 minutes, Calvin had said. Dean had looked at him. What? First unit with extraction equipment. 28 from the initial call. Dean had known immediately what that meant. The approved emergency access model allowed 14. Not always 14 exactly. The standard involved categories, roadway conditions, access points, projected dispatch coverage. But 14 was the number in the executive summary. 14 was what the committee remembered. 14 was what Dean had promised. The investigation lasted 11 weeks. Dean still told himself he had never falsified anything important. He corrected duplicated dispatch entries, removed an improperly coded call, reclassified the incident start from the first cellular report to confirmed dispatch notification, adjusted the project boundary because the initial impact occurred 73 feet beyond the operational section listed in the opening permit. Harmless corrections. That was what he called them. Data cleaning. Professional judgment. When the final spreadsheet was circulated, the emergency response field showed 14 minutes. Not 28. 14. Dean had stared at the cell for a long time before clicking save. The road curved left. His dashboard suddenly illuminated. The navigation system had restarted by itself. Dean touched the power button. Nothing happened. The map displayed his vehicle, approaching Junction 12. Distance, half a mile. He exhaled through his nose. Good. He would exit, find a gas station, and restart the car. the green sign emerged ahead. Junction 12. Exit right. Dean moved into the exit lane. The ramp appeared exactly where he expected. Then mist rolled across the roadway in a single pale sheet. For perhaps 2 seconds, the reflective lane markers vanished. Dean slowed. When the mist cleared, he was still traveling on the interstate. There was no ramp beside him. No gore point. No merging lane behind him. Only guard rail. He looked into the mirror. The highway stretched empty beneath evenly spaced lights. Dean's pulse began beating high in his throat. That's impossible. The navigation map refreshed. His blue marker remained on the main roadway. A new route appeared. Next exit. 14 minutes. Dean gripped the wheel with both hands. Behind him, somewhere beyond the back seat, came the quiet sound of fabric shifting. He looked into the rearview mirror. Nothing was there. The navigation system spoke. Continue for 14 minutes. Then, after a pause, it added in the same pleasant voice. Emergency response remains within acceptable standards. Dean almost stopped the car. The words remained on the navigation screen for several seconds after the voice finished speaking. Emergency response remains within acceptable standards. Then the sentence vanished. The map returned. 14 minutes. Dean's hands had gone cold despite the heater. No, he said. It was not fear yet. Fear required accepting that something impossible had happened. Dean preferred malfunction, intrusion, sabotage, categories with causes, diagrams, and people who could be blamed. Someone had accessed the vehicle's software. That explanation was ridiculous, but it belonged to the world. He disconnected his phone. The navigation map remained illuminated. Dean pressed and held the power control until the screen went black. 3 seconds later, it restarted. No manufacturer logo appeared. Only the road. Only the route. 14 minutes. Dean looked toward the shoulder for somewhere safe to pull over, but the guardrail ran continuously beside him. The roadway had become strangely narrow. Beyond the barrier, trees crowded close enough that their wet branches reflected his headlights. A variable message board appeared ahead. Dean knew this one. It had been installed to warn westbound drivers about ice, crashes, lane closures, and construction. Tonight, its amber letters read, Margaret Hollis. Dean's breathing changed. He slowed. The message disappeared as he approached. Then another name formed, Roos Vale. Dean passed beneath the board. He knew both names. Margaret Hollis had been driving the blue sedan. Russell Vale had been in the delivery van. Both had died before extraction crews reached them. Dean checked his mirrors. Empty roadway. This is someone's idea of a joke. His voice sounded thin inside the car. It had to be hacked signage. Remote access existed for the variable message network. Contractors used it during maintenance. Unauthorized access had happened elsewhere before. Some technician, activist, reporter, someone who knew about the crash could have compromised the system. That was possible. Cruel, but possible. Dean reached for his phone before remembering he had disconnected it. He considered calling state operations. Then another sign appeared. Not an electronic board. A permanent green guide sign. The reflective white lettering seemed normal until his headlights fully reached it. Ellen Pike. Marcus Dale. 2 miles. Dean knew those names too. He pressed harder on the accelerator. The sign passed overhead. He did not look back. Rain began ticking lightly against the windshield. Not enough for the wipers at first. Then heavier. Dean switched them on. Each sweep briefly sharpened the road before water softened it again. Another sign waited beyond the curve. 3 names this time. He recognized 2 immediately. The third made him lean toward the windshield. No keen. Dean's foot slipped from the accelerator. The car decelerated. No. Noah Keene had been 9 years old. He had been sitting in the rear passenger seat of the Hollis sedan. His name had never appeared in the public crash summary. At the family's request, the department had withheld it from press releases. Internal records initially referred to him only as Juvenile Passenger 2. Dean knew the name because he had read the medical examiner's attachment. Because he had seen the evidence photographs. Because one photograph showed a red mitten beside the damaged reflector post. No hacker working from public records should have known. Dean stared at the road until his eyes hurt. He became aware again of the metallic smell. Stronger now. Coolant. Hot steel. And something faintly chemical beneath both. Airbag propellant. His stomach tightened. Ahead, brake lights appeared. Dean slammed his foot lightly onto the pedal before realizing there was no vehicle there. The red lights vanished. For half a second, he saw twisted metal across 3 lanes. Then the highway was empty again. Dean whispered Noah's name. Something moved behind him. Not fabric this time. A small damp tap against the rear window. He refused to turn around. The next message board brightened through the rain. Its first line displayed no name. Only 2 words. Initial call. Dean felt pressure gathering behind his ribs. A second line appeared. Removed from datasset. His mouth went dry. That phrase had never been in the final investigation. It had never been spoken in committee. Dean himself had typed it into a private working note while revising the spreadsheet, then deleted the comment before sending the file. The board went dark. Dean drove beneath it. Another illuminated ahead almost immediately. This one showed a single sentence. Response delay, 14 minutes. And underneath, in smaller amber letters, correction author, Dean Mercer. Dean drove past the sign without slowing. For several miles, nothing changed. No names. No messages. No impossible voices. Only rain, moving across the windshield, and the steady white lane markings pulling him west. That silence frightened him more. His mind began rebuilding explanations because that was what it had always done under pressure. Someone had accessed internal project files. Calvin, perhaps. Or someone from the investigation team. The private note could have survived in an archived revision. Deleted comments were rarely truly deleted if someone knew where to look. The child's name could have leaked. The navigation system could have been compromised. Every impossible thing could still be separated into smaller possible things. Dean repeated that to himself until the road widened. A concrete island appeared ahead. Then another. Overhead lamps burned through the rain with a dirty amber glow. Dean stared. 3 toll lanes stood across the interstate. Small booths occupied each island, their windows black. There had never been a toll plaza here. Not proposed. Not designed. Not rejected. Never. Dean slowed until the tires whispered rather than hissed. The center lane showed a green arrow. The others displayed red crosses. He considered stopping before the plaza, but the road behind him had disappeared into fog. He entered the center lane. The booth window was closed. Inside, an old fluorescent tube flickered above an empty stool. Dean lowered his window. Rain blew onto his sleeve. Hello. No answer. Then the service drawer beneath the window slid outward. Dean flinched. Something lay inside. A wristwatch. Cheap silver casing. Black leather strap. The glass was cracked through the center. Dean recognized it before he touched it. Evidence photograph 17. Russell Vale's watch. Recovered from beneath the passenger seat of the delivery van. According to the property inventory, the crystal had fractured during the collision and the hands had stopped shortly after 11 that night. Dean stared at it. The hands were moving now. The second hand jerked forward. Stopped. Jerked again. He did not want to take it. The drawer remained extended. A bell chimed somewhere inside the booth. Once. Dean reached out. The watch was warm. The instant his fingers closed around it, the toll gate lifted. The booth lights went dark. Dean threw the watch onto the passenger seat and accelerated. The plaza vanished in his mirrors almost immediately. Within minutes, another appeared. This one had only one lane. A green arrow waited above it. Dean shouted at the windshield. No. He tried to steer onto the shoulder. The steering wheel resisted. Not locked. Heavy. As if another pair of hands held it straight. The car entered the lane. The second booth was empty. Again, the drawer opened. Inside lay a plastic key ring shaped like a yellow sunflower. Dean knew that too. Margaret Hollis. Her house keys had been found in the footwell, attached to the sunflower her daughter had given her. Dean left them untouched. The gate remained down. He waited. Nothing happened. I'm not taking it. Rainwater ran down the open window and soaked his trousers. The fluorescent light buzzed. Then, from the black interior of the booth, something breathed. Dean snatched the keys. The gate rose. He drove. After that came a child's red mitten. Then a bent pair of reading glasses. Then a scorched insurance card fused at one corner. Each booth appeared without warning. Each demanded acceptance. By the fourth, Dean stopped telling himself the objects might be replicas. They carried details the photographs had not. The mitten had 3 letters written inside the cuff in black marker. N.K. The reading glasses smelled faintly of lavender. The insurance card had a thumbprint in dried blood across the policy number. His passenger seat filled. Recovered property. That was the classification used in the investigation. Dean had signed the disposition sheet. He had never wondered what happened to any of it afterward. The next toll plaza appeared beneath brighter lights. This booth looked newer. Its interior was illuminated. Still, no attendant sat inside. Dean lowered the window before the drawer moved. It slid toward him. A black flash drive rested alone on the metal tray. Dean stopped breathing. Unlike the other objects, this one belonged to him. A strip of white adhesive tape was wrapped around its body. In his own handwriting. Original, do not overwrite. He had lost that drive during the investigation. Or believed he had. It contained the first emergency access model. The one generated before committee review. Before the revised boundaries. Before the deleted dispatch entry. Before 14 replaced 28. Dean picked it up. The toll booth speaker crackled. For the first time, the unseen attendant spoke. Property recovered from the scene. Dean stared into the empty booth. That wasn't at the scene. A pause. Then the voice answered, "It is now." Dean dropped the flash drive onto the passenger seat, as though it had burned him. The toll gate rose. He accelerated through before the unseen attendant could speak again. For the first time that night, he stopped looking for an explanation and concentrated on leaving. A maintenance crossover appeared between the concrete median barriers, half a mile ahead. Dean knew it was meant for emergency vehicles only, but there was no traffic in either direction. He braked, turned through the opening, and crossed onto the eastbound lanes. The navigation display rotated. For a moment, relief loosened something in his chest. He was finally going back. Then the map redrew itself. The blue route extended ahead. Next exit, 14 minutes. Dean struck the screen with the heel of his hand. No. He drove faster. The rain thickened. Within minutes, another green sign emerged. Junction 12. Westbound. Dean stared at it. He was traveling east. He checked the compass built into the instrument cluster. West. He looked over his shoulder at the median crossover. Gone. Only uninterrupted concrete barrier remained. Dean pulled into an emergency turnout. He put the transmission in park, killed the engine, opened the door, and stepped onto wet pavement. Cold rain struck his face. Silence surrounded him. No trucks. No aircraft. No distant houses. Even the interstate lights seemed to produce illumination without electrical hum. Dean took out his phone and called emergency services. The call connected immediately. A dispatcher answered. "Emergency services. What is the location of your incident?" Dean gave the highway number and approximate mile marker. A pause. "Sir, that mile marker is not currently in service." Dean looked at the road beneath his shoes. "What does that mean?" "Please provide the location of your incident." "I just did." Another pause. Then the dispatcher said, "What time did the first call come in?" Dean stopped breathing. Rainwater ran from his hair onto his collar. "What?" "What time did the first call come in?" The connection filled with static. Behind it, Dean heard overlapping voices. Someone crying. A man shouting that there were children in one of the cars. Then a woman repeatedly giving directions to an ambulance that could not find the access road. Dean hung up. The phone rang immediately. He let it ring. The caller identification displayed. Initial call. Dean got back into the car. The heater blasted cold air. He started the engine and drove. He tried the next shoulder opening. It returned him to the same lanes. He followed a maintenance ramp downhill and emerged 2 miles behind where he had entered it. He reset the navigation system to factory settings. The screen went black, rebooted, and displayed 14 minutes. Then the temperature outside dropped. Rain became sleet. Dean heard it tapping against the windshield. His wipers pushed slush aside. He knew that weather. The crash photographs had shown the same translucent pellets packed inside broken headlights and door seams. A damaged reflector post appeared beside the road. Its white surface was streaked red. Farther on, Dean passed a length of blue plastic lodged beneath the guardrail. A sedan bumper. Then came a shattered cargo crate. A child sneaker. A strip of thermal blanket caught on a drainage fence. Dean had seen all of them before. Not here. In photographs. Evidence photographs, numbered, captioned, and attached to the confidential reconstruction report. His pulse slowed strangely as understanding arrived. The road was not reproducing the accident. It was reproducing the investigation. That distinction was worse. Dean knew because certain details had never existed together at the scene. The sneaker had been recovered after sunrise, nearly 60 yards downhill. The thermal blanket had been photographed at the hospital staging area. The broken reflector had been removed 2 days later. Yet here they appeared in sequence exactly as Dean had encountered them in the evidence file. Photograph 12. Photograph 19. Photograph 27. Photograph 31. The highway was assembling itself from what he had seen, not from what had happened. Ahead, the sleet turned silver in his headlights. A figure stood beside the guardrail. Dean slowed. It wore a reflective emergency jacket. Its face was hidden by darkness. As Dean approached, the figure raised one arm and pointed toward the road ahead. There, across the wet pavement, black tire marks began appearing by themselves. Dean recognized their shape. He had studied them for weeks. The first vehicle had begun braking there. But the confidential reconstruction placed that mark almost 4 miles from this location. Dean looked at the navigation display. 14 minutes. The figure beside the guardrail lowered its arm. and Dean finally understood that the road was not taking him toward the crash site. It was taking him through his copy of the evidence. The figure was gone by the time Dean reached the tire marks. Only sleet remained, skittering over the hood like handfuls of sand. He drove more slowly now, not because he believed caution would protect him, but because recognition had changed the road. Every guardrail joint, drainage grate, and emergency marker had become potentially meaningful. He was no longer traveling through Pennsylvania. He was traveling through a document. A barricade appeared ahead. 2 orange drums stood across the shoulder beside a striped metal gate. Dean knew the location immediately. His stomach contracted. Behind the gate was an access road. Or there had been one. During construction, engineers had planned an emergency service ramp there, so ambulances could enter the westbound lanes without traveling from Junction 12. The design had survived through 3 revisions before budget negotiations removed it. Dean remembered the meeting. Maintenance cost. Winter plowing. Land acquisition. Low projected usage. 4 phrases that had erased a road. The final drawings showed only continuous barrier. But now the gate stood open. Beyond it, a narrow asphalt ramp descended between trees. A weathered sign read, "Off yours, emergency access only." Dean stopped beside the entrance. His headlights illuminated sleet falling into darkness. He could remain on the interstate. He knew where that led. 14 minutes. Again. 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 Dean turned onto the ramp. The road descended more steeply than he remembered from the original plans. Trees closed above him. Snow gathered in the branches, although the ground had been bare less than an hour earlier. Then amber work lights appeared below. Dean emerged into a maintenance staging area. He hit the brakes. Vehicles filled the gravel lot. Not maintenance vehicles. Wrecks. The blue sedan sat sideways near a concrete barrier, its rear quarter crushed inward. The delivery van rested against it at the precise angle shown in the reconstruction diagram. A contractor pickup stood 20 yards farther away, with its front axle twisted beneath the chassis. Dean's mouth opened, but nothing came out. There were 7 vehicles. Every one from the pileup. They had not merely been brought here. They had been arranged. Dean could see the investigation before it had become an investigation. The vehicles were positioned exactly as the first aerial photographs showed them, before tow crews separated the wreckage. Hazard lights flashed silently. No engines ran. Steam rose from one ruptured radiator. Dean left his car. The sleet stopped the moment he stepped onto the gravel. Silence pressed against the staging area. He walked toward the blue sedan. The rear door hung partly open. A child safety seat was visible inside. Dean stopped. On the wet gravel below the door lay a red mitten. He turned away. A low building stood at the edge of the lot. He remembered that too. A temporary roadside operations cabin had been included during construction, then dismantled before opening. Tonight, yellow light shone through its windows. Dean crossed the yard. The cabin door opened before he touched it. Warm air carried the smell of stale coffee, printer toner, and wet winter coats. Inside were folding tables, radios, traffic maps, and boxes of reflective vests. Nothing looked supernatural. That made it unbearable. A desktop computer hummed in the corner. Its monitor was awake. Dean approached. A login window was open. The username field already contained D. Mercer. He stared. That credential had been retired after the project closed. The password field filled itself. Dots appeared one by one. The computer logged in. A familiar spreadsheet opened. Dean's knees weakened. He knew the file before reading the title. Emergency Access Response Model, Original. Not the revised version. The first one. The one on the flash drive. Rows of incident data filled the screen. Dispatch call. Confirmation. Unit assignment. Ramp access. Arrival. Extraction capability. At the bottom, a red warning cell remained exactly as he remembered it. Projected response, 28 minutes. Dean touched the desk for balance. Beside the keyboard sat an empty coffee cup. His old coffee cup. A chip missing from the rim. He had used it during the 11-week review. The computer cursor moved. Without Dean touching anything, another file opened. A version history. He watched revisions appear chronologically. Boundary adjustment. Call reclassification. Duplicate deletion. Timestamp correction. Then the cursor selected an entry Dean had never seen listed in any audit. 14 minutes exclot from Incent record. Dean leaned closer. Under user, the file showed his employee credentials. Understaff, one word pulsed slowly. Active. Then, somewhere outside the cabin, 7 car doors opened at once. Dean did not move when the car doors opened outside. 7 separate sounds crossed the staging area. Metal hinges. Rubber seals releasing. Then silence. The computer monitor continued glowing. Active. Dean forced himself to look through the cabin window. Every wrecked vehicle now had one door open. No one stood beside them. The interiors were black. He turned back to the computer. If the road wanted him outside, he would remain where the records were. Records had rules. Dean opened the revision history. Most entries matched what he remembered. Corrections, boundary adjustments, classifications he had defended for years as legitimate engineering judgment. But one command sat beneath them. Ensign Interboat Vet, 14 minutes. Dean clicked it. A secondary table opened. The original incident timeline appeared across the screen. First cellular report. Dispatch routing. Emergency notification. Unit assignment. Arrival. Extraction. Death declarations. Dean read down. Then he saw it. The original first call had not simply been deleted. Its timestamp had been moved. Dean remembered the afternoon he had done it. Calvin Shore had left the office after another argument about the response model. Dean had stayed alone, staring at a spreadsheet that turned red every time the calculation ran. 28 minutes. Outside standard. Project safety assumption invalid. Opening recommendation subject to review. Dean had discovered that the collision technically began beyond the administrative construction boundary, while several later impacts occurred inside it. So he changed the incident start, not the crash. The record of when the crash became relevant. He moved the official beginning forward 14 minutes. Everything before that point became pre-incident data. Calls. Waiting. Bleeding. Attempts to open crushed doors. A mother telling a dispatcher her son had stopped answering her. All of it occurred before the incident officially existed. Dean backed away from the monitor. No. He had never described it that way. He had called it boundary alignment. The screen scrolled by itself. A map appeared. The project limit glowed in white. The crash timeline ran beside it. Then 14 minutes of the timeline darkened. A message appeared. Intro extract from project record. Dean stared at the words. His mind supplied another memory. The medical examiner had questioned why 2 deaths appeared to precede the recognized incident time. Dean had blamed incompatible agency clocks. Another timestamp had been removed. A dispatch recording had been marked duplicate. A handwritten paramedic note had been excluded because its time conflicted with the electronic log. Dean looked toward the cabin door. Outside, the recovered objects were visible through the windshield of his parked car. Russell's cracked watch. Margaret's sunflower keys. Noah's mitten. All things tied to the period he had severed from the official record. That was why the road kept giving them back. They belonged to the missing interval. The computer opened another folder. X. S. Colby Evances. Dean clicked. 14 minutes unfolded line by line. Not blank. Full. Calls he had removed. Vehicle telemetry. Dispatch attempts. A maintenance worker report about ice. A request to open the unfinished emergency access ramp. That request had been denied because the ramp no longer existed in the final plan. Dean stopped. The cabin seemed suddenly smaller. The access road outside. The one he had just driven down. It had not appeared because the crash happened there. It appeared because somebody had needed it. And Dean's project had taken it away. The cursor blinked over a button. Restore original excensi indirape. His hand hovered over the mouse. For years, Dean had imagined confession as destruction. License. Career. Pension. Reputation. He had never imagined it as a single button. Outside, something stepped onto the gravel. Dean clicked. The computer froze. Then a warning appeared. Restoration failed. He clicked again. Restoration failed. What do you want? The monitor flickered. A new window opened. Entident cannot be restored. While crankly allocated. Dean read it twice. Beneath the message was a status field. 14-minute interbell in use. The cabin lights dimmed. From outside came the sound of 7 people walking slowly across wet gravel. Dean turned toward the window. The wrecked vehicles were empty. Beyond them, where the access ramp should have climbed back toward the interstate, there was now only a black roadway stretching into sleet. The computer chimed. One final line appeared. Krankensewer, Dean Mercer. And beneath it, time remaining, 14 minutes. Dean stared at the message until the letters blurred. Outside, the footsteps stopped. 7 figures stood among the wrecked vehicles. Dean could not see their faces clearly, but he knew where each belonged. One beside the blue sedan. 2 near the delivery van. A smaller figure by the crushed rear door. They were not approaching the cabin. They were waiting. Dean turned back to the computer. The status window remained open. 14-minute interval in use. He clicked the phrase. A diagram replaced the spreadsheet. At first, it resembled a highway alignment drawing. Lanes represented by parallel white lines, exits branching outward, mile markers positioned along the route. But between 2 points on the diagram lay a section Dean had never designed. A black strip with no mile number. No jurisdiction. No project designation. Its length was marked only by duration. 14 minutes. Dean understood before he wanted to. The repeated exits. The missing ramps. The toll booths. The evidence placed where it had never physically existed. The highway was not trapping him inside a geographic loop. It was trapping him inside an interval. He had removed 14 minutes from the official history of the crash, and those minutes had not disappeared. They had gone somewhere. The computer produced a soft notification tone. Text appeared beneath the diagram. Xscade time repures allocation. Dean whispered, "Allocation to what?" The answer formed slowly. Responsible parties. A list opened. Most names were unfamiliar at first. A deputy administrator who had approved the removal of the emergency ramp. A budget officer who had rejected the winter response contingency. A contractor who had signed off on incomplete ice treatment. 2 operations managers who had delayed reopening an access gate. Calvin Shore's name appeared too. Beside it. Steppy, cleared. Dean stared. Calvin had resigned 4 years earlier. Dean remembered hearing that he had moved west. Then another memory surfaced. A short article forwarded around the department. Calvin had died alone after driving off a mountain road in Colorado. No one had understood why he had left the highway at an abandoned service turnoff. Dean scrolled. Other names carried the same status. Cleared. People involved in the project who had later died in accidents, disappearances, unexplained roadside incidents. Dean felt cold gather beneath his skin. The road had been collecting them. Not randomly. One at a time. His own name sat at the bottom. Dean Mercer, active. He backed away. So this is punishment. The figures outside did not move. The computer answered. No. Dean froze. Another line appeared. Death does not restore time. Then another. Time must be returned to original Huaders. The meaning arrived with such simplicity that Dean nearly laughed. All night he had assumed the road wanted confession, or suffering, or his death. Those were human ideas of justice. The road wanted accounting. 14 minutes had been removed from 7 people. 14 minutes during which they had called, waited, bled, spoken, breathed, tried to stay conscious, tried to keep one another alive. Dean had treated those minutes as statistical contamination, because keeping them would damage the project. But the people inside them had never stopped possessing them. He had merely removed the place where their final actions could exist. The black roadway on the diagram pulsed. For the first time, Dean noticed 7 thin lines running through it. Each ended abruptly at the official incident boundary. The monitor displayed another message. Return enterate? 2 options appeared. Yes. No. Dean moved the cursor toward yes. Before he clicked, he looked through the window again. The child beside the sedan had turned toward him. Dean could now see the red mitten on one hand. What happens? The computer did not respond immediately. Then, original offense resume. Dean's hand stopped. Resume. Not replay. Not reconstruct. Resume. Those 14 minutes had never finished. They had been cut out while people were still inside them. The figures outside were not ghosts waiting for revenge. They were people waiting for the rest of their time. Dean clicked yes. Every light in the cabin went out. The computer remained visible for one final second. In T will release D. Then, return to point of irritations. Outside, engines began starting one by one. Headlights flared across the staging area. The wrecked vehicles were no longer wrecked. Dean heard tires moving over freezing rain. A child shouted from inside the blue sedan. Somewhere beyond the cabin, a truck horn sounded, and the navigation voice spoke from Dean's car. Route resumed. A pause. Collision in 14 minutes. The cabin vanished. Dean was behind the wheel again. His hands were locked around the steering wheel, his car moving west through freezing rain. For several seconds, he could not understand what had changed. Then headlights appeared ahead. Traffic. Real traffic. A contractor pickup in the right lane. A blue sedan farther ahead. The delivery van behind it. Dean knew every vehicle. They were still whole. The navigation screen illuminated. Collision in 14 minutes. Dean pressed the accelerator. The blue sedan was Margaret Hollis. Noah was in the back. He had 14 minutes before the contractor pickup lost traction. 14 minutes before the first impact. Dean pulled alongside Margaret and sounded his horn. She glanced toward him, startled. Dean pointed frantically toward the shoulder. Pull over. She frowned through the rain. He accelerated ahead, swerved partly into her lane, then slowed. Margaret braked. Dean did it again. She flashed her headlights. "Come on," he whispered. Finally, she took the shoulder. The moment her sedan crossed the white line, it disappeared. Dean almost crashed. One instant, the car was beside him. The next, there was only sleet. Then someone inhaled sharply behind him. Dean looked into the mirror. Margaret sat in the rear seat. Alive. Her hair was wet. Blood marked one temple, though her car had never crashed. In her hand were the yellow sunflower keys. Beside her sat Noah. The boy wore one red mitten. The other hand was bare. Dean stared. Noah stared back. "Keep driving," Margaret said. Dean faced forward. The navigation screen changed. Collision in 11 minutes. The delivery van was ahead. Dean accelerated. Russell Vale was driving. Dean pulled alongside and repeated the maneuver. Russell refused at first. Dean drove onto the shoulder, came dangerously close to the van, then pointed toward smoke that had begun rising from beneath his own hood. There was no mechanical problem, but Russell saw it. He slowed. Dean stopped on the shoulder. Russell pulled in behind him. The van vanished. A new weight settled into the back seat. Dean looked briefly into the mirror. Russell sat beside Margaret, holding his cracked watch. Its second hand moved. Dean's car sagged slightly lower. The engine note changed. Collision in 8 minutes. The other vehicles came faster now. Dean recognized them from photographs rather than memory. An elderly couple in a gray crossover. A nurse driving home after shift. A young man whose insurance card had been fused by fire. Dean used whatever he could. Horn. Headlights. Aggressive lane changes. A thrown flashlight. Once, he deliberately struck the side of another vehicle hard enough to force its driver toward an exit ramp. The car vanished as soon as it crossed the gore line. Its occupant appeared behind Dean. Alive. Holding bent reading glasses. The back seat filled. Then the rear footwell. Bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder. None complained. They carried the recovered objects silently. Dean's suspension groaned. The steering became sluggish. Acceleration weakened. Collision in 5 minutes. Ahead, the contractor pickup remained on course. That was the first vehicle. The beginning. Dean pressed the accelerator to the floor. The car responded slowly. Too slowly. He looked at the mirror. 7 faces watched him. Noah sat between adults, the red mitten resting in his lap. Dean understood. He could save them. But every rescue transferred their missing time into his vehicle. The road was giving them back the minutes he had removed. And time had weight. The contractor pickup was less than a mile ahead. The navigation voice said, 4 minutes remaining. Dean passed a green sign. For the first time all night, it showed a real destination. Junction 12. Next exit. Relief struck him so hard it almost hurt. Then another line illuminated beneath it. 3 minutes. The exit ramp appeared ahead. Clear. Open. Dean could reach it. He could leave before the collision. But the pickup was still in the right lane. Still approaching the icy curve. Dean looked at the speedometer. The overloaded car was losing speed. Margaret spoke behind him. "You can still take the exit." Dean said nothing. The ramp drew closer. So did the pickup. The navigation system began counting down. 2 minutes. Dean passed the beginning of the exit lane. He stayed on the interstate. Behind him, Noah whispered. He didn't do that last time. Dean tightened his hands on the wheel. Ahead, the contractor pickup began to fishtail. The pickup's rear end swung across the lane. Dean stamped the accelerator. His engine answered with a strained, hollow roar. The car gained almost nothing. "Dean," Margaret said. He saw the exit in the mirror. Junction 12 curved away behind them, its ramp impossibly still visible, although he had already passed it. The green sign hung above the roadway as if distance no longer applied. The navigation screen changed. Exit Capitis expied. Dean stared. A second line appeared. Reduce load. He looked into the rear view mirror. 7 people filled the back of the car. Russell held his cracked watch against his chest. The nurse clutched the bent glasses. Margaret's sunflower keys rested between her fingers. Noah wore the red mitten. Dean understood what the road was offering him. Not rescue. Arithmetic. The car was carrying too much stolen time to reach the exit. If he wanted to leave, some of it had to be put back. "Open the doors," Dean said. Nobody moved. He did not know whether he meant for them to get out or whether some frightened part of him merely wanted to see if they could. The navigation voice said, 1 minute remaining. The pickup fishtailed again. Dean drew closer by inches. On the shoulder ahead, a new green sign appeared. Junction 12. Exit now. Beneath it, a variable Oscapancy, 1. Dean laughed once, sharply. Of course. The road had reduced everything to the language he trusted. Capacity. Allocation. Acceptable limits. He could still save himself if he treated human beings as excess load one more time. The passenger doors unlocked with 7 quiet clicks. Cold air seeped around the seals. Margaret looked at him in the mirror. She did not accuse him. That was worse. Dean tightened his grip. No. The doors locked again. The sign passed overhead. The exit opened beside him. For several seconds it remained there, matching the car's speed, an empty strip of dry pavement curving toward darkness. Dean could have turned. He knew it with the certainty of an engineer looking at a solved equation. He stayed in his lane. Navigation voice said, 30 seconds. Ahead, the contractor pickup rotated sideways. The blue sedan was no longer there to strike it. Neither was Russell's van. Dean had changed the pattern. But headlights appeared behind the spinning pickup anyway. Vehicles without drivers. Ghosts of the original traffic. The collision had lost its victims, but not its momentum. Metal struck metal. A horn locked into one continuous note. Sparks spread across freezing pavement. Dean braked. The overloaded car barely slowed. 10 seconds. Noah leaned forward between the seats. "Can you stop it?" Dean looked at the wreckage building ahead. For 26 years, he had believed every danger became manageable once translated into numbers. 10 seconds. Stopping distance. Vehicle mass. Road friction. 7 lives. 14 minutes. For the first time, none of the calculations offered a place to hide. "No," Dean said. Then, after a moment, "But I can stop lying about it." The countdown reached its end. The world became white. There was no impact. Only silence. Dean opened his eyes. Dry pavement stretched ahead beneath a clear night sky. His car moved smoothly westbound. The passenger seat was empty. No cracked watch. No keys. No mitten. No flash drive. The navigation system was off. Dean checked the mirror. The back seat was empty. His chest loosened. He drove for nearly a mile before allowing himself to believe that the road had released him. Then a familiar green sign appeared. Junction 12, 9 miles. Dean began to cry. Not loudly. He kept driving. A moment later, the navigation system illuminated by itself. Continue for 14 minutes. Take the next exit. Dean closed his eyes for half a second. When he opened them, the highway was wet again. Mist gathered over the drainage fields. The metallic smell returned through the vents. He looked into the rearview mirror. No one was there. Then he heard breathing. Small. Uneven. From directly behind his seat. Dean did not turn around. A red mitten slowly appeared on his shoulder. The navigation voice remained calm. Next exit in 14 minutes. Some failures can be hidden in reports, renamed in meetings, or moved beyond the boundary of responsibility. But changing a record does not change what happened inside the missing space. Dean believed 14 minutes were only data, an inconvenient interval that could be excluded without consequence. The road understood them differently. They belonged to people who had lived every second of them. Perhaps that is why Dean's punishment is not simply death. He must keep returning to the moment when numbers become lives again, until he can carry their full weight without trying to leave anyone behind. What would you have done at the last exit? Story 5. The first girl to mention the woman outside the window did so while Margaret Vale was checking curtain lengths. That was why Margaret remembered the moment so clearly afterward. There was nothing dramatic about it. No scream. No broken glass. No sudden extinguishing of lights. Only rain whispering against the old stone of St. Orison's School for Girls, and Margaret standing in Dormitory 3 with a clipboard beneath one arm while 12 pupils prepared for bed around her. The school had occupied the northern edge of Blackmere Moor since 1887. From a distance, it resembled an enormous gray convent abandoned by its religion. Pointed roofs, narrow chimneys, blackened stone and windows, tall enough to suggest that whoever designed them had expected taller children. Inside, however, St. Orison's was warm, polished, and expensive. Parents liked that contradiction. History outside. Comfort within. Margaret had spent 31 years learning how to maintain it. "The curtains are 2 inches short," she told Mrs. Hesketh. The housemistress glanced toward the nearest window. They shrank. They were installed in July. Then they shrank efficiently. Margaret almost smiled. Almost. The school inspection was 6 days away, and smiling had begun to feel like something requiring an appointment. She made another note. Behind them, girls whispered beneath the soft yellow lamps. Dormitory 3 contained the youngest boarders in Hawthorne House, mostly 11 and 12 years old, each bed surrounded by carefully permitted fragments of home: photographs, stuffed animals, postcards, ribbons, birthday cards. Homesickness was expected during autumn term. St. Orison's even had language for it: transitional attachment distress. Margaret had written the phrase herself for the pastoral handbook. She was checking the radiator beside bed 7 when someone said, very quietly, "My mum's here again." Margaret looked up. The speaker was Alice Roundtree, a thin 11-year-old from Bristol, whose parents worked overseas for much of the year. Alice was sitting cross-legged beneath her duvet. Mrs. Hesketh gave the girl a patient look. "Your mother telephoned yesterday, Alice." "No, she's here." The other girls had stopped whispering. Margaret followed Alice's gaze. The window beside her bed was streaked with rain. Beyond it lay darkness. Dormitory 3 occupied the uppermost floor of Hawthorne House. The lawn beneath that wall was nearly 40 feet below, separated from the building by a strip of gravel and an iron drainage channel. There was no balcony, no ledge wide enough to stand upon. Margaret walked toward the window anyway. "What makes you think your mother is here?" Alice pointed. "She stands there after lights out." "Where?" "Outside." One girl laughed nervously. Mrs. Hesketh silenced her with a glance. Margaret reached the glass. Rain silvered the courtyard lamps below. Beyond them, the moor disappeared into darkness, beneath clouds, dragging low across the hills. Nothing stood outside. "Perhaps you saw your reflection?" "She doesn't look like my mum." Margaret turned. Alice seemed embarrassed by the admission. "Then why call her your mother?" The child worried the edge of her duvet between 2 fingers. "Because she says she is." A faint discomfort moved through Margaret. Not fear. Something older and less welcome. She looked back at the glass. "When does she speak to you?" "She doesn't speak." "You just said." "I hear her anyway." The room had become very quiet. Margaret knew what prolonged separation could do to children. She knew how loneliness borrowed familiar shapes. She knew that imagination became particularly fertile in old buildings, where pipes clicked, timber shifted, and every corridor carried stories inherited from generations of frightened pupils. She also knew the inspection team would ask about pupil well-being. Margaret crouched beside Alice's bed. "What does this woman supposedly say?" Alice stared at her. Then, with a tenderness that seemed too adult for her face, she said, "She says I never have to earn being wanted." Margaret's breath stopped. Only briefly. 23 years vanished beneath that sentence. A narrow office. A crying 16-year-old. a scholarship agreement on Margaret's desk. A girl saying, "Please don't send me home." Margaret stood too quickly. The radiator struck her knee. "Bedtime," she said. Mrs. Hesketh began ushering the girls beneath their covers. Margaret collected her clipboard. At the door, she glanced once more toward Alice's window. Something pale rested against the outside of the glass. For one irrational instant, Margaret thought it was a hand. Then she saw the fabric. A white handkerchief, neatly folded into a triangle, pressed flat against the window from outside. Margaret stared. There was nothing holding it there. Nothing beyond it but rain and 40 feet of empty air. And slowly, as Margaret watched, one corner of the handkerchief lifted. It waved to her. Margaret slept badly and blamed the rain. By breakfast, the handkerchief had become a thing she had nearly seen. That was how she dealt with inconvenient facts. She reduced them until they fit inside language. A trick of wet glass. A scrap of fabric caught in an updraft. A tired mind connecting one child's fantasy to an old memory. By 7 o'clock, she was already in her office. St. Orison's rewarded early arrival. The school admired people who appeared before they were needed and stayed after they had become unnecessary. Margaret opened the shutters, straightened the framed inspection certificates, and checked the admissions inbox before touching her tea. 23 new inquiries. 4 scholarship applications. 2 complaints about room allocation. 1 message from the bursar reminding her that Sir Alistair Fenwick would be touring the new music wing on Friday. She answered the Fenwick message first. Reputation, Margaret had learned, was built by preventing small embarrassments from becoming stories. At 8:30, she crossed the cloister to morning assembly. Girls in Navy uniforms filed beneath portraits of benefactors whose surnames still appeared on buildings, scholarships, bursaries, and plaques. Wren Hall had no plaque. Margaret noticed that because she had trained herself not to. The name had belonged to Lydia long before the school attached it to anything. No, that was not quite right. Margaret slowed beneath the archway. Lydia Wren had not given the school a building. Her father had. There had been a meeting. There had been raised voices. There had been rain on the office window, just like last night. Margaret remembered Lydia standing with both hands clenched at her sides. 16 years old, clever. Difficult, according to 3 separate staff reports. She remembered saying, "We must be careful about accusations of this nature." She did not remember what Lydia said next. Or rather, she remembered too many versions. "Please believe me. Please don't call him. Please don't send me home." The words had blurred over the years, as though repeated handling had worn away their edges. In assembly, the headmistress spoke about excellence, stewardship, and the privilege of belonging to a school with traditions larger than any individual. Margaret stared at the stained glass windows until the colors began to ache. Afterward, Mrs. Hesketh intercepted her near the stairs. There was another incident. Margaret kept walking. What kind? Window. That stopped her. Mrs. Hesketh glanced at passing pupils and lowered her voice. Emily Saye, 2nd dormitory. She was crying after midnight. Nightmare? She says her father was outside. Margaret resumed walking. Children talk. Alice frightened the others. Emily hadn't spoken to Alice. Margaret looked at her. Mrs. Hesketh's face held no drama, which made the statement worse. They found Emily during study period in an empty music practice room. She was 12, broad-faced and usually cheerful, with a habit of chewing pencils until the paint flaked away. Today, both hands were folded in her lap. Margaret sat opposite her. Mrs. Hesketh tells me you had difficulty sleeping. Emily nodded. And you saw someone? Another nod. Your father? Emily's expression tightened. No. Margaret waited. He said he was. Did he look like your father? No. What did he look like? Emily swallowed. Older, maybe. I don't know. His face kept looking kinder when I looked away. A chill traveled across Margaret's shoulders. Where was he standing? Outside the window. The third floor? Yes. There is nowhere to stand. I know. What did he say? Emily looked toward the closed door. My real dad says girls make everything harder than it needs to be. Margaret said nothing. He says crying is manipulation. He says Mom spoils me when she lets me be upset. Her fingers twisted together. The man outside said I could cry as long as I needed. The practice room seemed smaller. Emily continued, almost whispering. He said he would never make me apologize for being afraid. Margaret's mouth had gone dry. Did he ask you to open the window? Emily looked up sharply. No. Relief came too fast. Then the girl added, he said good parents don't ask twice. Margaret stared at her. Outside, somewhere high in the old stone building, a window latch clicked open. Then another. Then another. By the time Margaret reached the corridor, every window on the third floor was standing open to the rain. The open windows were blamed on faulty catches. Margaret accepted the explanation publicly because it was useful. Privately, she knew the catches had been replaced the previous winter. By lunchtime, maintenance staff had inspected every third-floor window in Hawthorne House and found nothing wrong with any of them. The latches were stiff, newly oiled, and designed to require deliberate pressure. Still, Margaret signed the maintenance note. Weather-related movement in old frames. No safeguarding concern. The sentence settled something inside her. Not because she believed it. Because it existed in writing. That afternoon, 3 more girls asked to speak to Mrs. Hesketh. By evening, there were 7. Margaret requested individual statements and insisted the pupils be interviewed separately. She expected contamination, shared stories, repeated details, one frightened child giving language to another child's imagination. Instead, the descriptions were different. One girl saw a woman with red hair and a green coat. Another saw a thin man wearing gardening gloves. A 13-year-old named Frances Bell claimed an elderly couple stood side by side beyond the glass, smiling at her as though waiting outside a railway station. None resembled the girl's actual parents. Yet each figure had introduced itself as family. Not aloud. That detail remained consistent. The pupils described hearing the words, internally, intimate and immediate, as if remembering something that had never happened. Margaret sat in her office while Mrs. Hesketh read from the handwritten statements. He told me I never disappoint him. And she said she would have noticed when I stopped eating lunch. They said I didn't have to be the clever one all the time. He said he believed me before I explained. Margaret raised a hand. Enough. Mrs. Hesketh stopped. Rain tapped softly against the office windows. Parents' evening was scheduled for the following day, which Margaret considered an almost obscene coincidence. The school would be full of actual mothers and fathers. People who paid substantial fees to believe St. Orisons improved their daughters without judging the homes they came from. "What do you want me to do?" Mrs. Hesketh asked. "Keep the third-floor curtains closed after dusk." That's not an answer. It is an action. Mrs. Hesketh studied her. "You always make those sound like the same thing." Margaret looked away. The next evening, the school transformed itself. Fresh flowers appeared in reception. Fires were lit in the older drawing rooms, despite the mild weather. Student artwork was placed strategically along the main corridor, and senior girls stood at doors, giving directions with rehearsed confidence. Parents arrived carrying umbrellas, expensive coats, nervous smiles. Margaret moved among them like a person attending a ceremony she had organized too many times to feel. She greeted donors, remembered siblings, asked about journeys, complimented a mother's scarf, accepted congratulations for the new scholarship fund. Above them, Hawthorne House remained dark behind drawn curtains. No one mentioned the windows. At 8:30, Margaret was passing the old photography display near the library when a girl caught her sleeve. It was Clara Mowbray, 12 years old, daughter of a solicitor from Harrogate. Miss Vale. Margaret looked down. Clara seemed pale. "What is it?" The woman came back. Margaret's stomach tightened. "Tonight?" Clara nodded. "She was there before my parents arrived." "Describe her." Clara hesitated. Gray dress, high collar, dark hair pinned up. "Anything else?" "She had a scar here." Clara touched the right side of her chin. "And she kept holding a white handkerchief." Margaret felt the corridor tilt almost imperceptibly. Behind Clara hung a collection of old-school photographs recently brought from storage for the inspection. Margaret turned toward them. Most were formal class portraits, rows of girls in dark dresses, rigid teachers, forgotten prefects. Then she saw one photograph she had never noticed. It showed 12 pupils standing outside Hawthorne House sometime before the Great War. A woman stood behind them. Gray dress, dark hair pinned tightly, a pale mark along her chin. In one hand, she held a folded white handkerchief. There was no name beneath the photograph, only a date and the words, "Unidentified house staff." Margaret leaned closer. The glass reflected Clara beside her. For one moment, Margaret saw the photograph and the corridor together. Then the woman in the picture moved her eyes. Not toward Margaret, toward Clara. And from somewhere 3 floors above them came the slow, deliberate sound of someone knocking on a window from outside. The knocking continued for 11 seconds. Margaret counted because counting was easier than listening. 3 knocks. A pause. 3 more. Then 5 slow taps that seemed to travel across the upper windows of Hawthorne House from left to right. Parents in the corridor looked up. Someone laughed and blamed the pipes. Margaret did not. She sent Clara back to her family, removed the unidentified photograph from the display, and carried it to her office beneath a folder so no one would ask why. By the end of Parents' evening, the official explanation had already formed. Homesickness. Suggestion. Adolescent anxiety intensified by boarding school separation. Dr. Pembroke, the school counselor, used the phrase, shared imaginative reinforcement during the emergency staff meeting. Children absorb emotional narratives very quickly, she said. One pupil reports a figure at a window. Another hears about it indirectly. Then the mind supplies a version adapted to her own unmet needs. Several teachers nodded. Margaret wanted to. The explanation was elegant. That made it dangerous. What about the photograph? Mrs. Hesketh asked. Margaret kept her eyes on the meeting notes. Coincidence. The girl described the scar. Clara may have seen the photograph previously. She says she didn't. Children are not reliable archivists of what they notice. Mrs. Hesketh leaned back. No one challenged Margaret again. After the meeting, an elderly woman was waiting outside. Miss Edith Crowther had supervised Hawthorne House before Margaret became admissions director. At 79, she still lived in a cottage on school grounds and occasionally returned to mend costumes for school productions. Margaret had always considered her harmless. Tonight, Miss Crowther looked frightened. "You've closed the curtains?" she asked. "Yes." "And locked the windows?" "Maintenance checked them." That wasn't my question. Margaret studied her. Miss Crowther lowered her voice. "When I came here as a girl, we had a rule." "What rule?" "You never opened a 3rd-floor window after dark." Margaret almost smiled from habit. "Because children might fall." That was what we were told later. "Later?" Miss Crowther glanced toward the staircase. "In my first term, the prefect said something else." Margaret waited. "They said if someone came to the glass and claimed to love you better than the people at home, you were not to answer." A cold sensation passed beneath Margaret's ribs. School folklore. "Yes. You understand how damaging it is to repeat that now." Miss Crowther's expression changed. Not anger. Recognition. "You still think damage begins when someone speaks about it." Margaret said nothing. The old woman walked away. By 10 o'clock, Hawthorne House had been placed under what Margaret described as temporary pastoral supervision. 2 staff members remained on each dormitory floor. Curtains stayed closed. Window handles were secured with removable locks. No pupil was to sleep beside the glass. At 11:15, the knocking began. This time it came from every 3rd-floor dormitory. Not loudly. Politely. Margaret climbed the stairs with Mrs. Hesketh behind her. The girls were awake. No one screamed. That frightened Margaret more than screaming would have. They sat upright in their beds, staring at the curtains. Knock. Pause. Knock. Pause. Margaret entered Dormitory 3. Alice Roundtree was crying silently. "Don't open them," Margaret said. No one moved. The rain had stopped. There was no wind. Yet the curtain stirred inward. Alice whispered, "She's asking again." Margaret crossed the room. "Your mother?" The other one. "What is she asking?" Alice shook her head. Across the dormitory, another girl began to sob. Then another. Their faces were turned toward different windows. Emily Say pressed both hands against her ears. "He says he packed my things." Margaret stopped. "What?" "He says I don't have to stay here anymore." A knock sounded directly beside them. 3 soft taps. Emily stared at the curtain. "He says he found somewhere I can be happy." Margaret reached for the fabric. Mrs. Hesketh caught her wrist. Don't. Margaret pulled free and opened the curtain. A man stood outside the window. Not floating. Not hanging. Standing. His shoes rested on nothing. He wore a brown coat darkened by non-existent rain. His face was ordinary, almost forgettable, except for the tenderness in it. He was looking at Emily. His mouth did not move. Emily began climbing from her bed. Margaret grabbed her. The man outside raised one hand. Not toward the latch. He pointed downward. Margaret looked. Far below, across the black lawn, dozens of figures stood beneath the dormitory windows. Men. Women. Old couples. Young mothers. Fathers holding invisible children's hands. All gazing upward. Then every figure raised an arm together. Not asking to come inside. Pointing to the ground. And inside Margaret's head, in a voice she had not heard for 23 years, Lydia Wren whispered, "Come out." Margaret did not tell anyone she had heard Lydia's voice. By morning, she had converted the previous night into a safeguarding incident involving collective sleep disturbance. It was not enough. Several girls refused to enter the third-floor dormitories. Alice Roundtree vomited during breakfast. Emily Say would not speak at all. And Beatrice Fenwick laughed when Margaret asked whether she had seen anyone outside her window. Beatrice was 13, sharp-featured and restless, with a disciplinary file thick enough to irritate every adult who preferred children to be grateful. She was also Sir Alistair Fenwick's granddaughter. That made her difficult in a different way. Beatrice had been caught smoking twice, leaving chapel without permission, and once attempting to climb the boundary wall during games. Her teachers described her as oppositional. The counselor preferred emotionally dysregulated. Margaret privately thought of her as exhausting. "Did someone come to your window?" Margaret asked. Beatrice sat in the pastoral office with one shoe hooked around the chair leg. "Maybe." "Who?" "My mum." Margaret knew Beatrice's mother. Camilla Fenwick lived in London, attended school events wearing clothes no one else could afford, and rarely stayed more than an hour. "You saw Mrs. Fenwick?" Beatrice smiled. "No." Margaret felt the familiar coldness return. What did the woman look like? She didn't. I need you to answer seriously. I am. Beatrice looked toward the window. She looked like someone who would have noticed. Margaret waited. Beatrice's smile disappeared. She knew I hate Sundays. Why? You already know. Margaret did not. Or perhaps she had once read something in a file. There were too many files. She said I wouldn't have to go home for holidays anymore. Margaret leaned forward. Did she ask you to open the window? Beatrice looked directly at her. No. Then, she added, she said I could open it when I was ready. That afternoon, Margaret ordered screws placed through the upper window catches. At dusk, every dormitory curtain was closed. At 9 o'clock, 2 house staff checked each room. At 10 o'clock, they checked again. Shortly after midnight, the fire alarm sounded. Girls poured into corridors in slippers and dressing gowns. Staff counted them on the central staircase while the alarm shrieked through the stone building. There was no fire. Margaret was halfway through the register when Mrs. Hesketh gripped her arm. Beatrice. Margaret counted again. 1 missing. They ran upstairs. Dormitory 2 smelled of cold air. 1 curtain billowed into the room. The window beside Beatrice's bed stood wide open. The screws lay neatly on the carpet, not torn out. Unscrewed. Beatrice's slippers were beneath her bed. Her dressing gown remained on its hook. There was no blood. No broken glass. No mark on the sill. Margaret leaned through the opening. The lawn below was empty. 40 feet. Anyone falling from that height would have been visible. Search the grounds, she said. They searched until dawn. Police were called. So were Beatrice's parents. At least, Margaret thought they were. At 6:30, exhausted and mud-streaked, she returned to her office to retrieve Beatrice's admissions file. The cabinet contained no Fenwick folder. Margaret checked again. Then the digital register. She typed Beatrice Fenwick. No result. She searched by surname. Sir Alistair appeared as a donor. Camilla Fenwick appeared in an old fundraising newsletter. Beatrice did not exist. Margaret telephoned Mrs. Hesketh. Bring me the Hawthorne register. Mrs. Hesketh arrived carrying it beneath one arm. Margaret turned to the current term. Bed 12, Dormitory 2. Vacant. That's wrong. Mrs. Hesketh frowned. What is? Beatrice. Who? Margaret stared at her. Beatrice Fenwick. Mrs. Hesketh's expression remained politely concerned. I don't know that name. Margaret searched photographs next. House portraits. Sports teams. The autumn intake photograph. Where Beatrice should have stood between 2 girls, there was no gap. The girls had simply moved closer together. At 7 o'clock, Margaret received an email from Sir Alistair Fenwick. For one irrational moment, relief nearly made her laugh. She opened it. It thanked St. Orison's for its continued stewardship of the Fenwick Educational Trust. Beneath his signature was a family photograph. Sir Alistair. Camilla. a man Margaret assumed was Camilla's husband. And between them stood Beatrice, smiling. Her hair was longer, her face softer. Behind them was a bright kitchen Margaret had never seen. The caption read, "Beatrice at home, where she has always been happiest." Margaret enlarged the image. On the kitchen wall hung framed childhood photographs. Beatrice as a toddler, Beatrice at the seaside, Beatrice asleep in her father's arms. A complete happy childhood, manufactured overnight. Then Margaret noticed the window behind the family. Outside it, barely visible in the morning glare, stood a girl in a St. Orison's nightdress. Her face was pressed against the glass. Beatrice was inside. The girl outside was also Beatrice. And she was holding a white handkerchief. Margaret printed the photograph before it could change. She printed 6 copies. By the third, the girl outside the kitchen window had become harder to see. By the 5th, there was only glare. On the 6th, Beatrice stood alone with her family beneath a caption describing a summer holiday in Cornwall. Margaret kept the first copy. The girl in the nightdress remained there, face against the glass, white handkerchief hanging from one hand. For the first time in 31 years, Margaret left her office without recording where she was going. The old infirmary occupied the eastern end of St. Orison's, beyond the chapel and the disused laundry courtyard. It had been converted into administrative storage decades earlier, though most staff avoided the lower level because of damp. Margaret remembered something else now. Not clearly. Lydia Wren standing in her office. A bruise beneath one sleeve. Margaret saying there were procedures. Lydia asking where those procedures ended. Then the memory dissolved. She entered the infirmary. Dust softened the corridor. Old medicine cabinets lined one wall, their glass clouded from within. The air smelled of plaster, cold iron, and something faintly sweet beneath both. Rotting flowers, perhaps. At the end of the corridor stood a door Margaret had passed hundreds of times. No label. No handle. Only a brass keyhole. She knew immediately which key would fit it. That frightened her more than the figures at the windows. Margaret carried a master ring issued when she became admissions director. Most keys had long since become obsolete, but one narrow brass key had never matched any lock she knew. She had almost removed it years ago. Instead, she had kept it. The key turned without resistance. Beyond the door, stone steps descended beneath the infirmary. There were no lights. Margaret used her telephone torch. At the bottom, she found shelves. Hundreds of them. Boxes ran from floor to ceiling along a chamber much larger than the building above should have allowed. Each box carried a surname. Some she recognized from school buildings. Ainsworth, Bell, Mowbray, Fenwick, Wren. Margaret stopped breathing. On a central table lay an open ledger. Its pages were yellow with age. At the top of one page, typed beneath an old-school crest, were the words, "Domestic Resignment, Confidential." Margaret read the first entry. A pupil named Eleanor Price, 14, 1921. Repeated injuries. Father influential in local government. Mother described as emotionally unstable. School concern, reputational exposure. Recommendation: removal from originating family structure. Placement within corrected domestic environment. Margaret turned the page. A photograph had been attached. Eleanor stood beside two smiling adults. The notation beneath it read, "Replacement family established successfully." Margaret searched earlier school records through the files stacked nearby. The adults did not exist before that date. No marriage certificate copied into the archive. No address history. No correspondence. No previous school contact. They simply appeared when Eleanor needed parents. Another case. Then another. Children whose families had beaten them, neglected them, humiliated them, starved them, or threatened them. St. Orison's had documented everything. Then erased the problem. The language changed across generations. Corrected household. Protective substitution. Domestic normalization. Later, reassignment. The result remained the same. A new mother. A new father. A new childhood. Margaret found photographs showing pupils smiling in unfamiliar houses beside adults whose faces seemed almost unnaturally attentive. Perfect posture. Perfect warmth. Perfect concern. No family history before the child entered it. No evidence that the adults had ever been children themselves. Margaret's hands began shaking. Then she found Beatrice Fenwick's file. It was already old. Not newly created. The paper had browned at the edges as though it had been stored there for decades. Inside was a photograph of Beatrice beside the same smiling parents from the email. The date typed beneath the image was 14 years earlier. A year before Beatrice had been born. Margaret dropped the folder. Something moved behind the shelves. Not footsteps. Paper. Hundreds of pages turning at once. She raised the light. At the far end of the archive, another cabinet stood open. Its drawers were labeled by year. One drawer had slid outward. 1993. Margaret approached it. Inside lay a single file. Wren, Lydia. On top rested a handwritten form bearing Margaret Vale's signature. She recognized the sentence immediately. She had written it 23 years ago. No further intervention is considered necessary. Pupil may return to the care of her family. Beneath it, in different handwriting, someone had added, "Reassignment failed. Retain subject outside until suitable parental role becomes available." Margaret stared at the words. Then something knocked softly from the other side of the archive wall. 3 times. A pause. And Lydia's voice said, "Margaret, I've been waiting for my family." Margaret did not answer the voice behind the wall. For several seconds, neither did the archive. Then the knocking stopped. The silence that followed felt deliberate. Margaret forced herself to look down at Lydia Wren's file. The official documents were exactly as she remembered them. Mostly. There was the withdrawal notice. There was the bursary correspondence. There was a brief statement from Lydia's father explaining that his daughter had become emotionally unstable and would benefit from a period at home. At the bottom, St. Orison's had recorded, "Pupil withdrawn voluntarily by family. No further safeguarding action required." Margaret had seen that sentence before. She might even have approved it. But beneath the official papers lay an envelope. It was addressed to her, not to the school, not to the headmistress. Miss Margaret Vale. The handwriting was Lydia's. Margaret sat down. The envelope had already been opened. Inside were 4 sheets of lined paper covered in small, controlled writing. The first sentence destroyed the last excuse Margaret had preserved. "You asked me to write down exactly what happens at home so no one can say I changed my story later." Margaret closed her eyes. She remembered now. Not everything. Enough. She had given Lydia the paper herself. She had told her written evidence would help. Lydia described locked bedroom doors, money taken from her scholarship allowance, punishments for speaking to teachers about family matters, her father entering her room after drinking. The careful way he explained afterward that she had misunderstood affection because boarding school had made her cold. There were no dramatic accusations. That made the letter worse. Lydia had written like someone trying desperately to sound reasonable enough to be protected. On the final page, "I know who my father is to this school. I know what his money pays for. I am asking whether that means he owns the part of me that comes here too." Below it, "Please don't send me home on Friday." Margaret's vision blurred. She remembered Friday. Lydia standing beside the admissions desk while rain ran down the windows. Her father waiting downstairs. Margaret telling her that accusations against a respected parent required careful handling. Lydia asking one final question. "If I were somebody else's daughter, would you believe me?" Margaret had not answered. She had called downstairs and said Lydia was ready to leave. Something shifted behind the shelves. Margaret looked up. No one was there. She returned to the file. Beneath Lydia's letter were photographs. The oldest showed Hawthorne House around the turn of the century. Girls stood in the courtyard. Above them, at a third-floor window, a woman's pale face hovered beyond the glass. Margaret turned to the next. 1934. A different dormitory. A man outside a window, one hand raised. Another. 1962. 2 women standing in empty air beside the upper floor. Another. 1981. A smiling, elderly couple beyond the glass while sleeping pupils lay inside. Then 1994. Margaret stopped. The photograph showed Dormitory 3. Rain streaked the windows. Several girls were turned toward the camera. Outside the farthest pane stood Lydia Wren, 17 years old, still wearing her St. Orison's uniform. Margaret's fingers went numb. She turned the photograph over. Subject retained. Initial reassignment unsuitable. The next image was dated 11 years later. Lydia was older. Not much. Perhaps 25. She stood outside another dormitory window. Her uniform was gone. She wore a dark coat. The annotation read, parental characteristics developing. The next photograph showed her older again. 30, perhaps. Hair pinned back. A white handkerchief in one hand. Attachment response improving. Margaret continued. Lydia appeared across decades. She could not possibly have aged through normally. Sometimes outside St. Orison's. Sometimes in photographs of replacement homes. Standing near children who were not hers. Watching through windows. Waiting at school gates. Always slightly apart. Always looking toward the child. The final photograph was recent. Margaret recognized the room immediately. Alice Roundtree's dormitory. Outside the window stood a woman in her early 40s. Her face was softer than Lydia's teenage face, but unmistakable. Lydia. On the back, candidate approaching full parental suitability. A weight-compatible child. Margaret heard breathing behind her. She turned. No one. Then she noticed another file on the table. It had not been there before. Her own name was written across the cover. Vale, Margaret. She opened it. Inside was a photograph taken that night. Margaret stood in the underground archive, Lydia's letter in her hands. Behind her, barely visible between the shelves, dozens of girls watched. The typed notation beneath the image read, "Administrator has accessed retained subjects. Containment compromised." And below that, freshly added in blue ink, "Begin family reassignment protocol." Margaret read the sentence twice. Begin family reassignment protocol. The words should have meant nothing. Instead, they felt procedural. Familiar. She turned the page. Her file contained no childhood photographs, no school reports, no family correspondence. Only assessments. Administrator demonstrates high tolerance for institutional correction. Strong preference for reputational stability over individual testimony. Suitable for continuity function. Margaret stared at the last phrase. Then the archive lights came on. Not gradually. Every bulb beneath the infirmary flickered awake at once, illuminating aisles she had believed ended in darkness. They did not end. Shelves continued far beyond the foundations of St. Orison's. Thousands of boxes. Thousands of names. Some belonged to girls Margaret remembered admitting. Others dated back more than a century. At the end of the nearest aisle stood a filing cabinet marked Parental. Formation. Margaret opened it. Inside were progress reports. Not on adults. On children. She read one. A girl named Catherine Hale had arrived at St. Orison's in 1948 with fractured ribs and a mother who repeatedly returned her to the man responsible. The school had intervened. That was what the official history said. Catherine had been placed safely with relatives. The file told another story. Originating history removed. Replacement household generated. Subject unable to integrate due to persistent autobiographical memory. External retention required. A photograph showed Catherine outside a dormitory window. 13 years old. The next showed her 20 years later. She was smiling now. The final page read, Subject achieved maternal suitability after 41 years of observation. Assigned to pupil E. Marsh. Margaret opened another. Then another. The pattern was always the same. A damaged child entered St. Orison's. The school documented the harm. If exposure threatened an influential family, donor, governor, or institution, the record was altered. The child's history changed. A replacement family appeared. Photographs rearranged themselves. Birthdays acquired happier memories. Bruises became accidents. Absences became holidays. The world accepted the correction. But the child did not always go with it. Something remained behind. The part that remembered. The part that knew the new mother had never kissed her goodnight before yesterday. The part that knew the smiling father in the photograph had not existed when she was born. Those remnants were retained outside. Margaret understood the phrase now. Not ghosts. Discarded versions. Children separated from their own corrected lives. They watched through windows, because windows were the border between what the institution accepted and what it refused to keep. And they learned. Year after year. They listened to frightened girls speaking in dark dormitories. They heard what fathers should have said, what mothers should have noticed, what apologies should have sounded like. They became patient, tender, perfect, better parents. A sound came from the aisle behind Margaret. Someone walking slowly. She turned. Lydia stood between the shelves. Not 16, not 40. Both, somehow. Her face changed subtly whenever Margaret blinked, age passing across it like shadows beneath water. She held the white handkerchief. Margaret could barely speak. You became one of them. Lydia tilted her head. No. Her voice came from everywhere in the archive. They made us practice. Margaret looked at the endless files. For what? For the next child. Lydia stepped closer. The school does not create families, Margaret. Then what does? We do. Margaret felt sick. You take the children? We are given what remains after you change them. Lydia's expression contained no accusation. That was worse. You wanted children to have better parents, so you taught us exactly what better parents sound like. Margaret thought of Alice, Emily, Beatrice. Every whispered promise beyond the glass. But Beatrice is alive. Yes. In that house. A version of her is. Margaret saw again the photograph. Beatrice smiling inside, Beatrice watching outside. Lydia touched the cabinet. When the correction works, the child forgets enough to stay. And when it doesn't, they come back here. To become parents? To become whatever the next lonely child needs. Margaret stepped away. No. Lydia smiled sadly. That is the word every child said first. Somewhere above them, faint through stone and earth, came a chorus of window latches opening. Margaret looked toward the ceiling. Lydia raised the handkerchief. There are more girls awake tonight than usual. The lights began going out aisle by aisle. Margaret backed toward the stairs. What happens now? Lydia's face became 16 again. For the first time in 23 years, Margaret saw the girl she had sent home. You finally understand the system. Another light died. Then another. And systems, Lydia said, need someone inside them who believes they are necessary. The final bulb above Margaret flickered. On the wall behind Lydia, written in fresh black lettering, was a new designation. Margaret Vale, prospective house mother. Margaret tore the page from her file. The paper resisted. Not like paper. Like skin reluctant to separate. When it finally came free, the words prospective house mother remained printed on the page beneath it. Then on the next. And the next. She stopped tearing. Lydia watched from between the shelves. What happens if I refuse? You have refused before. Margaret looked at her. Lydia's face had become older again. You called it procedure then. The archive seemed to tighten around them. Margaret understood with a clarity so simple it was almost humiliating. St. Orison's had survived because every generation found someone willing to describe obedience as protection. A headmistress. A governor. An admissions director. Someone who could convert suffering into language tidy enough to file. Margaret had not invented what happened to Lydia. She had only helped it continue. That was enough. Above them, another series of latches clicked open. Margaret ran. She climbed the infirmary stairs, crossed the courtyard, and entered Hawthorne House without collecting her coat. Mrs. Hesketh was waiting in the entrance hall. There you are. Something's happening upstairs. I know. What? Margaret looked at her. For 31 years, she had given instructions in the tone of someone who expected compliance. This time, her voice shook. Wake every pupil. Mrs. Hesketh stared. Margaret. Every dormitory, every floor. What are we doing? Margaret looked toward the dark staircase. Opening the windows. Mrs. Hesketh went pale. You spoke to Edith. I found the records. That was enough. Within minutes, lights burned throughout Hawthorne House. Girls emerged in dressing gowns, confused and frightened. Staff gathered in corridors while Margaret moved from room to room, ordering locks removed. No one wanted to touch the third-floor windows. Margaret did it herself. The first catch opened with a metallic snap. Cold air entered. Outside, dozens of figures stood in empty space. Not on the lawn now. Closer. Some level with the glass. Some climbing upward along the stone without using their hands. Others simply rising. Margaret opened another window. Then another. Mrs. Hesketh followed. What do we tell the girls? The truth. Which part? Margaret almost laughed. All the parts we can. In Dormitory 3, Alice Roundtree stood beside her bed, trembling. The woman beyond her window smiled. She says I can go with her. Margaret knelt beside Alice. You don't have to. Alice looked confused. But she loves me. I think she does. That answer surprised them both. Margaret stood and faced the open window. Then she spoke the first name she remembered from the archive. Catherine Hale. A figure outside stopped climbing. Margaret continued. Eleanor Price. Another figure lifted her head. Joan Meredith. Agnes Cole. Ruth Halden. Names came back to Margaret from labels, photographs, reassignment reports. Girls reduced to cases. Children turned into functions. She spoke them one by one. Across the windows, faces changed. Some became younger. Some began to cry. The polished expressions of perfect mothers and patient fathers cracked into bewilderment. Mrs. Hesketh understood. She ran downstairs for the old registers. Soon, staff were reading names from forgotten intake lists. The building changed. Portraits rattled against walls. Plaques bearing donor surnames split down the middle. Somewhere in the main school, glass shattered. Margaret reached Lydia last. She stood outside Alice's window, white handkerchief in hand. Margaret stepped closer. Lydia ran. The figure flinched. Margaret said it again. Lydia ran. The woman's face collapsed inward through decades. 40, 30, 20, 16. Lydia stood outside in her old school uniform. Rain began falling, though the sky above the moor was clear. I should have believed you, Margaret said. Lydia's eyes filled. That isn't enough. I know. Margaret opened the window fully. I should have stopped them sending you back. Behind Lydia, hundreds of figures were climbing toward the school now. Not attacking. Returning. Margaret turned to the girls. Move away from the windows. Mrs. Hesketh whispered. What happens when they come inside? Margaret looked at the approaching faces. I don't know. It was the first honest administrative answer she had given in years. Lydia reached the sill. Margaret offered her hand. For a moment, Lydia only stared at it. Then she climbed through. Across Hawthorne House, hundreds of feet touched dormitory floors. The lights went out. In the darkness, children began calling forgotten names to one another. And somewhere deep beneath St. Orison's, the archives screamed as every family record began rewriting itself at once. At dawn, the school had no children in it. Margaret knew this before she opened her eyes. Silence had weight at St. Orison's. For 31 years, she had known its varieties. Examination silence, chapel silence, holiday silence, the guilty silence after a corridor prank. This was none of them. This was the silence of a place from which even memory had been removed. Margaret was lying on the floor of Dormitory 3. Gray morning filled the room. Every bed was made. Not recently made. Untouched. Dust lay across the coverlets. The notice board was bare. No postcards. No timetables. No photographs of ponies, brothers, dogs, birthdays. Mrs. Hesketh was gone. Alice was gone. Emily was gone. Lydia was gone. Margaret crossed the corridor. Her footsteps echoed through an empty building. Classrooms contained stacked desks beneath yellowing sheets. The dining hall smelled of cold stone rather than breakfast. In the headmistress's office, ivy had grown through a cracked window and spread across the carpet. Margaret touched one leaf. It was real. Years had passed here. Or had always passed. She ran to the admissions office. The door resisted before opening onto dust. Her desk was missing. Along one wall stood filing cabinets furred with rust. Margaret found a newspaper clipping beneath broken glass. Esti, Orison School close after declining enrollment. The article claimed the school had ceased operating 42 years earlier. Margaret read it 3 times. There was no mention of her. No Lydia Wren. No Fenwick Trust. No Hawthorne House. The archive beneath the infirmary was worse. The hidden door had become an ordinary section of wall. When Margaret struck it, plaster flaked beneath her knuckles. Nothing answered. She returned outside. Morning mist rested over Blackmere Moor. Behind her, St. Orison sagged against the sky, roof tiles missing, windows blind with grime. One third-floor window remained clean. Margaret looked up. For a moment she saw a girl there. 16 years old. Dark hair. School uniform. Then sunlight reached the pane, and she was gone. Margaret walked toward the road. Far beyond Yorkshire, other people were waking. In a detached house outside Leeds, a woman named Caroline Avery entered her kitchen and found a boy of 9 eating cereal. "Mum," he said, without looking up, "we're going to be late." Caroline dropped her mug. Her husband came downstairs and stared at the child. Then at her. On the refrigerator were photographs. The boy as a baby. The boy missing his front teeth. The 3 of them at Scarborough. Caroline remembered none of it. By breakfast, she remembered some. By lunchtime, she remembered almost everything. In Bristol, a retired couple woke to a teenage girl sleeping in their spare room. In Birmingham, 2 sisters found a 6-year-old between them on the sofa, insisting they had adopted him years before. In Kent, a widower discovered muddy football boots by his back door and heard someone upstairs call him Dad. Police received calls. Then callers withdrew them. Hospital records updated. Birth certificates appeared. School databases filled themselves. Family albums grew heavier. Across England, adults stood before photographs depicting holidays they had never taken, birthdays they had never celebrated, scraped knees they had never bandaged. And with every passing hour, disbelief softened. The children knew exactly what to say. Not supernatural things. Ordinary things. You remembered my red jumper. You always cut the crusts off. You sat beside me when I couldn't sleep. You said I never had to earn being wanted. By evening, thousands of families had begun accepting memories that had not existed that morning. Margaret reached the old front gate shortly before sunset. Its brass plaque no longer said St. Orison. There was only a rectangle of cleaner stone where the name had been. A small girl stood on the road. Margaret had never seen her before. She held a white handkerchief. "Are you lost?" Margaret asked. The girl studied her carefully. Then she smiled with unbearable tenderness. "No, Mum." Margaret stepped backward. Behind the child, lights appeared across the moor. Not houses. Windows. Thousands of them, hanging in the gathering dark. Behind each pane stood a family. And outside each pane, waiting patiently to be remembered, stood another child. St. Orison's promised to give wounded children better lives, but it could only do so by deciding which memories were inconvenient enough to erase. Margaret's failure was not simply that she believed the wrong person. It was that she helped turn disbelief into procedure and procedure into tradition. In the end, the children received the loving families they were denied, but only by replacing reality with another lie. Perhaps that is the final cruelty of St. Orison's. Even kindness becomes frightening when it requires someone's true life to disappear. If you could give a child a happier past, would you have the right to erase the real one? Story 6. The demolition crew had painted red X's across nearly every building in Briar Shore by the time Elias Crow noticed the carousel was clean. That was what bothered him first. Not the music. There was no music yet. Not the lights, because the old bulbs circling the canopy had not worked in 11 years. It was the absence of dust. All summer, salt wind had pushed sand through the broken midway and laid a pale skin over everything. Ticket booths, benches, the rusted tilt-a-whirl, even the fiberglass clown above the shuttered arcade. Elias swept the caretaker office twice a week and still found grit inside his coffee mug. But when he unlocked the Carousel Pavilion that Wednesday evening, the platform shone beneath his flashlight as though someone had polished it. He stood just inside the entrance, keys resting against his thigh. "Very funny," he said. His voice came back thinner. Outside, gulls wheeled over the Atlantic. Beyond the boardwalk, demolition excavators sat behind temporary fencing, their booms lowered like the necks of sleeping animals. In 3 days, Briar Shore Amusement Park would begin disappearing in sections. The arcade first, then the miniature railway, then the old pavilion. The carousel was scheduled for Monday. Elias had spent 28 years making sure nobody touched it. He told people this was because the structure was unstable. That was true enough. The floorboards had softened near the eastern wall, and several horses had split along their seams. Moisture had blistered the painted cherubs overhead. The brass center pole had gone green where hands had once polished it bright. Still, the horses looked strangely alert in the dimness. There were 36 of them, arranged in 3 rings, each with a name carved into a plaque below the saddle. Constance, Maribel, King, Honeybell, St. Jude. Elias knew all their names without looking. He also knew the one he avoided. He walked clockwise instead. The pavilion smelled of salt, old varnish, and something faintly sweet underneath, like cotton candy dissolved in rainwater. He checked the west doors, then the emergency exit facing the dunes. Both were locked from inside. No footprints crossed the clean platform. That should have reassured him. It did not. Near the operator's booth, he found a child's red mitten. It lay palm up on the floor. Elias stared at it until the flashlight beam trembled. The mitten was too small for anyone on the demolition crew. It was wool, with a white stitched snowflake over the back. Damp sand clung to the cuff. He crouched but did not touch it. For a moment, he smelled smoke. Not cigarette smoke. not the oily exhaust from the machines outside. Burned canvas. Hot paint. Wet timber. The smell vanished almost immediately. Elias straightened too quickly and struck his shoulder against the booth window. Enough. He had learned that places became superstitious only when you gave them language. A door was not reluctant. Pipes did not complain. Buildings did not remember. Wood swelled. Metal contracted. Old wiring hummed. Memory supplied the rest. He picked up the mitten with 2 fingers. Inside, stitched in black thread, was a single letter. G. His hand opened. The mitten dropped. From somewhere beneath the platform came a soft mechanical click. Then another. Elias stopped breathing. The Carousel had not been connected to power since the county condemned the park. He had personally removed the main fuse from the control cabinet and kept it in the locked drawer beside his bed. A third click sounded below him. 1 horse shifted. Only an inch. Its brass pole gave a small, complaining squeal. Elias raised the flashlight. He had been avoiding the inner ring, but the beam found it anyway. The horse was painted black, though age had cracked the finish into scales. Its mouth was open around carved wooden teeth. A faded blue ribbon had been nailed beneath 1 glass eye. Below the saddle, on the plaque Elias had not read aloud since he was 9 years old, someone had freshly traced the carved letters with red paint. Gideon. Behind him, the pavilion doors slammed shut. The carousel lights came on. Every horse was empty, except Gideon. A little boy in a yellow raincoat sat in the saddle, looking directly at Elias. And when the carousel began to turn, the boy smiled with a mouth missing the same front tooth. Elias remembered knocking from his brother's jaw. The carousel completed 1 full rotation before Elias remembered how to move. He lunged for the operator booth. The control panel was dead. No indicator lights. No current through the switches. He struck the emergency stop with the heel of his hand anyway, once, twice, then held it down as the platform continued beneath him with the soft hydraulic sigh of machinery that should not have been capable of breathing. The boy in the yellow raincoat passed again. He looked about. 8. Gideon had been 8. Elias turned away before the horse could come around a third time. He went straight to the breaker box, pulled open the rusted metal door, and shone his flashlight inside. The cables had been severed years ago. He knew because he had cut them himself. Behind him, the music began. Not through the pavilion speakers. Those had been removed after teenagers broke in one winter and used them for target practice. The tune seemed to rise through the floorboards instead, thin and metallic, a waltz dragged through decades of dust. Elias knew it. Everyone from Briar Shore knew it. The Carousel had played it every summer when he was a boy. He had not heard it since the fire. He shut his eyes. For a few seconds he was 9 again. Smoke rolled beneath the pavilion roof. Adults shouted somewhere beyond the midway. Burning canvas snapped overhead. Gideon was crying because his safety strap had jammed around his waist. Elias remembered pulling at it. He remembered heat against his back. He remembered Gideon saying his name. After that came the part Elias had spent 37 years refusing to examine too closely. He ran. By the time he reached the beach, the pavilion roof was burning. That was the story. That had always been the story. Elias opened his eyes. The music had stopped. The carousel was motionless. Gideon's horse was empty. On the saddle lay the red mitten. Elias left it there. He lived in a narrow caretaker's cottage behind the park's old administration building, although the county had offered him relocation money twice. The cottage had one bedroom, a kitchenette, and windows permanently filmed with salt. Elias owned little: work clothes, canned food, 3 shelves of maintenance manuals, an old television he rarely turned on, and a locked bedside drawer. Inside that drawer was the carousel's main fuse. Beside was a newspaper clipping dated 37 summers earlier. Local boy present dead in Briar Shore fire. He never read the article anymore. He did not need to. He knew the photograph better than his own face. 2 boys stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the carousel. Elias was taller, already embarrassed by the camera. Gideon wore a paper crown from the birthday booth and leaned against his brother, as though balance required him. There were nights when Elias wondered whether staying had been cowardice rather than devotion. People in town called him loyal. That was easier. He had repaired fences long after the rides closed, cleared storm debris, chased trespassers away, repainted warning signs. When the county finally voted to demolish Briar Shore, Elias had attended the meeting but said nothing. Perhaps he had never protected the park. Perhaps he had simply made sure the place of his failure remained available to punish him. Near midnight, he removed the fuse from the drawer. It was exactly where it had always been. The ceramic casing was dusty, unburned, unused. Elias slept badly. He dreamed of horses turning beneath black smoke, while children sat perfectly still in the saddles, growing taller each time they passed him. The next evening, clouds came low over the Atlantic. Elias told himself he was going to verify the pavilion doors. Nothing more. He carried bolt cutters, a flashlight, and the fuse in his coat pocket. At dusk, before he had reached the entrance, the carousel music began. The doors were already open. Inside, every bulb burned. The boy in the yellow raincoat rode Gideon's horse. Elias stepped onto the platform. "Hey." The boy looked at him. Something was different. His face had lengthened. His shoulders seemed broader beneath the raincoat. His feet, which had barely reached the stirrups the night before, now rested securely inside them. Elias moved closer as the horse passed. "What's your name?" The boy said nothing. One rotation, then another. On the third pass, Elias saw faint dark hair above the boy's upper lip. His stomach tightened. Yesterday the child had been 8. Tonight, the carousel slowed. The boy passed close enough for Elias to see his hands gripping the pole. The fingernails were longer, the knuckles larger. He looked 12, maybe 13. Then the boy finally spoke. His voice had deepened. "Elias." The carousel stopped. The boy turned his face toward him. You left me 4 years ago. Elias stood frozen beside the platform. The boy looked 13 now. No, older than 13. The change had happened too gradually for Elias to trust his own eyes. A longer jaw. Thicker wrists. The yellow raincoat tightening across shoulders that had not existed the night before. "You're not Gideon," Elias said. The boy watched him, with an expression that was not quite anger. "Not yet." The carousel jerked forward. Elias grabbed the brass pole of the nearest horse to keep his balance. The boy passed behind him. When Gideon's horse emerged again, Elias saw the change happen. Not metaphorically. Not in some trick of light. The boy's face altered during the rotation. A faint shadow thickened along his chin. His neck lengthened. One sleeve crept upward from his wrist as though the raincoat were shrinking. By the time he returned to Elias, he looked a full year older. Elias stumbled backward. The carousel continued. One circuit. Another year. The boy's cheeks hollowed. His hair darkened and curled slightly over his ears. His child's hands became adolescent hands, tendons visible beneath the skin. "Stop." Elias ran for the central housing. He tore open the maintenance panel and reached for the drive linkage. Nothing inside was moving. The gears were still. The belt hung slack. Yet above him, the horses rose and fell. He could hear the boy breathing each time he passed. On the next rotation, his voice was different. "Do you remember what they told Mom?" Elias slammed the panel shut. "Stop talking." There was nothing left. Stop. That the fire burned too hot. Elias caught the edge of the platform and pulled himself onto it. The horses carried him around. He reached for the boy. Their fingers almost touched. Then every light in the pavilion went black. The music stopped. When Elias's flashlight came back on, the horse was empty. A siren sounded somewhere beyond the park. Then another. Elias remained beside the carousel until he heard tires on the access road. A county ambulance sped past the chain-link fence toward town. He followed. Briar Shore had shrunk over the years into a collection of weather-beaten houses, seafood shops, and residents too stubborn or too poor to move inland. The ambulance had stopped outside Marlowe Pharmacy. A woman was sitting on the pavement. Elias recognized her as Judith Vale, who had run the town historical society for years. Judith was 58. Everyone knew because she had thrown herself a large 60th birthday party early, insisting nobody could guarantee another 2 summers. But the woman on the pavement was perhaps 35. Her gray hair was dark brown. The deep lines around her mouth had vanished. Her hands looked smooth and strong. A paramedic knelt beside her. A younger woman pushed through the crowd. "Mom?" Judith recoiled. The younger woman stopped. "Mom, it's me." Judith stared at her. "Who are you?" The woman began crying. Elias felt suddenly cold. Someone beside him whispered, "It happened again." He turned. Old Mr. Corley from the bait shop was standing near the curb. "What did you say?" Corley looked at him for a long moment. Then his gaze shifted toward the abandoned amusement park. I said nothing. He walked away. Elias returned to the pavilion after dark. The lights were dead again. He examined Gideon's horse inch by inch. The saddle, the carved mane, the brass pole, the red-painted name. Near the horse's wooden jaw, he noticed a pale bump beneath the cracked varnish. He touched it. Hard. Smooth. He took out his pocket knife and carefully scraped around the edge. A tiny white shape emerged from the wood. Elias stopped. It was not carved. It had a root. He worked it loose enough to see what it was without removing it entirely. A human tooth. Small. Rounded. A child's baby tooth embedded beneath decades of varnish. Something was scratched into the wood beside it. Elias leaned closer. 4 narrow marks. Then, slowly, beneath his fingertips, a 5th line carved itself into the horse. The 5th mark remained in the wood after Elias took his hand away. He photographed it. By morning, there were 6. He did not tell anyone. For the next 3 evenings, Elias waited inside the Carousel pavilion before dusk with the doors chained and the control cabinet open beside him. Each evening, the same thing happened. The light over the ocean faded. The smell of salt changed to hot varnish. Then the music began beneath the floor. On Thursday, the boy in the yellow raincoat appeared on Gideon's horse, looking perhaps 16. After one rotation, he looked 17. At almost the same moment, shouting erupted from the town beyond the boardwalk. Elias stopped the carousel by throwing himself against the horse, but the wooden body dragged him several yards before the lights abruptly died. Later, he learned that Arthur Baines, a 71-year-old fisherman with arthritis so severe he could barely close his hands, had walked out of a tavern appearing no older than 50. His arthritis was gone. He had also forgotten that he had 2 sons. On Friday, the boy appeared again. Older. His raincoat no longer reached his knees. One rotation passed. In Briar Shore, a woman named Catherine Holt woke from an afternoon nap with smooth skin, black hair, and no trace of the heart medication she had taken for 12 years. When her eldest daughter called, Catherine hung up on her. She said she had never had children. Elias began writing the incidents down. AG lost. Illness lost. Children forgotten. The words looked absurd in his maintenance ledger. Yet beneath them, another pattern formed. Every adult who changed had lived in Briar Shore for decades. Every one had visited the amusement park as a child. And none seemed frightened afterward. That disturbed Elias more than anything. They were confused, certainly. Some cried. Some demanded doctors. But beneath the confusion was something else. Relief. As though their bodies remembered receiving a gift their minds had misplaced. Saturday afternoon, Elias entered the pavilion with a pry bar. He began with Gideon's horse. The baby tooth was still embedded in its jaw. The 5 scratches had become 7. He moved to the next horse. Honeybell. A crack ran along its painted neck. Something dark protruded from it. Elias assumed it was horsehair from an old restoration. He pinched it and pulled. The strand did not come free. Several more followed from inside the wood. Human hair. Fine. Blonde. Still attached to something beneath the painted surface. Elias released it. On St. Jude, 3 translucent fingernails emerged from a split near the saddle. They were tiny. Children's nails. One still carried a faint crescent of dirt underneath. Elias backed away. Then he began checking the others. Hair beneath varnish. A thumbnail protruding from a carved fetlock. Another baby tooth pressed into a wooden gum. On Maribel, he found something worse. A small indentation beneath the saddle, shaped exactly like the impression of a child's palm. He was still staring at it when someone spoke behind him. "You should leave them alone." Elias turned. Mr. Corley stood in the doorway. Behind him were Judith Vale and 3 older residents Elias recognized from town. Judith looked younger than Elias now. Her daughter was not with her. "What are you doing here?" Elias asked. Corley glanced at the pry bar. "Stopping you from making a mistake. There are human remains in these horses." Nobody reacted. That silence settled over Elias like cold water. "You knew." Judith folded her arms. "You've looked after this place long enough to understand that some things were left standing for a reason. My brother died here." Corley's expression changed. Not sympathy. Impatience. "Your brother kept a lot of people alive." Elias stepped toward him. "What does that mean?" "Put the tools down." From beneath the platform came the first mechanical click. Then another. The residents looked toward the carousel. Not surprised. Expectant. Elias saw it then. They had come before dusk on purpose. The music started. Across the pavilion, Gideon's horse descended on its brass pole. The yellow raincoat was already occupied. The boy sitting inside it looked nearly 20. Judith whispered, almost reverently, "There hasn't been a summer child in 37 years. Elias turned toward her. "Summer child?" She looked at him as though he had asked the meaning of his own name. Then the carousel began to turn. The phrase followed Elias long after the carousel stopped. "Summer child." Judith Vale refused to explain it. The moment Elias stepped toward her, Mr. Corley caught her arm and guided her toward the pavilion doors. The other residents followed without speaking, leaving Elias alone with the slowing horses and the boy in the yellow raincoat. By the final rotation, the rider looked older than Elias. His hair had begun to gray at the temples. Then the lights went out. When Elias reached Gideon's horse, it was empty again. That night he broke into the Briar Shore Historical Society. He knew Judith kept the town archives in the basement of the old municipal library. Elias had repaired the building's rear lock 2 winters earlier, and the warped window beside it still lifted, if pushed hard enough. Inside, the air smelled of cardboard and mildew. He searched by flashlight. Festival programs occupied 6 boxes. Briar Shore Summer Jubilee. Children's Parade. Fireworks on the beach. Carousel Day. The celebrations changed names over the decades, but one event appeared almost every July. A private carousel ride listed only as Children Hour. Elias found the first missing child notice tucked inside a program from 1923. Margaret Peel, age 9. Last seen near Briar Shore Amusement Park. The next came 4 summers later. Thomas Avery, 7. Then Louise Kemp. Walter Henley. Jean Porter. Some had newspaper articles clipped beside their photographs. Presumed drowned. Believed to have run away. Possible abduction. Search abandoned after storm. Family relocated. No body recovered. Elias arranged the notices across a long reading table. 23 children. Each vanished between late June and early August. Each disappearance occurred within 3 days of a summer festival. His stomach tightened when he began recognizing surnames. Kemp, Baines, Holt, Vale. Families still living in Briar Shore. Families whose older members had remained unusually healthy. He returned to the boxes and found medical clippings he initially thought unrelated. Miraculous recovery for local shipwright. Widow walks again after years of illness. Briar Shore matriarch celebrates 97th birthday. The dates matched. A child vanished. Within days, an adult recovered. Sometimes, decades seemed to fall away from faces in the photographs. Elias sat down. His flashlight illuminated Margaret Peel's picture. He remembered hearing about her as a boy. His mother had said, Margaret drowned because children who ignored warning flags were taken by the sea. Thomas Avery had supposedly run away with carnival workers. Louise Kemp had been blamed on a stranger seen near the boardwalk. Every story Elias had grown up hearing had an explanation. Different explanations. That was what made the pattern invisible. He opened the final archive box. The smell of smoke rose from it. Inside was a folder labeled 1989 Fire. Elias's hands became unsteady. He found photographs of the burned pavilion, insurance documents, witness statements, and the familiar newspaper clipping about Gideon. Then, beneath those records, he found something he had never seen. A festival poster. Briar Shore Founders Summer. At the bottom, written in red pencil. Shield selected G. Crow. Elias stared at the handwriting. Below it were 2 additional names. Both crossed out. He knew them. Children from his elementary school. Children whose families had suddenly left town after the fire. Gideon had not simply been trapped on the carousel. He had been chosen before the fire began. Elias searched deeper. At the bottom of the folder lay a maintenance report written 2 days afterward. Most of it concerned structural damage. One sentence had been underlined. Central drive assembly remained active throughout fire despite loss of electrical supply. Below that, someone had added by hand, transfer incomplete. Child retained below platform. Do not dismantle. Elias read the sentence 3 times. Then he heard something move beneath the archive room floor. A slow, mechanical click. He looked down. Another click followed. Impossible. The carousel was half a mile away. Then, from somewhere under the library, the old waltz began to play. And beneath the music, a man's exhausted voice whispered his name. Illis. The voice sounded ancient, but it was still his brother's. The voice under the library floor did not speak again. By the time Elias returned to Briar Shore, the tide had come in, and fog had swallowed the lower half of the Ferris wheel. The Carousel Pavilion stood at the end of the midway with its doors open. No lights. No music. Only the smell of hot varnish. Elias carried the maintenance report folded inside his coat. Child retained below platform. Do not dismantle. He had spent 37 years walking across those boards. Never once had he searched beneath them. That realization felt worse than fear. Inside the pavilion, he removed 3 warped floor panels beside the central column. Beneath them lay the expected crawl space, joists, old wiring, compacted sand. Then his flashlight caught iron. A narrow hatch had been fitted between the beams. Its edges were blackened by fire. A chain secured it from above. The padlock bore the county seal from 1989. Elias cut through it. The hatch opened downward. Cold air rose from below. Not damp cellar air. Winter air. His breath whitened. A steel ladder descended farther than the pavilion foundations should have allowed. Elias climbed. 10 feet. 15. 20. The beam of his flashlight still did not reach the bottom. Above him, the square of the hatch shrank until it looked like a pale postage stamp. His boots finally touched concrete. A passage stretched beneath the park. The walls were reinforced with old timber, many of the beams darkened by smoke. Brass pipes ran overhead, vibrating faintly, although no machinery was operating. Something crunched beneath Elias's shoe. A child's sandal. Red leather. The buckle had rusted green. Beyond it lay another shoe. Then another. Sneakers. Sunday shoes. A tiny rain boot. Some were separated from their pairs. Others had been neatly placed side by side against the wall. Beside them were brass tokens stamped with the Carousel horse logo. Elias picked one up. On the reverse, someone had scratched. Margaret, 1923. He dropped it. Farther down the passage, the timber supports were covered in names. Children's names. Some carved carefully. Some gouged so deeply the wood had splintered. Thomas. Louise. Walter. Jean. Names from the archive. Dates appeared beside a few of them. Others had only tally marks. Elias continued until his flashlight landed on fresh scratches. Gideon Crow. Beneath it, Elias came back. He stopped. The letters were not 37 years old. Pale wood showed inside each cut. Something clicked ahead. The same mechanical sound he had heard beneath the carousel. Elias followed it. The passage ended at a circular iron door. When he pushed it open, he found a chamber that could not exist. It was wider than the Carousel Pavilion above. Much wider. The walls disappeared into darkness beyond the reach of his light. while in the center stood an enormous vertical axle wrapped in belts, chains, brass rods, and wooden shafts. The entire structure rotated slowly. No motor drove it. No electricity entered the room. Yet every turn produced the faint rise and fall of the carousel horses overhead. Around the axle revolved dozens of narrow wooden compartments. Elias thought at first they were storage cabinets. Then one passed close enough for him to see the leather straps inside. They were seats, child-sized. Some were empty. Others held clothing collapsed into the shape of bodies that had long since vanished. A birthday sash, a sailor shirt, a blue summer dress. The chamber turned with impossible patience. Elias stepped backward. His shoulder struck a beam. Something small fell from above and landed beside his boot. A paper crown, oil-stained, half-burned. He recognized it immediately. Gideon had worn it in the photograph. Elias picked it up with both hands. From somewhere behind the rotating machinery came a wet inhalation. Then another. Slow. Labored. Alive. Elias moved toward the sound. Between two revolving compartments, the mechanism briefly opened a view into the center. There was someone inside. Not a child. A human figure was strapped upright against the central axle, hidden among cables and turning beams. The glimpse lasted less than a second. White hair. A thin shoulder. A hand with fingers curled almost to bone. Then the machinery closed around it again. Elias stood motionless. The carousel completed another rotation. This time, as the gap opened, the figure raised its head. Two clouded eyes found him through the moving gears. A voice scraped across the chamber. "I knew you'd come eventually." Elias forgot how to breathe. The ancient man smiled. One front tooth was missing. The old man vanished behind the machinery before Elias could move. He waited for the mechanism to circle again. Gideon? No answer. The opening returned. This time the space behind the axle was empty. Only straps hung there, trembling. Elias stepped toward the rotating compartments, but a metallic scrape sounded near the outer wall. His flashlight found a narrow desk recessed behind a bank of brass pipes. On it lay a ledger. The cover was black leather, swollen with damp, its corners polished by generations of hands. Stamped across the front were 3 words. Years see below. Elias opened it. The first pages had been written in fountain pen. Each entry followed the same format. A family name. An adult recipient. A child selected. Then a description of what had been given away. Rheumatic pain, 12 years. Blindness, 9 years. Lung disease, 18 years. Frailty, 6 years. Memory loss, 7 years. Sometimes the wording was stranger. Widowhood fatigue. Murning, wait. Age beyond usefulness. Fear of dying before harvest. Beside each burden was a number. Not money. Years. Elias turned the pages faster. Margaret Peel. Thomas Avery. Louise Kemp. Walter Henley. Every vanished child from the archive was there. Each had received what the town no longer wanted to carry. Not merely age, illness, pain, weakness, grief. The body's accumulated debts. Some entries bore several adult names beneath one child. Whole families. Whole streets. The Carousel had not made anyone young. It had moved the cost of growing old somewhere else. Elias stared at the revolving, child-sized compartments. Somewhere in the darkness, wood creaked like joints under weight. He turned another page. The handwriting became more familiar. Ballpoint pen. Modern dates. Names he knew. Judith Vale. Arthur Baines. Catherine Holt. Transfers marked deferred after the park closed. Then he found 1989. His hands stopped. At the top of the page, Crow Household. Beneath it were two signatures. His mother's. His father's. Elias knew them instantly. He had seen his father sign school permission slips in that heavy downward slant. His mother always crossed the final letter of her surname too high. Both signatures appeared beneath. Chilled offered, Gideon Matthew Crow, age 8. Elias gripped the edge of the desk. No. The word barely left him. Below Gideon's name was a list. His father's degenerative spinal disease. His mother's cardiac weakness. 23 years of projected frailty. Chronic pain. Reduced mobility. Then one final transfer. Elias Crow, Risperity Dam, fire exposure, sipped. Elias read it twice. Then a third time. A memory surfaced. Not the version he had repeated for decades. Something underneath it. Smoke inside his lungs. Collapsing beside the midway. His mother kneeling over him. His father shouting for someone to finish it. A doctor later telling Elias he was lucky. Very lucky. No lasting damage. He had always believed the beach air saved him. But farther down the page, written in red, Elias Crow received 59 years Respirfanken. His knees weakened. The fire had injured him. Badly. Gideon had taken that too. Elias lowered himself into the chair. All these years he had told himself he was the brother who survived because he ran. The uglier truth was waiting in the ledger. He had survived because someone else had been made to continue living for him. A noise came from the rotating axle. Elias looked up. The ancient figure appeared again between the compartments. This time, Gideon was close enough for Elias to see the network of scars across his chest. His breathing rattled. "Mom said you were dying," Gideon whispered. Elias could not answer. "She told me I only had to ride until you could breathe again." The mechanism carried him away. Elias stood. "Gideon." The axle turned. Another gap opened. His brother returned. Older somehow. Smaller. Almost folded into himself. "She lied about one thing," Gideon said. "What?" The machinery began closing between them. Gideon looked directly at him. She said they'd stop when you got better. The gap narrowed. Then Elias saw something written on the final line of the ledger. Not in 1989. Fresh ink was appearing across the paper now. Kronk recipient, Elias Crow. Below it. Transfer still active. Elias stared at the words until the ink stopped shining. Then the ledger closed by itself. The sound cracked through the chamber like a gunshot. Above him, somewhere beyond tons of earth and timber, the carousel music began again. Gideon screamed. Not loudly. That made it worse. It was the thin, breathless sound of someone whose body no longer possessed enough strength for pain. Elias ran toward the axle. "Tell me how to stop it." The compartments revolved faster. For several rotations, he saw only empty straps and collapsed clothing. Then Gideon appeared, pinned upright behind a lattice of brass rods. Elias forced his arm between them. His fingers touched his brother's wrist. The skin was paper-thin and cold. But there was a pulse. Impossible. Weak. Real. Gideon. His brother's cloudy eyes opened. "You finally touched me." The words almost broke Elias. What happened that night? Gideon smiled without humor. The town happened. The machinery carried him away. Elias followed around the central axle, stepping over chains and cables as Gideon appeared and disappeared between moving compartments. The story came in fragments. The founder's summer had always ended with a private carousel ride. One child was chosen, sometimes willingly by parents desperate to save someone, sometimes through lotteries disguised as games, sometimes from families too poor, isolated, or ashamed to ask questions when the child disappeared. The horses did not consume them. They distributed them. One rotation for a year. Another for an illness. Another for the tremor in an old man's hands. Another for a failing heart. The selected child received what the town surrendered. Then the mechanism kept them below. Alive. Growing old in darkness. Most did not last long. Gideon had. Because 1989 was different. That summer, too many people asked at once. Factories along the coast had closed. Several old families were sick. Others had postponed transfers during bad seasons and arrived carrying decades of accumulated age. "They loaded all of it onto me," Gideon whispered. Elias felt sick. "Our parents?" "Yes." The answer was simple. No hesitation. Gideon passed behind the axle. When he returned, Elias saw burns covering one side of his body. The fire? Wasn't an accident? The town had expected Gideon to die quickly. Instead, the carousel jammed. The transfer would not complete because Gideon's body kept accepting what was given to it. His age accelerated. His heart failed and recovered. His bones thinned, broke, knitted. His lungs filled, cleared, failed again. The mechanism refused to release him. So the pavilion was set on fire. Not to kill Gideon. To erase the ritual. To destroy records. To give Briar Shore a tragedy everyone could understand. a careless electrical fault, a missing boy, a grieving family. The Carousel survived. So did Gideon. And because the ride remained intact, every deferred year stayed attached to him. Even after the park closed. Even while Elias swept the floors above. 37 years, Elias whispered. Gideon laughed once. It became a cough. Not for me. The axle slowed. For the first time, Elias saw his brother fully. Gideon was not merely old. Age had accumulated on him unnaturally. His spine curved almost double. His fingers were swollen at some joints and skeletal at others. White hair hung past his shoulders. Veins mapped skin mottled with the evidence of illnesses borrowed from hundreds of bodies. He looked older than a human being could become. Yet, beneath all of it remained something unmistakable. The tilt of his head. The shape of one ear. The missing front tooth. Elias began crying. I should stayed. No. Gideon's voice hardened. You should come back. Elias looked at him. The distinction struck deeper than accusation. For 37 years, Elias had worshipped the moment he ran. He had built his entire life around it. His guilt had become so sacred that he never questioned what came afterward. He could have investigated, asked why no body was found, demanded records, opened the floor. Instead, he guarded the carousel, protected it, preserved the machinery that kept Gideon suffering. Because believing his brother was dead had been easier than risking proof that he was not. Above them, the music accelerated. Gideon's body convulsed. New lines formed across his face. Elias grabbed the ledger. How do I end it? Gideon looked toward the central axle. At its base, almost hidden beneath decades of grease, was a red iron lever. The town will stop you. I don't care. You will. Elias stepped toward the lever. Why? Gideon closed his eyes. Because when you stop the carousel, everything it ever took comes back. The chamber groaned. Overhead, the music reached a feverish pitch. Then Gideon looked at Elias one final time. Including your years. The red lever would not move. Elias pulled until the muscles in his shoulders shook, but something beneath the floor held it fast. Then, voices sounded above him. Many voices. Footsteps crossed the carousel platform. Gideon opened his eyes. They're here. Elias climbed the ladder. By the time he pushed through the hatch, the pavilion was full. Judith Vale stood nearest the carousel. Mr. Corley was beside her. Behind them were dozens of Briar Shore residents, fishermen, shopkeepers, retired teachers, widows, families Elias had known all his life. Some carried canes. Some oxygen tanks. Some held medication bottles in trembling hands. Others looked decades younger than the photographs hanging in Town Hall. No one looked surprised to see Elias emerge from beneath the floor. Corley stared at the maintenance report protruding from Elias's coat. You found the ledger. You knew he was alive. A silence passed through the crowd. Judith answered. We knew someone was. My brother. We knew what was necessary. Elias almost struck her. Instead, he looked at the faces around him. How many of you? Nobody answered. How many? An elderly woman near the doorway began crying. Corley stepped forward. You think this is simple because you've only seen the cost. The cost is my brother. The cost is everyone. He gestured toward the crowd. Mrs. Dalloway had bone cancer before the last transfer. Peter Holt's heart was failing before he turned 40. My wife lived 16 years longer than any doctor expected. And children paid for it. Children always pay for what comes before them. The sentence entered the pavilion quietly. That made it monstrous. Elias looked around. No one contradicted Corley. Some lowered their eyes. Others looked angry that he expected them to feel ashamed. Judith moved closer. The Carousel existed before any of us, before the park, before Briar Shore had paved roads. Families survived winters because of it. Epidemics, accidents, birth defects. We gave burdens somewhere they could be carried. You gave them to children. We gave them to one life instead of many. Below the platform, something groaned. Gideon. The sound passed through the floorboards. Several residents flinched. They had heard him. Elias understood then that silence had never meant ignorance. It meant agreement. Corley pointed toward the carousel. If you stop it, everything returns. Not only age, disease, damage, pain deferred for generations. Some of these people will die before they reach the door. Elias thought of the ledger. His own lungs. 59 years of respiratory function. What happens to me? Judith did not answer. That was answer enough. The old machinery clicked beneath them. One by one, the carousel lights came on. Gideon's horse began to rise. The yellow raincoat appeared in the saddle. This time the rider inside it was ancient. Gideon's face. Gideon's eyes. His brother had become so small beneath the accumulated years that the raincoat hung around him like burial cloth. Elias stared at him. For decades he had imagined redemption as suffering. Stay beside the park. Remain alone. Keep the buildings standing. Never forgive himself. He had mistaken punishment for action. Even now, the town was offering him the same bargain. Do nothing. Feel terrible. Call that morality. Elias stepped onto the carousel. Corley grabbed his arm. If you pull that lever, you kill people. Elias looked at him. No. He removed Corley's hand. I stopped choosing who has to die for them. He dropped through the hatch. Behind him came shouting. Footsteps. Someone began descending the ladder. Elias ran through the underground passage. The names scratched into the beams flashed past his light. Margaret. Thomas. Louise. Gideon. At the central chamber, the machinery was spinning violently. Elias threw himself onto the red lever. Hands seized his coat from behind. Corley. Then Judith. Others crowded the passage. Don't. Elias pulled. Nothing. Gideon's voice came through the machinery. Come back this time. Elias planted both feet against the axle housing. The carousel shrieked above them. He pulled again. The lever dropped. The music stopped. Every mechanism froze. For one impossible second, Briar Shore became completely silent. Then Gideon exhaled. A small sound, almost peaceful. Across the chamber, the straps holding him loosened. His ancient body slipped forward. Elias caught him. Above ground, screaming began. Dozens of voices. Then hundreds, spreading outward through town. Judith collapsed behind him. Her hair whitened in seconds. Corley's back twisted violently as years rushed into his bones. Wrinkles deepened. Hands clawed. Old injuries reopened beneath clothing. Forgotten illnesses returned to bodies that had escaped them for decades. Elias felt fire enter his lungs. He fell beside Gideon, coughing, unable to draw breath. His brother's eyes opened once. For the first time, they looked young. "You came back," Gideon whispered. Then he died. Above them, the carousel began turning again. Without music. Without power. And this time, every horse was empty except one. When Elias opened his eyes, morning had reached Briar Shore. He was above ground. The carousel turned beneath him without music. His wrists were strapped to the brass pole of the final horse. For several seconds, he could not remember how he had gotten there. Then he saw Gideon. His brother lay on the pavilion floor beneath a white maintenance sheet someone had pulled over him. One hand remained uncovered. It was no longer skeletal. The fingers were those of a middle-aged man. 45, Elias thought. 8 years old when the town chose him. 37 years beneath the carousel. At last, Gideon's body had been permitted to contain only the years that actually belonged to him. Beyond the pavilion, Briar Shore had become quiet. People sat along the midway and against the boardwalk railings. Some had aged 30 years overnight. Others seemed far older than Elias could understand. Judith Vale lay wrapped in blankets while paramedics worked around her. Her face had collapsed into deep folds, her body reduced by decades she had never carried. Mr. Corley sat nearby, perhaps 100 years old, staring at hands twisted with returned arthritis. Farther down the boardwalk, an elderly woman held the hand of another woman who looked almost as old. "Mom," the younger one kept saying. This time, Judith remembered her daughter. Across town, the same recognition was returning. Children forgotten in exchange for youth became children again in memory. Photographs changed. Family albums acquired missing faces. Parents woke remembering sons and daughters they had spent half a lifetime believing they never had. And with every recovered memory came a name. Margaret. Thomas. Louise. Walter. Jean. Gideon. The town remembered them all. Elias tried to call for help. His voice came out higher than expected. He looked down. His work boots had loosened. The sleeves of his jacket covered half his hands. The carousel completed another rotation. Pain moved backward through his chest. The burning in his lungs vanished. So did the stiffness in his left knee. His hands were smoother. No, he fought the straps. They tightened. On the next rotation, his boots slipped off entirely. Someone shouted from the pavilion entrance. Elias turned. A paramedic was running toward him, but Judith caught the man's sleeve. Don't touch the ride. Even now. Even after everything. Elias laughed, though the sound broke into a child's frightened breath. He understood. The carousel had returned what it had stolen. But balance was not the same as justice. For 37 years, Elias had benefited from Gideon's suffering. His lungs had remained healthy. His body had continued forward while Gideon carried the cost. Now those borrowed years were being removed from him. One revolution at a time. 46. 40. 32. 21. The pavilion grew larger around him. The brass pole thickened beneath his hands. People gathered at the perimeter, but no one crossed onto the platform. Perhaps they were afraid. Perhaps, finally, they understood what watching meant. Elias passed Gideon's body again. The sheet stirred in the ocean breeze. "I'm sorry," Elias said. His voice belonged to a boy. Another rotation. He was 9. The age he had been when the pavilion burned. His feet no longer reached the stirrups. Smoke entered his memory. Gideon screaming. Heat behind him. His own hands pulling uselessly at the jammed strap. Then running. Always running. But this time the memory continued. Elias saw himself on the beach, turning back toward the fire. He remembered his father catching him. His mother holding his face and saying, "Gideon is gone." He remembered believing them, because believing adults had once been easier than entering the smoke again. The carousel turned. 8. The age Gideon had been. The straps released his wrists. Elias did not climb down. He was too small. And somehow he knew the ride was not finished. The demolition crews never entered Briar Shore that morning. By afternoon, county records listed the amusement park as having closed permanently after the 1989 fire. By evening, the Historical Society archives had changed. Newspaper clippings now described Gideon Crow as the surviving brother. The missing child was Elias. Photographs altered. In the picture beside the carousel, Gideon stood taller, embarrassed by the camera. Beside him was a smaller boy wearing a paper crown. Elias. People in town remembered searching for him. They remembered his mother screaming his name. They remembered that no body was ever recovered. Near sunset, the carousel began playing its old waltz. Gideon's horse stood empty. On the innermost ring, one horse carried a small boy gripping the brass pole with both hands. Beneath its saddle, fresh red paint appeared inside a newly carved name. Elias. The carousel completed another turn, and the boy became smaller. Some punishments are not about suffering more. They are about finally carrying what someone else carried for us. Elias spent most of his life believing guilt was proof that he had paid for abandoning his brother. But guilt without action became another form of hiding, and the carousel understood the difference. Briarshore survived by placing age, pain, and consequence onto children who had no power to refuse. Elias survived in much the same way. The final question is not whether he deserved what happened. It is whether a debt can ever be repaid once another person has already spent their life paying it. Story 7. The ice core arrived inside the station like a body no one had agreed to call dead. It lay in 6 translucent sections across the stainless steel preparation bench, each cylinder wrapped in polyethylene beneath the laboratory lights. Dr. Lena Sørensen stood over the uppermost section with a grease pencil in one hand, watching a thread of trapped air shimmer inside the blue-white ice. Outside, Greenland had erased the horizon. Wind pressed dry snow against the observation windows until sky and ground became the same blank surface. The station's outer modules groaned as metal contracted in the cold. Beyond the walls, the drill tower made a low knocking sound as the suspended cable settled. Lena preferred sounds she could explain. She had spent 15 years learning how to read ice as a document written under pressure. Volcanic ash, dust, salt, pollen, compressed atmospheres sealed away before anyone had names for the countries that now argued over them. The core on the bench had come from a shallow test bore, only a calibration run before deeper drilling began. That was why she had insisted on logging it herself. Still admiring your handwriting? Malik Okafor leaned into the doorway, carrying 2 mugs, his red station fleece half-zipped. He was the expedition's glasiochemist, 10 years younger than Lena, and incapable of entering a room silently. One of us has to make the records legible, Lena said. He placed a mug beside her notebook. Coffee, or what passes for it after 3 weeks in a shipping crate. She thanked him without drinking. Malik glanced at the core. Any fractures? 2 hairlines, nothing structural. Bubbles? Plenty. Ancient Greenlandic gossip? Mostly nitrogen and oxygen. He smiled and left. The joke stayed with her. Lena waited until his footsteps faded before bending over the first section again. Near its lower end, a cluster of bubbles formed a pale diagonal seam. Air pockets stretched during compaction, flattened by centuries of accumulating snow, then locked into the lattice. She marked the position. The grease pencil squeaked. Something squeaked back. Lena stopped. She lifted the pencil and listened. Ventilation. Freezer compressors. Generator. Wind scratching powder against glass. Then came 3 soft clicks from inside the core. She leaned closer. A bubble at the center of the seam trembled. Lena straightened so quickly, her hip struck the bench. Her first thought was pressure. The sample had warmed fractionally after transfer from storage. Microfractures could propagate with tiny snapping sounds. Trapped gas could shift. She knew this. Knowing it did not stop her from checking the doorway. Empty. She pulled on her gloves, took a clean sampling awl, and touched its point to the marked bubble. Standard procedure would have been to wait, document the temperature, photograph the section, then cut it inside the cold room. Instead, she pressed. The bubble broke with a sound like a fingernail tapping a glass. A breath escaped. Warm breath. Lena recoiled. For an instant, she smelled coffee. darker than the station brew, with the bitter citrus note Malik added when he had dried peel. Then a voice whispered from the puncture. "Because you changed the depth." Leanh froze. The voice was Malik's. A second voice answered, blurred by the hiss of escaping gas. Her own. "I changed nothing." "You changed the depth, Leanh." She stared at the pinhole. Her recorded voice said, "Lower your voice." Malik replied, "Why? No one remembers he was here anyway." The bubble collapsed. Silence returned so completely that Leanh could hear the blood moving in her ears. She did not notice Malik standing in the doorway until he spoke. "What are you doing?" Leanh covered the puncture with her gloved thumb. Malik looked from her face to the core, then to the untouched mug beside her notebook. "You look like you've seen something." Before Leanh could answer, a second bubble deeper in the core gave a tiny metallic click. From inside the ice, Malik's voice said clearly, "Lena, don't open that layer. We haven't had this argument yet." Leanh did not answer Malik immediately. The second voice had been clearer than the first. No distortion, no crackling pressure release, no ambiguity she could hide inside terminology. It had sounded exactly like him, tired, impatient, close enough to the microphone that she could hear saliva catch between consonants. Except there was no microphone. Malik stepped farther into the laboratory. "Leanh?" She removed her thumb from the puncture. The bubble beneath it had collapsed into a cloudy white scar. "Thermal fracture," she said. "What?" "The core. It shifted faster than expected." Malik studied her. "And it spoke English?" For a moment, Leanh thought he had heard everything. Then he smiled. It was the kind of joke people made around ice cores because silence at a polar station eventually made everyone uncomfortable. Leanh forced a small laugh. "Go check the exterior sensors. You're coming. In 10 minutes. After he left, Leanh locked the laboratory door. She connected the bench microphone to her laptop, opened the automatic recording folder, and found a waveform exactly 41 seconds long. So the microphone had captured it. That was worse. She listened once through headphones. Her own voice. Malik's. The sentence about changing the depth. The reference to someone no one remembered. Then the warning. Leanh copied the file onto an encrypted drive, deleted the original, emptied the local cache, and restarted the recording software. The motions came easily. They had always come easily. Check the source. Isolate the anomaly. Prevent contamination of the primary record. 4 years earlier, after Martin Iverson disappeared during the Sundergaard test bore, Leanh had done almost the same thing. That thought arrived uninvited. She closed the laptop. Martin had been a drilling engineer with permanently cracked knuckles and an irritating habit of tapping gauges before reading them. During the test, a pressure anomaly had appeared beneath the bore. Leanh had classified it as sensor interference. 23 minutes later, the drilling platform shifted. Martin went down with part of the assembly. No body was recovered. The official investigation concluded that a concealed fracture zone had collapsed beneath the rig. Leanh had testified that the telemetry showed no reliable precursor. That statement was technically defensible. Technically had become one of the most useful words in her life. She returned the ice section to cold storage, logged the puncture as handling damage, and joined the others in the equipment bay. Malik was tightening his outer shell. Beside him, field technician Ruth Bell had already clipped a radio to her chest harness, while station engineer Jonas Einarsson inspected the portable radar unit. 3 people. With Leanh, 4. Pressure sensor at bore 3 is drifting again, Jonas said. Probably wind loading. Probably, Malik asked. Jonas looked at Leanh. We'll know when we see it. Leanh pulled on her insulated boots. The soles had a distinctive tread. 2 broken chevrons beneath the heel and a rectangular cut where she had once removed a trapped stone with a knife. She noticed these details because details behaved. People did not. They entered the airlock shortly after sunrise, although the sun itself was only a diffuse brightness behind moving ice crystals. Ruth opened the outer door. Wind entered first. Snow hissed across the threshold. Leanh lowered her goggles and stepped toward the white field. Then she stopped. Malik collided lightly with her shoulder. What is it? The snow between the station and bore 3 was untouched except for a line of footprints. 4 parallel trails crossed the open ground toward the drill tower. Ruth leaned around Leanh. Someone went out already? No, Jonas said. The marks were sharp, fresh, not softened by drifting snow. Leanh looked down at her own boots, then at the nearest trail. Broken chevrons. The rectangular cut in the heel. Her prints. Beside them were Malik's broad circular lugs, Ruth's narrow zigzag tread, and Jonas's heavily worn outer edge. All 4 trails continued toward the tower. None returned. We haven't walked there, Ruth said quietly. No one answered. Leanh followed the tracks with her eyes. 20 meters from the tower, another trail emerged from nowhere. A 5th set of footprints. Older-style expedition boots, narrow at the heel with a missing section of tread beneath the left toe. Leanh knew that pattern. She had photographed it 4 years ago for the accident report. Martin Iverson's boots. The 5th trail did not lead toward the tower. It passed beside the 4 future tracks, crossed the snow alone, and ended at the steel cap sealing the abandoned test bore where Martin had disappeared. At the final print, the snow was pressed downward as though someone were still standing there. For several seconds, nobody moved. Wind pushed loose crystals across Martin Iverson's final footprint. But the depression remained unnaturally clean, its edges sharp enough to show the missing section beneath the left toe. Jonas was the first to speak. We go back inside. Malik looked at him. And pretend we didn't see this? We document it from the doorway. Nobody crosses those tracks. Ruth raised her camera. Leanh caught her wrist. Don't. All 3 turned toward her. She released Ruth immediately. Not yet, she said. Wind conditions first. We need to rule out surface preservation. Malik stared at her with open disbelief. Preservation from what? 4 years ago? Leanh had no answer that sounded scientific. They retreated into the station. Within minutes, routine asserted itself with almost insulting efficiency. Boots came off. Radios returned to chargers. Honus checked exterior cameras. Ruth downloaded the photographs she had already taken from inside the airlock. Leanh went directly to cold storage. The deeper section waited where she had left it. She should have sealed the room. Instead, she carried the cylinder back to the preparation bench. If the first voices had been contamination, deeper ice would prove it. If pressure fractures had somehow transmitted station noise through the core, a separated section should remain silent. She positioned the microphone. The lower layer contained fewer bubbles. One elongated pocket lay nearly 20 centimeters beneath the first anomaly, compressed into a silver thread. Leanh touched the awl to it. Nothing happened. She pressed harder. The ice cracked. An alarm exploded through her headphones. She ripped them off, but the sound continued from the core itself. Metal screamed. Something heavy crashed. Someone shouted through a storm of static. "Kill the drill." Jonas's voice. Then Ruth screamed. The scream ended beneath a noise like steel folding in half. Leanh could smell hot wiring. Impossible heat touched her face. Another voice emerged. "Malik, I didn't delete anything." Then Leanh heard herself. "You removed his name." "Leanh, listen to me. You deleted Martin from the database." A siren pulsed behind them. Malik shouted something she could not understand. Her future voice answered with a sentence that emptied the warmth from Lena's hands. "You're doing exactly what I did." The air pocket collapsed. Silence. Leanh stood with the awl still embedded in the core. This time she did not delete the recording. She replayed it twice, then compared the alarm pattern with the station's emergency systems. The cadence matched the structural evacuation signal. That proved nothing, she told herself. She knew the alarm. She knew the voices. Expectation could manufacture patterns. Even recorded patterns. The mind was not an instrument. By afternoon, Jonas had found no explanation for the footprints. The exterior camera showed untouched snow through the entire preceding night. No one appeared outside. Yet the tracks were visible in the morning footage. They simply existed between frames. Malik found Leanh in the operations room. "You've been avoiding me." "I've been working." "Same thing, usually." He sat at the adjacent terminal. Leanh watched his hands. "You haven't changed any personnel records?" Malik frowned. "What records?" "Station database, expedition history, archived staff." "No." "Martin Iverson." Something in Malik's expression shifted. Not recognition. Confusion. "Who?" Leanh felt the room become very still. "You know who Martin was." "Should I?" "He worked the Sundergaard bore." Malik turned to his terminal. "That was before my rotation." "You've read the accident file." "I've read all our incident reports." He searched. Leanh watched the screen populate. Sundergaard test bore incident. 4 years earlier. Equipment loss. Surface fracture. Emergency extraction. Personnel involved. Leanh Sørensen. only Lena Sørensen. Her throat tightened. That's wrong. Malik opened the equipment inventory attached to the report. The drilling harness assigned to Martin was listed there. So were his thermal gloves, his radio, his personal oxygen monitor. But beside each object, under Asney's sign, the same phrase appeared. Plated equipment. Lena stood so abruptly the chair rolled backward. I checked this archive after breakfast. Malik looked at her. And his name was there. She remembered the recording. You removed his name. Malik slowly took his hands away from the keyboard. I haven't touched anything. A notification appeared at the bottom of the screen. Dagbay, revision complete. Lena stared at it. Below the message, another line appeared. One redundant personnel record removed. And from cold storage, somewhere beyond the wall, the ice began knocking from the inside. The knocking stopped when Lena entered cold storage. Not gradually. It ceased between one step and the next, leaving only the mechanical hum of refrigeration and the soft rasp of her own breathing. The cores lay where she had stored them. Nothing had cracked. Nothing had moved. Malik stood behind her in the doorway. You heard that? Yes. Good. Lena turned. What does that mean? It means I'm getting tired of you looking at me like I'm the unstable variable. He folded his arms against the cold. Tell me what you know. She almost did. Instead, Lena looked toward the section containing the first recording. The argument had predicted Malik accusing her of changing the depth. That had not happened yet. Which meant the recording, if it represented anything real, described an event still ahead of them. Unless she prevented it. The idea came with such immediate clarity that she trusted it more than she should have. Tomorrow's drilling depth, she said. We're changing it. Malik stared at her. We haven't agreed to that. We have now. Why? Because Bore 3 is unstable. That's not what you said this morning. Lena was already reaching for the operations tablet. The planned descent for the next run was 180 meters below the current calibration point. She reduced it by 20. Malik watched her authorize the change. That compromises the sequence. It protects the equipment. Since when do you sacrifice data for caution? She looked at him. Since now. For several hours, nothing happened. Then the ice changed. Ruth noticed it first. She had been photographing the punctured section when she called Lena into the laboratory. You need to see this. The diagonal seam where Lena had released the first voices was narrower. Not melted. Compressed. Yesterday, the band of cloudy bubbles had occupied nearly 4 centimeters of the cylinder. Now it was little more than a white line. Lena measured it twice. Temperature? Stable. Diameter? Stable. Mass? Ruth checked the scale. Same. Malik entered behind them. Lena felt his attention settle on her. Beneath the compressed band, a new cluster of bubbles had appeared. They had not been there before. This time, nobody suggested contamination. A fracture opened by itself. A woman's voice whispered from the core. Ruth's. I never went outside. Ruth stepped backward. Another fracture answered from the section beside it. Jonas's voice. You did. We all did. A third crack formed. Malik's voice emerged, faint but unmistakable. She changed it after hearing us. Malik looked directly at Leanh. What did you change? Leanh said nothing. The laboratory lights flickered. From the core came her own voice. The depth. Malik's face hardened. You changed the depth because of this? I changed it because bore 3 is unstable. No, you changed it because you heard yourself say you changed it. That doesn't make sense. It makes perfect sense. His anger sharpened each word. You listened to something that hadn't happened, then altered the drilling plan to stop it happening. Leanh felt cold move beneath her clothing. Not because of what he was saying, because she had heard it before. Malik stepped closer. You changed the depth, Leanh. The laboratory seemed to contract around her. In memory, the first bubble opened again. Because you changed the depth. I changed nothing, she said. The words left her mouth before she could stop them. Malik went still. Leanh heard her own voice from yesterday's recording. Exactly the same cadence. Exactly the same denial. Malik's expression changed from anger to fear. You already knew I was going to say that. Lower your voice. His face drained of color. Neither of them moved. Those words, too. The argument was happening. Not approximately. Not symbolically. Word for word. Malik looked toward Ruth and Jonas, then back at Leanh. Why? Leanh could barely breathe. No one remembers he was here anyway. Silence followed. Malik's eyes widened. He had not meant to say it. That was obvious. His hand rose slowly to his mouth. Inside the ice, dozens of tiny bubbles began collapsing at once. Pop. 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 Like distant joints breaking. The compressed band vanished completely. And beneath it, in a layer that had been perfectly clear moments before, a new shape appeared. A row of dark rectangular marks. Leanh leaned closer. They were not mineral deposits. They were letters. Trapped inside the ice, as if printed there before it froze. Lena Sorensen, personnel step, not present. Leanh watched her own name remain inside the ice for nearly a minute. Then the letters softened. Not melted. Not blurred. They seemed to sink backward through the core, retreating deeper into the cylinder until the layer became clear again. Malik whispered, "What does not present mean?" Leanh looked at him. For once, she had no technical language ready. The station database answered before she could. Her access badge failed at the operations room. The reader flashed red. She tried again. None, you. Ruth frowned and tested hers. Green. Jonas opened the personnel registry. Leanh Sorensen was gone. Her bunk assignment remained occupied. Her meal allocations remained counted. and her laboratory authorization still carried an administrator code. But the person attached to those records no longer existed. Then, 20 minutes later, her name returned. No explanation. No revision log. Leanh stood over the terminal watching the letters reappear, as if the system had remembered her reluctantly. By evening, the footprints outside had multiplied. Nobody had left the station. They watched through the observation windows as new trails appeared between gusts. One moment, the snow was smooth. The next, tracks crossed it. Some belonged to their current boots. Others did not. There were prints leading from the drill tower to the communications mast, prints circling Bore 3. Prints stopping outside the station walls as though invisible people had stood there looking in. Martin's narrow tread appeared repeatedly. Always alone. Always moving toward the sealed test bore. Never away. Hona's disabled exterior access. No one goes outside until morning. Malik gave a humorless laugh. You think the footprints are waiting for daylight? Honus ignored him. Leanh stared through the glass. Beyond the nearest tracks, something dark showed beneath the wind-polished snow. At first, she thought it was exposed ice. Then the wind cleared another layer. The surface beneath was transparent. Not cloudy glacial blue. Transparent enough to see depth. Bring the ground radar, Leanh said. Jonas turned. No. There's something under the surface. We're not going outside. There's always something under the surface. Malik looked at her. Leanh knew what he meant before he spoke. Apparently, that's becoming your problem. They went out together 15 minutes later. Honus cursed them over the radio, but followed with Ruth. The wind had fallen. That frightened Leanh more than the storm. The ice sheet stretched around them in enormous silence, the station lights casting pale cones across the surface. Their earlier footprints were still visible. So were dozens they had never made. Leanh stepped carefully between them. At the edge of the transparent patch, she stopped. The ice beneath her boots descended like glass. 10 meters. 20. More. Her headlamp beam vanished into it. Then a light answered from below. A rectangular yellow glow. Ruth made a sound over the radio. What is that? Leanh crouched. Far beneath them, impossibly deep, a ceiling fixture burned beneath the ice. Another light appeared beside it. Then another. A corridor emerged. White walls. Red emergency piping. A storage rack. A door. Malik knelt beside her. No. The word fogged the inside of his visor. The structure below was not merely similar to theirs. It was identical. Leanh recognized the junction outside the laboratory. The angled support where Jonas had repaired a cracked brace. The narrow observation window beside cold storage. Even the faded orange hazard sticker Ruth had tried to scrape away 2 days earlier. The station was down there. Whole. Buried beneath perhaps 50 meters of clear ice. Something moved through the corridor. A person. Then another. Their figures were distorted by depth, stretched slightly by the ice, but unmistakably human. Ruth backed away. Are those us? One figure stopped directly beneath Leanh. It raised its head. Leanh could not see the face. Only a red station fleece. Malik's fleece. The figure lifted one hand and pressed its palm against the ceiling below. Malik stared down at it. "No," he whispered. Another person entered the corridor. A woman. Dark insulated trousers. Gray thermal layer. Hair tied at the nape exactly as Leanh wore hers inside the station. Lena's breath stopped. The woman below walked past Malik without looking upward. Then a third figure came through the far door. Older field jacket. Narrow shoulders. A familiar uneven gait. Leanh knew it before the man stepped fully into the light. Martin Iverson stopped beneath the transparent ice. Slowly, he looked up. Not at all four of them. Only at Leanh. Then he raised one hand and pointed towards something behind her. Leanh turned. Across the snow, another set of footprints had appeared. Her own. They led from where she stood back toward the station. But halfway there, they simply stopped. The footprints that ended halfway to the station remained visible until the wind returned. By morning, they were gone. Lena's access credentials vanished again with them. This time, they did not return. Jonas ordered her confined to the main module. "You're done making decisions until we understand what's happening." Leanh sat at the galley table while he spoke, hands folded around coffee she had no intention of drinking. "You can't confine me because the database is malfunctioning. I'm confining you because you reopened a drilling plan after hearing voices in ice. I reduced the depth. You changed procedure without telling anyone why." Malik stood at the far counter, silent. Leanh looked at him. He looked away. That hurt more than she expected. Jonas continued. "The old bore stays sealed." There it was. Not bore 3. The old bore. Martin's bore. Leanh felt something settle inside her. Why mention it? "Because you've been staring at it since yesterday. I saw Martin underneath the ice." Ruth stopped stirring powdered milk into her tea. Jonas's expression hardened. "You saw someone. I know how he walked. You knew him 4 years ago." Leanh pushed her chair back. "I still know how he walked." No one answered. An hour later, while the others prepared a satellite equipment diagnostic, Leanh entered the maintenance corridor through the freezer access. Her badge no longer worked, but the mechanical emergency release did. The abandoned bore housing stood 40 meters east of the station, beneath a steel shelter, half buried by accumulated snow. Leanh took an older field suit from storage and exited through the service hatch before Jonas noticed the door alarm. Martin's footprints were waiting outside. They began beside the hatch, as if he had known which door she would use. Leanh followed them. The bore cap was secured by 6 bolts and a frozen pressure collar. Her hands shook while she worked the wrench, not from cold, but from memory. Martin had been standing beside this same collar when the platform shifted. He had looked at Leanh after the first vibration, not frightened, questioning. She had told him to continue. The memory had acquired different wording over the years. Proceed with caution. Hold position. Complete the reading. But beneath all of them remained the sentence she had actually used. Keep drilling. The final bolt released. Leanh pulled the cap aside. Blackness opened beneath her. The shaft should have been collapsed. Instead, her headlamp revealed smooth walls descending farther than the beam could reach. She lowered the old inspection camera. 10 meters. 20. 30. The display showed only blue ice. At 40 meters, frost spread suddenly across the screen. Then Leanh heard it. A vibration through the cable. Steady. Mechanical. Drilling. Not from above. From below. She held her breath. The sound came again. 3 seconds of grinding. A pause. 3 seconds. A pause. Someone was drilling upward. Leanh lowered the camera farther. The image distorted. Static crossed the display. Then the shaft vanished. A corridor appeared. Leanh nearly dropped the monitor. She was looking into the buried station. The camera no longer showed the bore wall. It showed a white corridor with emergency piping along the ceiling and frost gathered around a doorframe. Someone passed the lens. Leanh leaned closer. A woman. Gray thermal layer. Dark trousers. Hair tied at the nape. Herself. The other Leanh walked slowly, carrying a metal case. She looked exhausted. And older somehow, although Leanh could not explain why. She stopped beside a wall panel and removed something from the case. A photograph. She taped it to the wall, then stepped away. Leanh moved the camera closer to the display. The photograph showed a memorial portrait. Her own face. Below it were words she could barely read through the frost. Dr. Leanh Sørensen. Lost during the Søndergaard bore incident. The other Leanh suddenly turned toward the camera. Not past it. At it. She walked closer. Her face filled the screen. Then she raised one finger to her lips. The drilling beneath Leanah's boots stopped. A man's voice came up through the open shaft. Close. Breathing hard. Lena? She knew the voice. Martin. Then something struck the underside of the sealed world with a single violent metallic blow. The second impact came before Leanh could move. Metal struck metal beneath the bore, harder this time, and the inspection cable jumped in her hands. Then Jonas's voice exploded through her radio. Step away from the shaft. Leanh looked toward the shelter entrance. He stood there with Malik behind him. Neither man appeared angry anymore. They looked frightened. Jonas crossed the floor and pulled the bore cap back into place. You're finished. There's someone below us. I know. The words stopped Leanh. Jonas avoided her eyes. Malik said, "We found something." They returned to the station without speaking. Ruth had opened the old Søndergaard archive on an isolated terminal. Files Leanh remembered deleting were scattered across the screen. Not recovered from backup. Restored. As if they had never been removed. Telemetry graphs filled the display. Bore pressure, cable tension, acoustic return, subsurface geometry. Leanh recognized the final dataset immediately. She had spent 4 years pretending she did not. "What am I looking at?" Malik asked. Leanh did not answer. Ruth enlarged the acoustic reconstruction. 2 bore profiles appeared. Both began at the same surface coordinates. Both followed the same drilling path. Then, 38 meters below the platform, the shaft divided. Not physically. According to the telemetry, both versions occupied the same ice. One geometry showed the drill continuing downward. The other showed it displaced several meters, despite no lateral movement at the surface. Malik frowned. "That's impossible." "Yes," Leanh said. Ruth looked at her. "You've seen this before." The room seemed colder. Leanh sat. Before Martin disappeared, nobody interrupted. The instrument started returning duplicate depth readings. 2 locations for the same drill head. 2 pressure profiles, 2 acoustic paths. "And you deleted them," Malik said. "I classified them as corrupted." "That isn't what I asked." Leanh looked at the screen. "I deleted them." Huh. The admission produced no relief. She had imagined confession many times as some violent rupture, after which the concealed thing would finally stop pressing outward. Instead, it simply became another fact in the room. "I thought the software was failing," she said. Martin wanted to stop drilling. Jonas's face tightened. "You told the inquiry there was no warning." "There was no warning I could explain." After that, Malik stared at her. "You keep saying that as if explanation decides whether something happened." Leanh almost defended herself. Then she remembered the future argument. "You're doing exactly what I did." Ruth broke the silence. The camera feed came back. She opened a video window. The buried station appeared. This time the image was clearer. Martin Iverson sat at a workbench. Alive. Older than Leanh remembered him, beard streaked with gray, but unmistakably Martin. He was repairing a drill assembly identical to the one lost during the accident. Behind him hung a photograph. Lena's photograph. Memorial black border. Her name beneath it. Martin looked toward someone off camera. The other Leanh entered. The dead Leanh. She placed a notebook on the bench. Martin said something the microphone did not capture. The other Leanh answered. Then she turned. Across the front of her thermal layer was a stitched station insignia Leanh had never seen. The same station. A different expedition number. Malik whispered, "How can she be dead and standing there?" Leanh moved closer to the screen. The other version of herself opened the notebook. Inside was a printed accident report. Ruth froze the image and magnified it. Personnel lost. Dr. Leanh Sørensen. Personnel recovered. Martin Iverson. Subsurface structural failure following emergency shutdown. Leanh stared at the final phrase. Emergency shutdown. Martin had wanted to stop. In that version, apparently, she had agreed. And she had died anyway. or because of it. The telemetry window flickered beside the footage. Another restored file appeared. A handwritten note from Martin, scanned before the accident. If the returns overlap again, stop. I don't think we are seeing bad data. I think we are seeing both outcomes. Leanh felt something inside her give way. Not guilt. Something more dangerous. Recognition. The bore had not malfunctioned 4 years ago. It had divided. One path kept Leanh. The other kept Martin. Malik read the note twice. Then he looked at Leanh. You didn't erase evidence of an accident. She could barely hear him, over the sudden vibration moving through the floor. You erased evidence that the accident chose between you. From beneath the station came the sound of drilling. Closer now. And on the buried camera feed, Martin lifted his head as if he could hear it too. Then he looked directly into the lens and said one sentence clearly enough for all of them to understand. She is running out of ice. Martin's words remained on the monitor after the audio cut, his face frozen in a shimmer of static. Leanh looked at the telemetry, then at the restored accident files, then at the core samples stacked behind the laboratory glass. For the first time, the pieces did not feel contradictory. They felt layered. What if the depth readings were both correct, she said. Malik frowned. You already said that. No, I mean literally correct. She pulled the oldest stratigraphy logs onto the main display. Ice cores were normally read downward into the past. Deeper meant older. Each compressed layer preserved an atmosphere the surface had already left behind. But the anomalous sections did not behave that way. Every time Leanh prevented something the core had recorded, the corresponding band narrowed, compressed. And beneath it, another sequence appeared. Not older. Later. Ruth understood first. The core isn't recording time. Leanh nodded. It's recording outcomes. Hona stared at the screen. Outcomes of what? Choice. The word sounded absurd in a laboratory. Leanh continued anyway. When an event changes, the previous sequence doesn't disappear. It gets forced downward. Malik looked toward the floor. Into the ice. Into something represented by the ice. Leanh opened the pressure records from the morning. She changed the drilling depth. The atmospheric bubbles had compacted without measurable loss of mass. The volume had not vanished. It had been displaced. The same thing had happened 4 years earlier. 2 drilling geometries. 2 outcomes. One where Martin continued downward after Leanh ordered him to keep drilling. One where the operation shut down. In one, Martin disappeared. In the other, Leanh died. What we call the past in an ice sheet, Leanh said slowly, may only be the layer that remained stable long enough to become ours. No one spoke. The station creaked around them. Not from cold. From below came a deep pressure sound, like a vast structure settling under impossible weight. The buried camera feed distorted. Martin's station flickered. The walls contracted. A ceiling panel buckled inward and remained bent. Ruth whispered, "It's being crushed." Leanh watched another Leanh move through the corridor beneath the ice. The woman staggered as the floor tilted. Martin grabbed the workbench. Frost spread across their walls in seconds. Then the picture stabilized. Malik said, "If their reality was discarded 4 years ago, why are they still there?" Because discarded isn't the same as erased. Leanh thought of the compressed bands. All the futures we prevent have to go somewhere. Why Greenland? Maybe not Greenland. She looked around them. Maybe ice is simply where we can see it. That frightened them more. Jonas moved toward the emergency console. "We seal the bore. Now." Leanh blocked him. "If we do, they die. They already died, according to us." "No." She heard the sharpness in her own voice and hated how much it sounded like certainty. They continued. Malik looked at her. "You don't know that their world is supposed to survive." Leanh turned toward him. "And who decides which one is supposed to?" The question silenced the room. On the monitor, Martin moved close to the buried camera. He held up a sheet of paper. The writing appeared backward through the lens. Ruth mirrored the image. 3 words became readable. "We are sinking." Below them, the drill began again. Louder. Closer. The entire laboratory floor trembled. Leanh pictured layers, stacking beneath their boots. Futures where different people survived, different warnings were obeyed, different lies were told, different wars began, different children were born, different Earths continued. Not ghosts. Pressure. History forced downward because someone above had chosen otherwise. And Martin was drilling upward because his station had nowhere else to go. The buried feed flashed. For 1 second, the camera showed not one station below them, but dozens. Stacked vertically through clear ice. Some dark. Some burning. Some flooded. Some full of people staring upward. Then the image returned to Martin. He was shouting now. The audio came through in broken bursts. "Leanh, listen. Every time you change something." Static swallowed the rest. Then another voice emerged through the speakers. "Not Martin. Not anyone in the station. Calm. Sexless. Almost curious. Compression threshold approaching." Jonas stepped away from the console. The voice continued. "1 preserved sequence required." Leanh looked down as a fracture opened across the laboratory floor. Through it, far beneath their boots, thousands of lights began switching on. The fracture stopped widening 3 centimeters from Lena's boot. Below it, the lights continued multiplying. Jonas seized her arm. "We seal everything." Leanh pulled free. "If we seal the bore, Martin's station keeps sinking. And if we open it?" She looked at him. Jonas answered his own question. "We have no idea what happens when 2 versions of the same place touch." Malik stood beside the laboratory terminal, staring at the personnel screen. "Leanh." She turned. Her name had disappeared again. This time more went with it. Her room assignment was blank. Her laboratory permissions were listed under Unisign Administrator. The expedition photograph taken on their first day now showed only Malik, Ruth and Honus standing outside the station. There was empty snow where Leanh remembered standing. Ruth whispered, "I remember you being there." "For now," Leanh said. Nobody liked those words. The drilling beneath them resumed. 3 seconds. Pause. 3 seconds. Martin's signal. Leanh understood what he was doing. Not blindly drilling upward. Calling. She went toward the equipment bay. Malik blocked the doorway. "Don't. If their layer is being compressed, sealing the bore is choosing our version." "Yes." "Then say that." His jaw tightened. "I choose the version where the 4 people in this room are alive." 3. Malik flinched. Leanh pointed toward the terminal. "It's already deciding I'm not one of you. That doesn't mean you sacrifice everyone. I'm not sacrificing anyone. You don't know that." "No." The answer stopped him. Leanh felt the old impulse rising, the need to make uncertainty sound smaller than it was, to hide inside professional confidence. She refused it. "No," she repeated. "I don't know what happens." Malik's voice lowered. "Then why do it?" Because Martin was alive. Because she had erased his warning. Because 4 years ago she had treated uncertainty as permission to continue. Because now fear was offering her the opposite excuse. Seal it. Preserve the version that benefited her. "I already chose once without understanding," Leanh said. "Then I deleted the evidence that another choice existed." She stepped around him. "I won't erase him again. The old drill controls required manual authorization. Leanh no longer had any. Honus could have stopped her. Instead, after a long silence, he entered his code. "Guidance only," he said. "If pressure exceeds tolerance, I shut it down." Leanh nodded. They reopened the abandoned bore. The shaft was no longer dark. Far below, a weak white light moved through it. Martin's drill. Leanh lowered the acoustic sensor and listened. 3 seconds. Pause. She rotated their drill head toward the vibration. 2 degrees east. Honus adjusted the guide. The motor engaged. The station shuddered. On the monitor, the distance between the drill heads began decreasing. 40 meters. 35. 30. Then Lena's profile vanished from the medical database. At 26 meters, Ruth forgot which bunk belonged to her. At 21, Malik looked at Leanh and asked, "When did you join the expedition?" His face changed immediately. He remembered. For a moment. "Don't answer that," Leanh said. At 17 meters, her emergency contact disappeared. At 13, her archived publications remained, but the author field became blank. The world was not killing her. It was removing the evidence that she had occupied it. Martin's drill grew louder. Leanh pressed both hands against the console. 10 meters. Jonas said, "Pressure climbing." "Continue." 7. The walls groaned. Ruth stared at Leanh with tears in her eyes. "I'm trying to remember your surname." 5. Malik whispered, "Sorensen." He repeated it as if memorizing a password. Sorensen. 3 meters. The buried camera returned. Martin stood beside his drill, watching a depth display. Behind him, the other Leanh was gone. Her memorial photograph remained. 2 meters. A non-human voice returned through every speaker. Preservation conflict detected. 1 meter. Honus reached for the emergency stop. Leanh covered his hand with hers. Not this time. 1/2 meter. Martin looked upward. Leanh looked down. For one impossible instant, through kilometers of discarded futures, she thought she saw his face beneath her own reflection. Then both drills stopped advancing. Something had touched them from between the 2 worlds. Not metal. Something that knocked once against each drill head from the side. The thing between the drill heads knocked a second time. Then both machines lurched forward. Metal met metal. The sound was almost disappointingly small. A single sharp contact passed through the station floor and into Lena's boots. Every core sample in cold storage went silent. Not quiet. Silent. The compressors still ran. Wind still pressed against the outer walls. Jonas was breathing hard beside her. But the ice itself had stopped speaking. No clicks. No whispers. No trapped arguments waiting inside deeper layers. Malik turned toward the laboratory. Did you hear that? Leanh knew what he meant. Nothing. For the first time since the first bubble opened, there was nothing inside the ice. Then the bore exhaled. A column of white vapor rose from the shaft and spilled across the floor. The temperature dropped so quickly frost formed over the console. Ruth backed away. Lena. Yeah. The world beneath them was becoming visible. Not through the camera. Through the floor. The opaque ice under the station cleared from beneath their boots in widening circles. Support beams, buried cables, rock dust, compressed snow, all of it faded into transparency. Below waited Martin's station. It was no longer 50 meters down. It seemed directly beneath them. Martin stood at his drill controls, looking upward. Beside him stood Ruth. Another Ruth. Another Honus. Another Malik. And Leanh. Not the Leanh from the memorial footage. A different one. Then another station appeared beneath theirs. And another beneath that. Layers unfolded through the ice like reflections trapped between mirrors. In one station, half the ceiling had collapsed. In another, the laboratory burned. In another, everyone stood motionless around an empty board. In another, Leanh could see no people at all. The transparent depth continued beyond sight. Thousands of stations. Thousands of choices. Malik whispered her name. Or tried to. He stopped halfway through it. What was? His face tightened. Leanh touched his sleeve. Don't fight it. I know you. Yes. I know. His eyes filled with fear. Then the speaker above them activated. The voice was calm. Not male. Not female. Not mechanical either. It sounded almost like speech remembered by something that had never possessed a mouth. Contact achieved. Honus stared at the ceiling speaker. "What are you?" No answer. Ruth asked, "Which station is real?" The voice replied immediately. "All retained sequences are real." Leanh looked down. Martin was raising one hand. She raised hers. Their palms aligned through the transparent ice. No glass separated them. No visible distance. And yet she could not touch him. The voice continued. "Compression capacity exhausted." Malik looked around wildly. "What does that mean?" "One preserved sequence required." The lights flickered. Across the layered stations below, other people began looking upward. Some seemed to hear the same message. Some were shouting. Some were praying. Some were already running. Leanh understood then that the question had never concerned Martin alone. The ice had not been saving abandoned possibilities out of mercy. It had been storing them, waiting until too many contradictions accumulated. Waiting until humanity had changed direction, often enough to fill whatever space existed beneath consequence. The first core had not warned them. It had sampled the pressure. Honus moved toward the emergency stop, although both drills were already dead. "We disconnect." The voice said, "Separation no longer available." Ruth whispered, "What chooses?" The station trembled. Far below, lights began going out. Not all at once. Layer by layer. Malik grabbed Lena's arm. "You started this." There was accusation in his voice. But not only accusation. He remembered her again. Leanh looked at Martin. 4 years ago, she had chosen the outcome she could defend. Then she had hidden the evidence that another outcome existed. Now something older than any experiment had reduced existence to the same kind of decision. Keep this result. Delete the rest. Leanh stepped toward the open bore. "Lena," Jonas said. She looked down into transparent depth. Every version of the station seemed to contain someone standing where she stood. Some were looking up, some down, some directly at her. Then the voice spoke from the open core itself, close enough that frost moved across Lena's glove. "Which version of Earth should be preserved?" Nobody answered. For several seconds, the entire ice sheet remained transparent. Leanh saw forests beneath deserts, oceans beneath cities, lights beneath extinct coastlines, human shapes occupying landscapes that had never existed in her world. Then Martin smiled. Not reassuringly. Sadly. He pointed upward. Leanh followed his finger. Above the station, beyond the roof and storm and Greenland sky, something enormous had begun pressing downward. And, for the first time, Leanh understood why the discarded worlds had always been stored beneath them. There had never been anything above humanity willing to keep the failures. Only something waiting to see which one they would call the truth. Perhaps every decision creates a version of ourselves we prefer not to examine. The person who stayed, the person who left, the person who told the truth, and the person who survived by hiding it. Leanh believed. Discarded evidence became harmless once it disappeared from the record. The ice taught her otherwise. Nothing avoided is necessarily gone. It may simply be waiting beneath us, compressed by everything we chose afterward. And if every possible world insisted that it deserved to survive, what could possibly decide which one was real? My dear friends, that brings tonight's stories to a close. Thank you for spending this time with me and for staying here until the very end. I hope these stories gave you the kind of atmosphere and late-night escape you were looking for. Before you go, I'd love to know whether tonight's collection was a good fit for you. Did you enjoy the stories? And is this the kind of experience you would like more of on chilly midnight? And if you know someone among your friends or family who might enjoy listening too, I'd be very grateful if you shared these stories with them. Perhaps they may find the same comfort and enjoyment here that you do. Thank you again for being part of this night with me. Now, settle in, let everything become quiet, and allow yourself to rest. Good night, my dear friends. Sleep peacefully, and I hope to welcome you back again very soon.